Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 701, Rumors of Recruiting Disciples. Dongyu walked towards the battle stage. His body was suspended in the air, overlooking Qin Wentian, and he said, "Your talent is very good in the Royal Saint domain. Even if you have done some wrong things, our Royal Saint sect can still tolerate you to join. However, you are going to the abyss step by step. I feel sorry for you. Now, you have no way back, and only a dead end is left." Dongyu is a strong man in the third level of the celestial phenomenon. In the Royal Saint sect, he is a very dazzling figure. In the future, he is destined to be a high-level figure in the lineage of the leader of the Royal Saint sect. He didn't even come here in person before. It was Jiutian who came back and wanted to come and see, so he came with him. He didn't expect that he would need to take action to kill a person. The gap between the third level of the celestial phenomenon and the first level of the celestial phenomenon is huge. The strength of the stars and the use of the power of the stars and the stars are much stronger, not to mention the surging breath and the pure attack power. Not only Dongyu is confident, but the people of the Royal Saint sect are also quite confident in him. If Dongyu takes action personally, Qin Wentian will probably die this time. Do the people of the Imperial Holy Sect fight with their mouths? Qin Wentian looked at Dongyu teasingly, causing Dongyu to flash a cold sneer of contempt. Then he descended on the stone pillar of the battle platform, and the light curtain of the battle platform closed. Dongyu's starry sky bloomed, and the starlight filled the sky, but the strongest light was behind Dongyu, the extremely cold figure of the King of Cold. This starry sky was a starry sky of ice and snow. In just a moment, the holy battle platform turned into a world of ice and snow, a vast expanse of white, with wisps of bleak cold air floating. There seemed to be wisps of ice and snow air falling from the empty starry sky, and each wisp of ice and snow air could freeze people to death. Behind Dongyu, a figure of the King of Cold, which was condensed from ice and snow, stood there. His eyes were white as snow, as if they could freeze a person's soul. The ice and snow energy falling from the stars and heavenly phenomena continued to gather on the figure of the King of Cold, making the coldness contained in this strange figure so cold that ordinary celestial realm masters dared not approach. It was too cold, cold to the bone. The stars and heavenly phenomena were derived from the star souls. Dongyu's stars and heavenly phenomena seemed to have returned to the star souls. This was a manifestation of the stars and heavenly phenomena. When the celestial beings could control the strength of the stars and heavenly phenomena more freely, this strange phenomenon would appear. The figure of the King of Cold was the concentrated form of the stars and heavenly phenomena. The power of the stars and heavenly phenomena continued to gather on it, making it extremely powerful. Cold. This was Qin Wentian's feeling at this moment. This coldness penetrated into the bone marrow and even the soul, making people tremble involuntarily. Qin Wentian's eyes were like a demon, and the light shone between his eyes. The dream world starry sky appeared, and the two starry sky phenomena overlapped faintly. In the starry sky of King Han, there was also the starry sky of Qin Wentian's dream world. Two forces flowed in this space. One was extremely cold, and the other was a destructive particle full of powerful destructive power. The cold wind blew, and the icy air turned into a storm and rolled wildly in this space. Dongyu still stood coldly on the stone pillar, staring at the figure of Qin Wentian in front of him, and grabbed the void with his palm. In an instant, a huge ice palm print appeared, and everything was frozen wherever it passed. At this moment, Qin Wentian clearly felt that there was a terrible cold current flowing, and the big palm print froze everything. Qin Wentian's body was shining with light, and the terrifying light gathered into a Fangdian Huiji, which suddenly stabbed forward. There were halberd marks in the void, and endless destructive light seemed to gather at one point, bursting out in an instant, colliding with the big palm print, and with a loud bang, it was directly torn apart. Not bad attack power. It seems that your understanding of the true meaning is indeed powerful, but the gap in realm is not so easy to make up. Dongyu walked forward, and the figure of the King of Cold condensed behind him actually released a terrible ice storm, constantly crushing and attacking Qin Wentian, and the power to freeze everything swept out overwhelmingly. A wisp of storm meaning blew on Qin Wentian's body, making his skin have signs of freezing to death. His expression flashed a brilliant starlight, his body suddenly expanded, his clothes shattered, and he was wearing star armor. The rune light flowed on his body, as if his body had become indestructible, like an immortal demon who suppressed everything. Dong Yu's body was getting closer and closer. The storm rolled by the King of Cold was like an endless ice blade, constantly freezing and killing. A millstone-like destructive ice storm appeared above the sky, as if it was endless, strangling Qin Wentian. It's so cold. Qin Wentian's body was covered with a layer of ice. This kind of coldness was the kind that could freeze people to death. The cold air could penetrate into the body and destroy all life in the body. His body was faintly showing signs of freezing. SHH, SHH. A sharp sound came from Qin Wentian's body. The freezing power seemed to want to crack his defense. His limbs felt stiff. Although his defense was super strong, if he kept defending, he would sooner or later be frozen to death by the storm that was about to come. Dong Yu, who was in the third level of the celestial phenomenon, was indeed very strong. Kill! Dong Yu shouted coldly. In the storm gathered by the King of Cold, a large freezing palm print fell from the sky and directly pressed towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was filled with terrible destructive power, his demonic energy was surging, and his momentum was rising. His palm trembled, and he thrust out a halberd. Endless power was hidden in this halberd, wanting to destroy everything. Bang! The Fangyan painted halberd directly stabbed on the descending palm print, and the frozen palm print was broken, but there was still frozen power flowing down. Dong Yu snorted coldly, and the King of Cold shouted angrily, and another frozen palm print descended. When Qin Wentian looked up, he saw that the King of Cold was madly slapping out a large palm print, covering the void. Qin Wentian's attack speed was extremely fast. The Fangyan painted halberd in his hand kept stabbing out, and the rumbling sound continued. The palm prints were broken one by one. He grabbed the void with his palm, and the rune light shone. The palm picked the stars and directly hit Dong Yu in front of him. Dong Yu snorted coldly, and the King of Cold protected his body, and he actually hit it directly with his palm, and it was frozen and then shattered. Suppress, Qin Wentian is suppressed. This Dong Yu is so strong, the pride of the Huangji holy sect. He is indeed powerful, but he is 2 realms higher than Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian can have such a fighting power, it is already very scary. Everyone thought in their hearts, only to see Dong Yu getting closer and closer, bombarding frantically. Qin Wentian's figure that was like an immortal demon was fatally turning into frost. How can you fight me? Dong Yu's arrogant voice came out. Qin Wentian's body bloomed with a brilliant golden rock light, his wings flashed, his body retreated, but Dong Yu directly pressed forward, his palm slapped out towards the void. The whole world seemed to be frozen. The frozen power blocked Qin Wentian's retreat. Every step he took back, the frozen world made a cracking sound. Freeze and destroy with one finger. Dong Yu's expression was cold and surging. The power of the King of Cold gathered in his body. He pointed his finger at the void and pressed it in the direction of Qin Wentian. The world roared. The power of freezing flowed invisibly, directly spreading to every place in this space and eroding into Qin Wentian's body. At this moment, Qin Wentian's defense was broken. He felt faintly destroyed by freezing in his body. He trembled with coldness all over his body. The flow of power in his body seemed to be not smooth. Dong Yu's strength in my Huangji Shengzong is also very strong. It's easy to kill this ignorant person. In the sky, Zhejuan spoke to Lu Ziyan beside him. It looks good, but I don't know how strong it is without experiencing it myself. But the strength of the native seems to be good. There is nothing to be proud of for the genius of your Huangji Shengzong to kill a native of a low realm. Lu Ziyan said with a faint smile. The battle between the natives did not seem to interest her. Ziyan, of course you look down on their fight. Zhejuan smiled and said, I don't know if the news is true or false. If it is true, Ziyan, we will be able to open our eyes. When the time comes, the outside world's geniuses will gather in our royal holy land. I don't know how many monsters will come. I'm looking forward to it too. A dazzling light flashed in Lu Ziyan's beautiful eyes. It's just that it always feels a little unreal. If this royal saint domain is as you said, it should be just a relatively weak domain. That great being wants to recruit disciples. I don't know how many people are willing to come one after another. Why would he choose such a remote royal saint domain? Haha, what's wrong with that? Maybe we have a chance. Zhejuan said with a smile. Really? Lu Ziyan was disdainful in her heart, but still smiled. If you can become a disciple of that great being, even if it is an outer disciple, I will marry you immediately, and you can do whatever you want. Really? Zhejuan glanced at Lu Ziyan's graceful curves, with a greedy look in his eyes. He has wanted to eat this woman for a long time, but this woman is smart and has been teasing his appetite, so he can only continue to deal with it. Of course, but Zhejuan, do you have that ability? Lu Ziyan giggled, and Zhejuan's face suddenly dimmed. Indeed, it was not Zhejuan's turn to be accepted as a disciple by such a powerful figure. He was not qualified at all. If he competed, he would not be able to compete with those talented geniuses. Seeing Zhejuan's expression, Lu Ziyan smiled, and then continued to look at the holy war arena. There, Qin Wentian seemed to have a change. There were faint rays of strong light bursting out from his body, which was extremely gorgeous. Buzz! A strong light burst out, and the dazzling purple gold color seemed to light up the space of the holy war arena. In the holy war arena covered by the stars, a purple gold halo star soul appeared, which made Zhejuan's smile suddenly freeze there. The smile on Lu Ziyan's face also froze suddenly and froze at this moment. What kind of star soul is this, with a purple gold halo? Many people murmured. It was the first time they saw a star soul of this color. It can't be the star soul in the legendary seventh heaven. Someone thought of a possibility, and his heart trembled fiercely. Chapter 702, Killing. Zhejuan and Lu Ziyan are both people who know what they are talking about. They are different from many people in the Imperial Holy Land. In the Imperial Holy Land, very few people know what the color of the star soul on the seventh heaven is. At most, they have heard about it vaguely. But Zhejuan and Lu Ziyan came from outside the Imperial Holy Land. They certainly understand what the color of Qin Wentian's star soul blooming at this moment means. The more they know, the stronger the shock in their hearts. How is this possible? Zhejuan showed a look of disbelief in his eyes, and even doubted his own eyes. This should be Qin Wentian's fifth star soul, but even so, he clearly knew that the fifth star soul came from the rare degree of condensation by communicating with the martial star on the seventh heaven. Those who can communicate with a martial star on the seventh heaven and condense the star soul are all the proud sons of the heaven with transcendent power and people with dazzling aura. But the person in front of him was just a native in his eyes. This contrast made Zhejuan feel unreal and shocked. A native whom he mocked, bloomed a purple gold star soul. Seeing that native's expression was not too turbulent, he probably didn't even know what the purple gold star soul meant. Qin Wentian was indeed not very clear. He knew that it was extremely extraordinary that he communicated with a martial star of the fifth heaven when he condensed the star soul for the first time. However, his second and third star souls came from the fifth heaven. The fourth star soul broke through, and the fifth star soul communicated with a martial star of the seventh heaven and condensed. He thought that this should not be worthy of being so proud. Perhaps many geniuses can also achieve this level. For example, when he saw the celestial phenomenon of the Shadow Lord, he knew that the other party's celestial phenomenon was condensed from the star soul of the sixth heaven. The Shadow Lord can communicate with a martial star of the sixth heaven, so there must be more people who can do it. The seventh heaven is not so conspicuous. But in fact, Qin Wentian's idea is wrong. The sixth heaven is not difficult, but to break through the sixth heaven and enter the seventh heaven is a leap, as difficult as ascending to heaven. The perception of stars by martial life monks is not achieved overnight, but is enhanced little by little, and gradually becomes stronger as the realm is enhanced. Therefore, for many martial life monks in the Royal Holy Land, when their first star soul comes from the first heaven, their second star soul is at most the second heaven, and the third star soul is at most the third heaven. Next, he may not even be able to break through the boundaries of the third heaven, and his future cultivation achievements will also be limited. It is very likely that the Xiangang realm is the ultimate, or even the Yuanfu. But for some of the proud sons of the Royal Holy Land, their first star soul comes from the third heaven, which is a true genius. However, their second star soul is likely to be the same, and the third star soul may break through until the fifth star soul. It is already good for them to communicate with the star souls of the fifth heaven. For stronger people, the perception can barely step into the sixth heaven and reach the edge of the sixth heaven. Therefore, the star soul combination of some proud sons of heaven is often 3, 3, 4, 5, 6. The more dazzling ones are 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, or 3, 4, 5, 5, 6. Zhejuan and Lu Ziyan have a broader vision. Such a proud son of heaven, in their eyes, cannot be regarded as a proud son of heaven, but can only be regarded as a person with better talent. But even outside, the combination of geniuses should be 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, or even 4, 5, 5, 5, 6. The more outstanding ones are 4, 5, 5, 6, 6. The last one, they have communicated with a martial star in the sixth heaven for the fourth time. They condensed their star soul. Of course, there are rare evildoers in the outside world. Their first star soul communicated with a martial star in the fifth heaven. Their star soul combination may be 5, 5, 5, 6, 6. Such a combination is definitely a super combination. Even more amazing are those legendary figures who are said to be peerless. The first star soul must be in communication with a martial star on the fifth heaven to achieve 5, 5, 5, 6, 7. After entering the celestial phenomena, they will take some natural treasures to make themselves more compatible with the power of the stars, enhance their perception, and strengthen their will, so as to complete a gorgeous leap on the fifth star soul and enter the seventh heaven. Lu Ziyan has never seen such a person in person, but occasionally hears the elders talk about the glorious history of those people, so she knows a little. At this moment, she saw the purple gold star soul on a native in the Huangji Holy Land. Lu Ziyan even wiped her eyes to make sure she was not mistaken. A strange look flashed in her beautiful eyes. There are also legends in the outside world that some Huangji Holy Land natives have washed away all their fineness and become peerless and elegant figures. These natives are more terrible, because they have come up step by step from the bottom. Their tenacity is terrifying, and their combat power at the same level is terrifying. Lu Ziyan felt that she might have found a native who had the hope of shining brilliantly. Thinking of this, her eyes lit up a little when she looked at Qin Wentian. At this time, Lu Ziyan looked at Qin Wentian again and felt that Qin Wentian seemed very handsome. His clear edges and corners, his charming face, all showed tenacity. His bright eyes showed domineering and unyielding, and even he had a kind of arrogant and domineering demeanor. This sounded a bit strange. Qin Wentian's temperament was there. Lu Ziyan didn't notice it just now, but now it seemed as if her eyes were brightened and she found it. In fact, this was all because of her change of state of mind. At first, she looked at the people here with the mentality of looking at natives. Even if Qin Wentian was a little extraordinary, she just found it interesting. In her eyes, that kind of arrogance was also ignorant and ignorant of the arrogance of the world. As for the domineering demeanor, it was even more ridiculous. But now it was different. Those ridiculous shortcomings suddenly became shining points. Zhejuan, instead of trying your best to win over such a person from your Huangji holy sect, you sent such a team to strangle him. Your narrow-mindedness is clearly revealed. It seems that the people from your Huangji holy sect are the ones who don't know their place. There was a hint of sarcasm on Lu Ziyan's face. She was not afraid of Zhejuan getting angry. After all, it was Zhejuan who pursued her, not her who pursued Zhejuan. Zhejuan looked unhappy. He looked at the high-ranking figures of the Huangji Shangzong around him. He saw that they were also shocked by Qin Wentian's blooming star soul. However, the strong man surnamed Ji still had a cold light in his eyes and said, "Your Excellency doesn't know that this man is arrogant and frivolous. Our Huangji Shangzong invited him to join several times, but he refused. Moreover, he was so arrogant that he even killed our Huangji Shangzong. Our Huangji Shangzong tolerated him, but he became even more aggressive. I had no choice but to issue a killing order. It's not a pity to kill such a madman." Lu Ziyan smiled without comment, looked at the battlefield of the Holy War Arena, and said, "I'm afraid it's still a question whether you, the genius of the third level of Xiangxiang, can kill him. Not to mention other people, even the strong men of Yaohuang Valley and Yiqingyan were briefly stunned when they saw Qin Wentian blooming star soul, and then took a deep breath, with a strong sense of shock in their hearts. Purple gold star soul, is this the star soul of the seventh heaven? The star soul that appeared behind Qin Wentian was his fifth star soul, a star soul that was condensed by communicating with a humanoid martial star of the seventh heaven. Above the star soul with a purple gold halo, it was like a heavenly figure standing there, like an immortal king suppressing the sky, with endless rune lights flowing on his body, as if every ray of rune light contained terrible power. The momentum blooming from this star soul was beyond imagination, as if there was endless starlight flowing on the star soul, and everything around Qin Wentian was suppressed. Dong Yu was facing Qin Wentian, and the impact of the star soul blooming on him was the strongest. However, he was worthy of being a proud figure of the Huangji Shangzong, and he adjusted his mentality in an instant. The figure of the King of Cold loomed with a cold airflow of tens of millions of feet, directly enveloping the heaven and earth, sweeping towards Qin Wentian, and the space was directly covered with frost. Kill! Dong Yu waved a finger at Qin Wentian again, but at this moment, Qin Wentian's divine light was as dazzling as lightning, and his palm was full of brilliant purple gold talisman light. His arm swelled, and he struck thousands of miles away, suppressing it. The purple gold power directly suppressed the sky, and endless talisman light fell down. The sky seemed to be suppressed in an instant. Dong Yu's body trembled violently, and he felt a faint sense of stiffness. Endless repressive power fell down and enveloped the space. However, at this time, Dong Yu put his palms together, closed his eyes slightly, and the starlight reversed in an instant. Another brilliant starry sky appeared, which was Dong Yu's second starry sky. In an instant, the ice and snow world transformed by the King of Cold turned into hell magma, melting the whole world. One ice and one fire, one cold and one hot, like a bipolar force, transformed and reversed in an instant, and the hot and endless airflow rushed towards Qin Wentian, making Qin Wentian feel like he was about to be directly melted into ashes. The change in this instant, the destroyer was so powerful that Qin Wentian felt that cracks appeared in his body, as if it was about to split. The extremely dazzling talisman light flowed through his body, and his palm slapped out into the void at the same time. An unparalleled force of repression suppressed all directions, and all destructive forces could not get close. The talisman light turned into a dazzling pattern, wrapping the space. Then Qin Wentian stepped out, staring at Dong Yu with cold eyes. The completely different double star celestial phenomena. Dong Yu's strength is indeed amazing, worthy of being a demon of the Huangji Shengzhuang. But even so, Qin Wentian is determined to kill him today. The entire space is still in the dream world constellation, and the constellation is intertwined with the omnipresent destructive force. Qin Wentian's body is flowing with purple gold talisman light. He stepped heavily, suppressing the void, raised his hand and waved it, and the endless repressive force destroyed and blasted towards Dong Yu. Dong Yu responded with both hands, alternating between cold and heat, and attacked fiercely. Qin Wentian carried the star soul on his back, and the star soul behind him shone brightly into the sky. His palms struck out madly like a tidal wave, and endless phantoms appeared from time to time. For a brief moment, the sky was filled with endless suppressive power. The overwhelming purple gold talisman light faintly suppressed Dong Yu in a small space, making him smaller and smaller. Finally, when the purple gold talisman light pattern closed, it pressed down towards Dong Yu's body, destroying everything. Dong Yu's body was directly suppressed into nothingness, his soul flew away, and the genius of the Huangji Shengzhuang was killed alive. Chapter 703, Qin Wentian wants to die. Dong Yu, a genius of the Imperial Saint sect, is at the third level of the celestial realm. Qin Wentian, who is unwilling to join the Imperial Saint sect, was at the first level of the celestial realm, ranked first in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm. His talent was above the 8 geniuses of the suppression era, and his 5th star soul was purple gold in color. The two fought on the holy battle arena, and Qin Wentian killed Dong Yu. The battle of talent seemed to have been unnecessary. Dong Yu, who was 2 levels higher, was killed alive. The so-called genius of the Imperial Saint sect seemed to have become a joke in front of Qin Wentian. As Qin Wentian and Jiutian said, the Imperial Saint sect's world overlord seemed to be a false name. The reason why they were so powerful was that they recruited heroes from all over the world. As for the evildoers he cultivated, they were killed by Qin Wentian, who crossed 2 levels. No words were more convincing than such actions. At this time, the faces of the strong men of the Imperial Saint sect were ashen. Dong Yu's death on the holy battle arena was undoubtedly a slap in the face by Qin Wentian in front of the world. The world overlord was not worthy of the name. The light curtain of the holy war stage opened, and Jiutian looked into the void and said indifferently, "If there were no people in the world, there would be no Huangji Shengzhuang." What's funny is that the Huangji Shengzhuang now claims to be the king of the world and regards the lives of the people in the world as worthless. It actually threatens Qin Wentian and me with Yego and Daxia. How sad it is that the Huangji Shengzhuang can't stand Qin Wentian and me, and they come to kill us too. If they implicate Yego and Daxia, they will be spurned and destroyed by the world sooner or later. Lu Ziyan watched all this happen with a smile. Huangji Shengzhuang is the king of the natives and rules over a region. Now, it seems that someone has rebelled, and the first person to rebel is actually a monster with a purple gold star soul. It's a pity that this boy was born in the native world. Otherwise, If he was born in the outside world, a force like Huangji Shengzong would dare to kill him. I don't know how many powerful people are willing to take action for him and destroy Huangji Shengzong in minutes. Such a dog-blood situation can probably only be seen in the world of the natives. Zhejuan stared at Qin Wentian, his eyes flickering, and a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. He was the Holy Prince, and in the territory of his Huangji Shengzong, a native could have a talent beyond his. Moreover, he was just bragging, and was seen by Lu Ziyan next to him. Seeing Lu Ziyan smile at this time, he felt ashamed. However, if Qin Wentian was born in the outside world, he would have many opportunities, but here, it was the world of his Huangji Shengzong. No matter how good his talent was, it was still not in his pocket. If I had such a star soul, I would have been accepted as a personal disciple by some powerful people a long time ago. A cold light flashed in the depths of Zhejuan's eyes, but he did not show it. He looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Your talent is indeed extraordinary. My Huangji Shengzong is the overlord of the world, and it is not intolerant. Even now, I am still willing to give you a chance. As long as you are willing to bow down, my Huangji Shengzong is still willing to accept you and focus on training you." At this time, Zhejuan was thinking that as long as Qin Wentian nodded and joined his Huangji Shengzong, he would be at his control. At that time, he would use some special means to make Qin Wentian completely submit to him. It would be easy. Qin Wentian would not be able to get rid of him, and he would be his loyal servant forever. Are you kidding? Qin Wentian looked up, and his handsome eyes stared at Zhejuan in the void, with a strong sense of irony in his eyes, which made Zhejuan frown. Then, he heard Qin Wentian continue to speak. "I need the focus of training from the Huangji Shengzong? Are you from the Huangji Shengzong qualified?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart trembled again, and Zhejuan's face turned pale. Although these words were arrogant, they were irrefutable. The battle that just happened was still vivid. Qin Wentian killed two Huangji Shengzong geniuses one after another. They were both higher than him in realm, and there was even a genius Dongyu who was 2 realms higher. Zhejuan said that the Huangji Shengzong should train Qin Wentian. It was really a joke. The person you trained was killed by others across the border. How dare you say you want to train others? This is the limit that my Huangji Shengzong can tolerate. You have the blood of my Huangji Shengzong people on your hands. If you continue to be so rampant, then you will have to be killed. Zhejuan's voice was icy and chilling, and a chill fell down, rushing towards Qin Wentian. Tolerance? Ridiculous. If I were a little weaker, would I still be alive standing here listening to you? You are all going to kill me, and you won't allow me to resist? Is resistance rampant? Your logic is really impressive. Qin Wentian said sarcastically, "Don't forget what I said before I came to the Holy War Arena. The Royal Extreme Holy Sect is positively admitting that your so-called world overlord is really gone? I allow you to be 2 realms higher, and no one dares to fight again. Zhejuan, this kid is really too arrogant. There is no need to talk nonsense with him. Just kill him directly." An old man from the Royal Extreme Holy Sect said that if Qin Wentian was kept, it would only damage the reputation of the Royal Extreme Holy Sect. He must be killed. The Royal Extreme Holy Sect, the world overlord, will become a joke after today, and the world will despise it. Qin Wentian looked up at the powerful men in the void. Today's goal has been achieved. Looking at the ugly faces of those Royal Extreme Holy Sect strongmen, Qin Wentian understood that after this battle, the Royal Extreme Holy Sect, the Holy Land of the Royal Extreme Holy Domain, would fall from the altar and would no longer be the god worshipped by everyone, the high and mighty martial arts Holy Land. They are overbearing and strong. Those who obey them will prosper and those who disobey them will perish. They are not as beautiful and powerful as imagined. People trained by the Huangji Shengzong can also be defeated. The real evildoers do not need to join the Huangji Shengzong. Kill. Zhejuan's eyes were gloomy. His patience had reached its limit. This person insulted the Huangji Shengzong as soon as he opened his mouth. If he did not kill this boy, where would the majesty of the Huangji Shengzong be? As the word kill fell, a terrifying threat swept across the world in an instant, pressing towards the Holy War Arena. All living beings had to crawl. Really overbearing. A voice came, and then a figure suddenly appeared in the Holy War Arena. It was the Medicine Emperor. He stood there, and it seemed that there was an invisible force between heaven and earth, radiating thousands of miles. This space seemed to be locked. The storm of destruction suppressed by the void was actually supported by an extremely terrifying force, and it could no longer descend. The Medicine Emperor has arrived. How can he be so strong? Someone's heart trembled secretly. Many big figures came to the Royal Extreme Holy Sect, and among these big figures there were even top-level masters in the celestial realm. But when the Medicine Emperor stood there, it seemed that everything calmed down. How powerful is the ancient existence of the Royal Extreme Holy Land? Qin Wentian is the husband of my personal disciple Mo Qingchen, which is equivalent to my son-in-law. The Royal Extreme Holy Sect is aggressive. So many strong men came to kill Qin Wentian. They don't take me seriously. The Medicine Emperor glanced at the strong men in the void and spoke coldly. Medicine Emperor, at this time today, you have no right to intervene. Zhejuan spoke coldly, but saw that the Medicine Emperor glanced at him, and then he swung his sleeves, and a crisp sound came out, and Zhechu's body was thrown out directly, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. What a thing, dare to talk to me like this? The Medicine Emperor spoke coldly. Medicine Emperor, you are interfering in the affairs of the younger generation. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the sky, and then a face appeared in the sky. This scene made countless people tremble. Greetings to the Holy Emperor. Some high-ranking figures of the Huangji Holy Sect bowed and shouted respectfully when they saw this face. Greetings to the Holy Emperor. When other strong men of the Huangji Holy Sect heard that the Holy Emperor was coming in person, they were horrified and knelt on one knee to greet the Holy Emperor. At this moment, everyone in the Holy Emperor city was horrified. Today, the Holy Emperor, the unparalleled overlord of the Huangji Holy Sect, came to the Holy War Arena in person. The face seemed to have not seen it, and his eyes were just staring at the Medicine Emperor. The younger generation's affairs? The entire Huangji Shangzong bullied my son-in-law. Do you take me seriously? The Medicine Emperor looked up at the void, fearless, and his voice made everyone horrified. The Medicine Emperor dared to speak to the Holy Emperor of the Huangji Shangzong like this? They suddenly thought of a possibility, and their hearts beat violently, setting off a storm. No matter what, at the level of you and me, we shouldn't interfere. The Holy Emperor spoke calmly, as if to confirm everyone's thoughts. As soon as these words came out, the void shook. At the level of you and me? The Medicine Emperor, at the same level as the Holy Emperor? No wonder Qin Wentian dared to do this. He had the Medicine Emperor backing him up, so what was there that he dared not do? In fact, at this moment, Qin Wentian was also shocked, staring at the old man in front of him in shock. So, has the Medicine Emperor reached that level? Huh? Qin Wentian exhaled a breath of foul air, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Of course, he didn't come here to seek death today. In fact, he had been in contact with the people of Yaohuang Valley to discuss how to deal with this matter. Yaohuang sent a message to let him do whatever he wanted, so Qin Wentian appeared on the Holy War stage to challenge the majesty of Huangji Shangzong. He had been wondering, what trump card did Yaohuang rely on to be so presumptuous? Could it be that Heibo and others would fight for him again? In fact, he was wrong. If it wasn't for Qin Wentian's wedding day last time, Heibo and others would not have appeared. Qin Wentian's wedding was too important. Heibo had to complete the instructions of Qin Wentian's mother, so he had to show up. Otherwise, Qin Wentian would not know that Yaohuang and Heibo knew each other until now. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. No wonder Yaohuang dared to go to Huangji Shangzong to protect him and talk to Shanghuang on an equal footing. It turned out that he had stepped into that realm. It was ridiculous that he only understood it now. It was a bit stupid to realize it later. He should have guessed it long ago. The Medicine Emperor stared at the calm face in the void and said, "So, you really did agree to kill Qin Wentian? You, the Holy Emperor, also interfered in Qin Wentian's affairs. It seems that you haven't cultivated your mind well enough yet. Today, you can't protect him. If you must protect him, I will take action." The Holy Emperor's calm voice was filled with unquestionable majesty, and his words were even more shocking. The Holy Emperor wanted Qin Wentian to die. Qin Wentian was too dazzling, especially today. He exposed his purple gold star soul. Since he was an enemy, the Holy Emperor had to kill him. Chapter 704, The Medicine Emperor's Handwriting. The appearance of the Holy Emperor made everyone sigh. It turned out that the Holy Emperor was not a saint, but just strong. Qin Wentian threatened the Huangji Shangzong, so the Holy Emperor did not hesitate to appear and take Qin Wentian's life. Today, although the Holy Emperor and the Huangji Shangzong appeared here with a supreme attitude, for the strong men of the Huangji Holy Domain, The Huangji Shengzhuang is no longer so sacred. The Medicine Emperor looked up and looked at the face in the void, and then said coldly, "Okay, since you threaten me like this, then I won't do it, but I'm also saying this, if you kill Qin Wentian, I will kill all the people in your Huangji Shengzhuang." The Medicine Emperor's long beard fluttered, and this majestic voice shook everyone's heart fiercely. Just relying on the conversation between the Holy Emperor and the Medicine Emperor, this hatred was considered to be formed. The Medicine Emperor wanted to protect Qin Wentian, and the Holy Emperor wanted to kill him. In this case, the Medicine Emperor promised the Holy Emperor not to take action, but neither of them was allowed to participate. Otherwise, if the Holy Emperor participated, he, the Medicine Emperor, would kill all the people in the Huangji Shengzhuang. Both of them made harsh words, and the two most powerful people in the Huangji Holy Land had a grudge. Moreover, the crowd thought that since the Medicine Emperor had also entered the realm of the Saint Emperor, the dominant position of the Huangji Holy Sect would probably be shaken from now on. Sure enough, the next moment, the Medicine Emperor said, "From today on, the Medicine Emperor Valley will recruit disciples from the Huangji Holy Land. My Medicine Emperor Valley doesn't have much else, but it has a lot of natural treasures. You have enough talent, so I can let you eat elixirs. In addition to elixirs, I have also saved some money from working outside over the years. My wealth is not much inferior to that of the Huangji Holy Sect." Once these words came out, I am afraid that the entire Huangji Holy Land will tremble. The mysterious Medicine Emperor Valley never fought for power and hegemony before, but only existed in the world with a transcendent attitude. Now, it seems that the Huangji Holy Sect has forced the Medicine Emperor Valley to come out and officially recruit disciples from the outside world. Today, let them see my handiwork. Want to kill Qin Wentian? Show some skills. The Medicine Emperor spoke lightly. In an instant, a group of strong men from the Medicine Emperor Valley strolled out. With a wave of their hands, terrifying battle weapons appeared. These weapons were in different forms, some in human form and some in monster form, but all of them were huge and filled with endless power. Puppets, very powerful puppets. Looking at those huge monsters, everyone's heart trembled. The Medicine Emperor was a genius in the alchemy world and the #1 alchemist in the Royal Holy Land. Now that they knew his realm, what level of alchemy had he reached? However, puppets belonged to the category of magic weapons and should have been cast by a master of refining weapons. The Medicine Emperor actually collected so many puppets for combat use. However, they soon figured it out. The Medicine Emperor's talent was alchemy, so he would sometimes be coveted by others, and self-protection was inevitable. Puppets could undoubtedly enhance his combat effectiveness, so it was normal to collect puppets. As for the price of collecting powerful puppets, if he had the ability to refine pills, he could directly exchange them with pills. The truly powerful puppets are the enhanced versions of the divine weapons. Many divine patterns are engraved inside the puppets, which exert superpower. In addition, the requirements for the materials used in the refining are also extremely high. They have the tenacity of divine weapons, and are super strong in both offense and defense. Except for being more difficult to control, they are impeccable in other aspects. The strong men of Medicine Emperor Valley showed more than 30 super powerful puppets this time, including humanoid puppets and monster puppets. The strong men of Medicine Emperor Valley directly stepped into the puppets to control them. The sound of metal clashing was heard, and the luster flowing on the puppets made people feel the chill on their bodies. When they looked up, a sharp aura rushed straight to the sky. What a strong aura! They are all top-level puppets. The crowd trembled, and saw the body of Medicine Emperor soaring into the air and standing on the sky, as if standing with a huge face of the Holy Emperor. Kill! How could the strong men of the Huangji Holy Sect be afraid? Today, the Holy Emperor came in person, and countless strong men of the Huangji Holy Sect came, including many super-powerful beings, people at the peak of the celestial phenomena. Their strength was super strong, so what if they faced puppet soldiers? Next to Qin Wentian, a super-huge battle puppet appeared. It was an extremely huge golden dragon. Its body was extremely large, only 3,000 meters, and it was filled with super terrifying momentum. The huge pupils of this huge golden dragon stared at the sky above, and then its huge feet stepped on the ground. The holy war stage seemed to tremble, and a dazzling rune light appeared. Then, a terrifying space force spread out, and its huge body disappeared directly, appearing among the crowd of Huangji Holy Sect above the void. The golden dragon claws clawed out at the same time, and a monstrous space storm appeared in an instant, strangling the area of 100 miles. The killing power of the silence was truly devastating. The figures of the strong men of the Huangji holy sect were directly torn apart, and blood was flying in the void. Many strong men were even torn to pieces by the terrifying space storm. Without the peak strength of the celestial realm, they would be just a piece of paper in front of this golden dragon puppet and could be easily torn to pieces. So strong. The people in the distance looked up and stared at the golden dragon in the void. This attack seemed to confirm the saying that in the face of absolute power, the advantage of numbers is a joke. Although the golden dragon's attack was super strong, the person controlling it could not exert its flexibility. After launching the attack, a series of brilliant and powerful offensive forces hit the golden dragon in an instant. The terrifying friction sound was sharp and piercing. The body of the golden dragon was only dented a lot, but it was not destroyed at all. The toughness of this puppet reached an appalling level. The face of the Holy Emperor in the void was a little ugly. He glanced at the Medicine Emperor. How could he not understand that these powerful combat puppets should come from the outside world? The people of the Royal Holy Land could not refine such powerful combat puppets. Boom, boom, boom. The earth began to tremble, the Holy War platform collapsed, and many cracks appeared. One after another, terrible combat puppets soared into the sky, emitting super strong attacking power. A humanoid puppet raised his palm and blasted out. A golden millstone appeared on his palm. The millstone was full of destructive array runes, turning into a golden storm that strangled everything, smashing everything into pieces. There was also a demon rock puppet. Its wings were red gold, and the wings cut through. A storm that could cut through the void swept through directly, and it was so fast that it was unbelievable. People who were hit by the wings were directly cut off, one height and two, without any exception. Even if people at a long distance were swept by the aftermath, their bodies would be cut apart. The divine pattern arrays engraved in any puppet were all engraved with the power of the fusion of true meaning, and they were so powerful that it was astonishing. In the short moment when the battle broke out, more than 100 strong men of the Huangji Shengzong fell, and their blood dripped in the Holy War stage, making this Holy War land of the Huangji Holy Land stained with the red blood of the overlord Huangji Shengzong strong men. The people in the distance felt incredible when they saw the puppets wreaking havoc. As for Zhejuan and Lu Ziyan, they had already escaped from the battle site with the help of treasures. They looked at the battlefield, and Zhejuan's expression turned ashen. How could it be? This kind of combat puppet is very rare even in the outside world. Unless it is exchanged with the 6th level immortal pill, the 5th level pill is not enough. Medicine Emperor, can you refine the immortal pill? Zhejuan's expression was stiff and ugly, and there was still a mark on his face, which was thrown out by the Medicine Emperor. If the Medicine Emperor already had the ability to refine elixirs, he would have a wide range of friends even in the outside world, and would likely have many immortal level friends. In that case, the threat would be too great, and even the Saint Emperor might not be able to suppress him. To refine this kind of combat puppet, not only does one need super strong weapon refining ability, but also requires proficiency in the fusion of various true meanings. It is obviously impossible for so many puppets to be made by one person. The Medicine King found several super weapon refiners to refine puppets for him. Could it be that he had planned to seize the position of Domain Master? Lu Ziyan looked at Zhejuan. She only thought of this possibility. The position of the Lord of a Domain is indeed very tempting, but if this person can refine immortal pills as Zhejuan said, then there is no need to become a Domain Master. Alchemists who can refine immortal pills will not lack resources at all. He himself is a treasure house. Moreover, if he joins some powerful forces, others will be willing to worship him and give him the best resources to allow him to continue to improve in the way of alchemy. Kill Qin Wentian. The strong man of the Huangji holy sect fell into panic. A bone-chilling voice came out, and then a dazzling cold light appeared directly on the holy war stage. A large palm print covered the void and rolled over Qin Wentian. There were always two puppets guarding Qin Wentian. At this moment, one of the huge black tortoise puppets directly protected Qin Wentian's body under him. The other demon ape puppet roared, and endless sound waves shattered the void, shaking the body of the man who was killing Qin Wentian. Then the demon ape raised his hand and blasted out a domineering fist light, piercing the sky. Kill. The man looked solemn, with starlight shining in the sky. With the power of the stars, he turned into a star palm print and printed it in the air below. A rumbling and terrifying sound came out, and the void was about to explode. A huge golden dragon figure fell from the sky, and a huge palm attacked the super strong man who attacked. At the same time, a big peng puppet appeared again, with wings covering the sky and the sun, sweeping down. The strong man was trapped in the encirclement of the three puppets, and his face turned pale in an instant. He slapped the air with both palms, and the star-shaped palm prints blasted out in all directions. However, the powerful puppets attacked at the same time, and their power was so terrible that they penetrated everything and crushed directly towards his body, which made him feel desperate. Bang! With a loud noise, the body of the strong man was shattered. Qin Wentian stood under the huge black tortoise puppet and looked up at the sky. The aura just now was so strong. The person at the peak of the celestial realm was not just a little bit stronger than the top 3 levels of the celestial realm, and could be easily killed in seconds. Medicine Emperor, what a big move. Looking at the crazy and domineering puppets in the void, Qin Wentian was a little frightened. It seemed that the Medicine Emperor had prepared for this battle. Chapter 705, Falling from the Altar. What the Medicine Emperor did today has exceeded everyone's imagination. The legendary realm, the same realm as the Saint Emperor of the Imperial Saint Sect, the powerful puppet, directly went to war with the Imperial Saint Sect to protect Qin Wentian. The Imperial Saint Sect, the overlord that ruled the world, was seriously challenged and threatened for the first time after unifying the world. Perhaps from now on, the Imperial Holy Domain will no longer be the world of the Imperial Saint Sect. Among the crowd in the distance, even the Chief Hall Master of the Galaxy Union came in person. The Galaxy Union likes to do things in the dark. As long as they can get their goal, they don't ask about the process. Qin Wentian came to the Holy Emperor City, the Imperial Saint Sect wanted to kill him, and the Galaxy Union just stood by and watched. They didn't even need to intervene. When the Imperial Saint Sect killed Qin Wentian, they would directly point their troops to Daxia, destroy the Daxia dynasty, and then let the Galaxy Union stand. However, he definitely did not expect that the Medicine Emperor would hide so deeply and reach the realm of rumors. Moreover, seeing the protection that the Medicine Emperor gave to Qin Wentian, anyone who wanted to kill Qin Wentian would probably have to go through him first. It's not easy. The Chief Hall Master of the Galaxy Union thought to himself, but the power that the Emperor-level Saint Sect has dispatched now is just the tip of the iceberg. The Emperor-level Saint Sect has ruled the world for countless years. In addition to the leader's lineage, there are also various lineages to support it. There are more than tens of millions of strong people. The people who appear here now are only a small part of it. They did not expect that killing Qin Wentian would encounter such a strong obstruction and suffer heavy losses. In the void, Lu Ziyan looked at the battle situation. The puppets had an absolute advantage. She couldn't help but sneered, the indigenous world is the indigenous world. Although many of these people in the celestial realm have very high realms, few of them can compete with these puppets in terms of combat power. Although these puppets are very powerful, people who truly possess super combat power are not something puppets can fight against. Unfortunately, it seems that you, the Emperor-level Saint Sect, don't have any such people. Zhejuan's expression changed next to him. He watched the battle situation without saying a word. Above the sky, the Medicine Emperor looked at the huge face of the Saint Emperor and said, Saint Emperor, you are also my junior, right? I have never had the idea of competing for a hegemony over the Emperor-level Saint Sect before. But you are so aggressive and claim to be the overlord. Why do you do that? The Saint Emperor's huge face was still calm, as if nothing could cause his mood to fluctuate. His pupils swept over the Medicine Emperor and said, Where did you get these puppets? You don't need to know that. The Medicine Emperor stood with his hands behind his back and responded lightly. The Holy Emperor turned his eyes and looked into the distance. He saw many figures whistling towards him. He said, These puppets are probably not enough. Those figures whistling towards him were mighty and rushed straight to the holy war arena. In an instant, all the people watching the battle from afar retreated and gave way. They were horrified. These powerful people who came were like a powerful and terrifying army. The strength of any one of them was so strong that it made people tremble. This was the strongest force of the leader of the Imperial Saint Sect. They all went out, as if they wanted to kill Qin Wentian at all costs. Or, now it was not just as simple as killing Qin Wentian, but also related to the dominance of the Imperial Saint Sect. If they lost this battle, how would the people of the Imperial Saint Domain view it? The Imperial Saint Sect was defeated by the Medicine Emperor. From then on, the overlord of the Imperial Saint Domain changed. A huge sword was suddenly pulled out of the hand of a strong man, shining brightly. and another strong man sacrificed a blood-colored axe, and the stars bloomed and the sky changed color. The figures of these powerful men who arrived flashed at the same time, as if they were in a formation. The 7 of them were one, surrounding the puppets, 7 people against 1 puppet. In one of the battlefields, 7 powerful men were surrounding the golden dragon puppet. The stars and celestial phenomena were dazzling and boundless, as if they were endless. Moreover, the celestial phenomena were superimposed, and the celestial phenomena were multiple. Endless destruction began to rage in it. The 7 of them stood in different directions, and the starlight flowed on the 7 of them, as if they could share this overlapping starry sky. The golden dragon puppet roared, and the dazzling space-tearing power spread out. He tore towards one person, but saw that the powerful man suddenly turned into a beam of light. The 7 of them all flowed, interweaving into a terrible starry sky wall. The golden dragon puppet's claws directly buckled on the starry sky wall, causing the starry sky wall to tremble violently, and it seemed that cracks appeared, but it did not break, and the madly flowing starlight instantly filled the cracks. Buzz! In the void, a terrifying blood axe chopped down from the sky, as if it contained a terrifying destructive force. The void around the blood-colored axe seemed to be shattered. There was only a blood-colored light left, which cut a slit in the sky and chopped it down. Boom! This destructive blow shook the body of the golden dragon. The golden dragon's body shook violently, fell towards the sky below, and hit the starry sky wall hard. What's it like now? Zhejuan looked at the battle over there. The situation seemed to be turning around, and he couldn't help but speak to Lu Ziyan. 7 and 1, one of them has a powerful control of the stars, combining the power of the 7 people into one, and exerting the power of the formation. Moreover, the 7 people are all powerful astronomical figures. The strategy is very good, but this does not mean anything. They are still too weak, so they will use such tactics. Lu Ziyan spoke slowly, and her eyes looked at Qin Wentian again. It seems that the indigenous king of the emperor-level saint sect must kill this boy. It is really a pity for such a person to die in this indigenous world. The battle became more and more intense. Those powerful puppets were besieged one after another and surrounded by the 7 strong men. The crowd was speechless when they saw this lineup. I'm afraid that all the strong men of the emperor-level saint sect have been dispatched this time. It's too terrible. The emperor-level saint sect will not give up until they win this battle. It's a pity to destroy these puppets. The saint emperor in the void said indifferently, but there was no trace of pity in his cold eyes, as if he was waiting for the destruction of these puppets. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, the besieged puppets continued to encounter strong attacks, and many people in the emperor-level saint sect with weaker realms became free. They once again cast their eyes on Qin Wentian, with murderous intent in their eyes. Kill him. A cold voice came out, and many strong men strangled Qin Wentian from different directions. The giant black tortoise still protected Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian stared at the powerful warriors in the sky, and a cold light flashed in his pupils. But at this moment, the black tortoise seemed to stretch out a huge claw and grab Qin Wentian's body in its hand, leaving Qin Wentian speechless. The small claw of the black tortoise easily covered him, so that he could not even see the situation outside, and could only hear the sound of the attack. Dong, dong, dong. Outside, a series of terrible attacks madly bombarded the black tortoise. The power was deafening, and the shocking sound that seemed to be able to penetrate everything was sharp and piercing, but the black tortoise puppet did not change at all, and the huge shell on its back did not even show a trace. The huge black tortoise raised its head, and an attacking spear with great destructive power directly pierced its eyeball, but the huge pupils were still staring at the sky, and it directly spewed out more breath of icy air. This icy air instantly covered the opponent's body, turning the powerful figure holding the spear into an ice sculpture, motionless, and an extremely cold breath swept the void. The giant tail like a snake swept out, and a crisp sound was heard. The ice sculpture was directly shattered into pieces, including the body of the strong man. This is. The huge pupils of the Holy Emperor in the void shrank, staring at the icy breath. The black tortoise moved, and a rumbling sound was heard. Its huge body began to rush into the void, and it took a deep breath. Then it opened its mouth and exhaled cold air, and another extremely rich cold breath rushed out, which instantly vaporized. The void seemed to be completely covered, including the 7 strong men and a puppet who were fighting. In an instant, that space turned into an ice sculpture. All the attacking forces seemed to have stopped, turning into a snow-white ice world. The giant tail swept through again and chopped down from the middle. A destructive force came out from the giant tail and radiated into the vast void. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the bodies of those strong men were directly decomposed and cracked, but the puppet was not torn apart. At this moment, more than 10 powerful beings fell directly. Han Ming Xianqi, you. The expression on the huge face of the Holy Emperor in the void finally changed. He stared at the Medicine Emperor and then said, "Retreat." As soon as this order came out, the void trembled. The people of the Emperor-level Holy Sect all had ashen faces. Their eyes were red, staring at the giant black tortoise puppet, like a killing puppet, and no strong man could compete with it. Go. One by one, the strong men of the Emperor-level Holy Sect began to retreat. The power of a legion retreated, and they were all strong men in the celestial realm, which made the people in the distance all have their hearts beating. Is this the strength of the Imperial Saint Sect? As the overlord of the Imperial Saint Domain, they do have the super strength to suppress a domain. However, today, they were defeated by the puppets sacrificed by the Medicine Emperor. Especially the last giant black tortoise puppet. Many people had a bold idea in their hearts. Is this considered a fairy-level puppet? Facing such a powerful force, the top existences in the celestial realm seemed to be vulnerable and not worth looking at all. The strong men in the void left in a mighty manner. All of them were from the Imperial Saint Sect. The strongest legion in the Imperial Saint Domain was defeated today. I am afraid that this incident will have a super impact on the Imperial Saint Domain. From now on, the Imperial Saint Sect is no longer the only overlord of the Imperial Saint Domain. First, Qin Wentian defeated all the strong men within the Imperial Saint Sect's celestial realm 3 realms, and then the Medicine Emperor defeated the Imperial Saint Sect Legion with puppets. The Imperial Saint Sect has truly fallen from the altar. P.S. One update today, sorry. Chapter 706 Visitors from outside the territory. In the void, the huge face of the Holy Emperor was still there. His pupils stared at the Medicine Emperor. He could no longer maintain the indifference that was detached from everything. His eyes emitted bursts of cold light. How is it now? The Medicine Emperor looked at the Holy Emperor with a smile and said. His eyes narrowed into a slit, which seemed to reveal a hint of mockery. Medicine Emperor, you are really hiding it. The Holy Emperor said coldly, however, do you think this is enough? My Imperial Saint Sect has ruled the Imperial Holy Domain for hundreds of thousands of years. Generations of Holy Emperors have walked out of this domain world. Outside, many Holy Emperors have also joined various forces. Countless figures in the air below looked up and stared at the void. This was the first time they heard the Holy Emperor speak in person, and he talked about the outside world. This Imperial Holy Domain is just a domain world. The Imperial Saint Sect does not only have one Holy Emperor, but generations of Holy Emperors. What is the outside world like? Many people showed yearning. There are so many powerful people in the Imperial Holy Domain, not to mention the wider world outside. Generations of Saint Emperors? How great can they be? The forces they joined are just ordinary forces. Medicine Emperor sneered, today's incident is because your Emperor-level Saint Sect is aggressive and arrogant, and treats other people's lives as worthless. In this case, my Medicine Emperor Valley has no choice but to stand up. From now on, my Medicine Emperor Valley will not only recruit people, but also move to Saint Emperor City. Okay, Medicine Emperor, you take care of yourself. The Saint Emperor uttered a cold voice from his huge mouth, and then the wind and clouds changed, and the huge face slowly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. At this time, the Saint Emperor and many powerful men of the Emperor-level Saint Sect all left the holy battle arena. This was once a holy battle place controlled by the Emperor-level Saint Sect, but now it was controlled by Medicine Emperor and his men. The puppets with icy cold light flowing all over their bodies exuded a cold chill. Qin Wentian stood on the giant black tortoise puppet. He had seen everything that happened in the gap of the black tortoise's palm before, and was quite shocked. This black tortoise puppet that was guarding him could actually spit out immortal energy. This was probably the ability of a strong man at another level. Any strong man in the celestial realm seemed unable to survive under the kind of cold and dark energy. Let's go. Yao Huang looked down at Qin Wentian with a smile on his face. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, and the group of people from Yao Huang Valley took the puppets and left the direction of the holy war arena. Only the people around him could not calm down for a long time. The news of Yao Huang Valley's battle with the Emperor-level Saint Sect resounded in the Holy Emperor City and the entire Emperor-level Holy Land in the shortest time, causing a storm. Then, Yaohuang Valley actually purchased a large piece of land in the east of the Holy Emperor City, stretching thousands of miles. Yaohuang Valley officially moved to the Holy Emperor City. At the same time, the fertile land of thousands of miles was rebuilt, and palaces rose from the ground one after another, at an astonishing speed. The speed of building palaces by martial life monks is very fast. For example, a strong man who controls the power of the earth can easily control the changes of the earth, so that a solid earth palace can be pulled up directly from the ground, and it is extremely solid. A strong man who controls the power of water can easily create rivers and lakes. A strong man who controls the power of rocks can easily cast rock peaks. A strong man who controls the power of gold can easily reinforce. A strong man who controls the ability of plants can easily make the vast land green. Although Yaohuang Valley is a hidden force and has always been mysterious, it is not as powerful as the emperor-level holy sect, but its strength is definitely not weak. There are many strong men who control various abilities. Under the situation of all members going out, it only took 3 days for a magnificent palace to be pulled up in the fertile land. It is magnificent and majestic. There are also many medicine gardens with rich medicinal fragrance, all of which were transplanted by people from Yaohuang Valley. In this continuous palace community, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang both live in it. This is a place surrounded by peaks. Qin Wentian looked at the surrounding scene and was secretly amazed. It's really amazing. It's built almost the same as Yaohuang Valley. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Mo Qingchang nodded slightly. Master originally ordered to build it according to Yaohuang Valley, so it must be exactly the same. But now Yaohuang Valley has moved to Shanghuang City. It seems to be hidden in the city. The outside world is prosperous, but Yaohuang Valley is still like a hermit. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. Last time, the Imperial Saint sect was defeated, and it may not give up. Master moved Yaohuang Valley here to provoke the Imperial Saint sect. I'm afraid the Imperial Saint sect wants to destroy Yaohuang Valley in its dreams. I don't know what Master wants to do. Mo Qingchang's face was a little puzzled. Master turned out to be a legendary fairyland master. It was getting harder and harder to see through. Also, there was a faint news in Shanghuang City recently that a powerful person from the world outside the Imperial Saint Domain might come to the Imperial Saint Domain to recruit disciples. This matter caused a big sensation, and I don't know whether it is true or not. Mo Qingchang continued. How strong will the powerful be? Qin Wentian whispered. What level are the realms of the Emperor-level Saint sect and the Medicine Emperor? Master also mentioned this. He said that if this rumor is true, you can strive for it. If you can become a disciple of such a powerful person, the Emperor-level Saint sect will come to the door respectfully to ask for forgiveness, and the Saint Emperor will bow his head. The powerful person in the rumor can kill the Saint Emperor with just one breath. Mo Qingchang showed an interesting look and chuckled. Wentian, if you can become a disciple of such a powerful person, then let those people from the Emperor-level Saint sect come to my Medicine Emperor Valley to ask for forgiveness, and you won't allow them to enter. How can it be that easy? Besides, this is just a rumor. We don't know whether it is true or not. Qin Wentian pinched Mo Qingchang's cheeks at her playful look. Since there are rumors about the Emperor-level Holy Domain, it is naturally very likely to be true. Mo Qingchang said. We have to improve our strength to have a better chance of becoming a disciple of a powerful person. Qin Wentian took Mo Qingchang's hand and walked out. In an instant, the two of them arrived at a cave for cultivation between the ancient peaks. Qin Wentian sat cross-legged, and Mo Qingchang sat in the other direction. She looked at Qin Wentian's back and smiled softly, but did not disturb Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's world was full of stars. He seemed to be in an endless starry sky, surrounded by stars. Strands of terrible power permeated around his body, revealing a strong destructive power. Qin Wentian's mind moved slightly, and these terrible destructive particles decomposed and turned into strands of true power, dreams, power, monsters, and swords. At the same time, a new power permeated the air. This power had a strong luster and was filled with a breath of suppression, as if it could transform into huge ancient characters. Zhen. Qin Wentian raised his hand and waved it, and suddenly the ancient characters floated, and the power of suppression burst out one by one, suppressing in all directions, with the golden light flashing, as if the void was going to be suppressed. After entering the celestial realm, I comprehended the 4 true meanings, and then went back to comprehend the true meanings, which seemed to be much easier. Qin Wentian murmured. No wonder some people pursued an extreme power before. Striving to enter the celestial realm first, and then comprehending other true meanings would be much easier after entering the celestial realm. However, doing so is flawed. Unlike Qin Wentian, who has already comprehended the four martial arts' true meanings and integrated the martial arts' true meanings into the celestial realm, the foundation is extremely solid. For such a person, it would be much easier to comprehend the true meaning contained in the power of the star soul from the beginning. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to comprehend the true meaning of suppression, suppressing everything, and suppressing everything. The five true meaning particles floated in the starry sky, circling around each other, and Qin Wentian quietly comprehended, as if he wanted to find a new power. If it comes to the power of suppression, the two true meanings of force and sword can both have the power of suppression, and should be able to better blend into one, incarnating a powerful offensive force. Qin Wentian quietly comprehended, trying to blend the true meaning and transform it into new power. Because he already had experience in blending the true meaning, it was not difficult for Qin Wentian to blend the true meaning, but it seemed difficult to exceed the previous level. The attack power was at most a little stronger than the virtual demon power, and was not as strong as the power of the dream world. Moreover, for Qin Wentian, the starry sky that he hoped to condense should not be a simple fusion, but should be based on the star soul to evolve into new and powerful power. Time passed slowly, and Qin Wentian was immersed in his own understanding. He sat cross-legged, sometimes frowning, sometimes showing a sudden look, but he never opened his eyes and was fully engaged in it. Mo Qingchang sat in the distance, watching Qin Wentian's changing expression. She held her chin with both hands, showing a playful and cute expression, and looked at Qin Wentian quietly, showing a satisfied expression. Outside, the storm has never subsided. The aftermath of the battle between the Imperial Saint sect and the Medicine Emperor Valley is still there. Many people are eagerly discussing this matter. At the same time, there is a rumor circulating in the Imperial Saint domain that there is a powerful person from outside the domain who is likely to come to the Imperial Saint domain to recruit disciples. On this day, a restaurant in the Holy Emperor's city has an open-air roof. Many people are drinking and chatting. One person raised his glass and raised his head to drink. But at this time, his hand froze in the void, and his eyes showed a look of horror. He stared at the void motionlessly. "Brother you, what's wrong?" someone asked. Seeing that the man did not respond, they also looked up at the void in the distance. They saw that there were several figures above the sky, which seemed to come from the sky and slowly fell towards the sky below, one after another. There was even a person riding a golden dragon, extremely majestic, holding a golden spear, as if he was a visitor from outer space. "Strong outsiders," someone murmured. As soon as the words came out, the crowd raised their heads one after another. They were all stunned and stared at the void in horror. They saw strong men falling from the sky one after another. Many people fell from different directions, and each of them had an extraordinary temperament. Strong outsiders have come. This must be a strong outsider. Could the rumor be true? Everyone's heart was beating. Chapter 707, The Immortal Realm. The people in the restaurant were in an uproar. People in the surrounding area of hundreds of miles looked up at the many figures floating down from the sky, and their hearts were shocked beyond words. Is this because the passage outside the domain has been opened, and the strong outsiders can freely descend into the Imperial Holy Land? Everyone was secretly trembling. Is this the Imperial Holy Land? In the void, the strong man riding the golden dragon looked at the people in the restaurant. His eyes were golden and had an extremely strong penetrating ability, as if he could pierce people with just a glance. The faint aura emanating from him made people feel terrible. "That's right," a man holding a wine glass said tremblingly. The young warrior riding on the golden dragon was majestic. He glanced at the warriors in the restaurant, and his golden eyes shot into the distance, as if he wanted to see through the strength of the cultivation of the people in this area. After a moment, he frowned and said coldly, "How could His Majesty Dongsheng think of coming to this weak indigenous world to recruit disciples? What is the reason? There are all the heavens and all the domains in the 9 heavens continent. The heavens refer to the 33 worlds of the heavens, and the 10,000 domains do not refer to the 10,000 domains, but to the countless worlds within the domains. These worlds within the domains are countless. To the world of the heavens, they are just the world of Zumi. A world of domains is just a grain of sand. These countless worlds within the domains, some strong and some weak, are the indigenous worlds in the eyes of the people of the world of the heavens. The world of the heavens is also called the fairyland. The 33 heavens are also called the 33 fairylands. There are countless worlds in the Zumi domain around any fairyland world. Only when these countless natives grow to a certain level can they be qualified to go out, break the shackles, step into the fairyland world of the heavens to practice, and contact a higher level. For any day in the 33 fairyland, the world in the domain is just a grain of sand, too small. After the news that His Majesty Dongsheng said that he would go to the Imperial Holy Land to recruit disciples, many people were looking for the Imperial Holy Land. It is not easy to find an indigenous world. There are too many indigenous worlds around the fairyland. How difficult is it for you to find one among countless particle worlds? After searching for a long time, they finally found this Imperial Holy Land with great difficulty. They asked the elders to break the shackles of the domain and step into this indigenous world called the Imperial Holy Land. What kind of person is His Majesty Dongsheng? He is His Majesty the Immortal Emperor who lives in the Dongsheng Palace. He is a super existence that can make the sky tremble with a stomp of his feet. His words are enough to destroy countless worlds in the domain. Even with 1 foot, he can trample to death tens of millions of Emperor-level holy domains and kill countless lives. How can such an existence not be shocked when it comes to an indigenous world to recruit disciples? For a great man like His Majesty Dongsheng, the so-called talent is nothing but clouds. There are countless geniuses in the fairyland world, but how many people can become the same as His Majesty Dongsheng? All kinds of geniuses are false, and His Majesty Dongsheng doesn't need to care at all. His Majesty Dongsheng wants to accept disciples. Unless he is in a good mood and he is happy, he will accept whoever he likes as a disciple, which is a great fortune for that person. No matter how talented a person is, he can't be as pleasing to the eyes of His Majesty Dongsheng. But speaking again, if you want to please His Majesty Dongsheng, you still have to show your super talent first. This is the foundation. They came here just to try their luck and see if they could please His Majesty Dongsheng. Maybe this time, His Majesty Dongsheng might not show up in person. His Majesty Dongsheng. The people in the restaurant trembled when they heard the young man talking to himself. Is His Majesty Dongsheng the powerful man who was rumored to come to the Imperial Holy Land to recruit disciples? Buzz, buzz. There was a whistling sound of wind in the distance. The leader was Zhejuan. In addition to Zhejuan, many powerful men from the Imperial Holy Sect arrived. I am Zhejuan, the disciple of the Imperial Holy Sect, the overlord of the Imperial Holy Land. I am honored that you have come to my Imperial Holy Land. I specially come to invite you to visit the Imperial Holy Sect. Zhejuan said to everyone in a graceful manner. Some people's eyes flickered. They had just come to this Imperial Holy Land and were not familiar with this place. Now that the ruler of this indigenous world invited them, they would go and sit down and learn about this Imperial Holy Land. Okay. Then I'll trouble you. Many people nodded slightly, but they looked at Zhejuan with unkind eyes. The strong men from the fairyland obviously didn't think much of the king of the natives, not to mention that Zhejuan's strength was average and not worthy of their attention. Are there any beauties to enjoy? A young man with an evil look looked at Zhejuan, and his expression seemed to reveal evil thoughts. The evil aura on him was terrible, and it was obvious that he was not a good person. Of course. Zhejuan was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Haha, the beauties in the native world should taste good. The evil young man said happily, with a demonic color in his eyes, which made many people who looked at him show disgust. People who practiced to this level would not be easily moved by beauty, and their desires would be weakened and they could better restrain themselves. This person practiced evil skills and had a strong desire. This person doesn't dare to mess around in the fairyland. Now that he has come to the indigenous world, I'm afraid many women will suffer. The overlord of this indigenous world is also cooperating. It seems that he has no principles. Some people thought secretly in their hearts, but it was none of their business, and they were too lazy to pay attention. They just stepped away directly. The young strong man riding on the golden dragon glanced at the evil young man and sneered in his heart. The inner world is like a grain of sand in the ocean for the fairyland. It is extremely secretive and difficult to find. It is suitable for doing many things. No wonder in the fairyland, people often hear that someone offended a super powerful enemy and fled to the remote inner world for refuge. In this way, although the enemy is powerful, it is still difficult to find. I wonder if there are some strange places in this inner world. The dragon roared, and then whistled away into the distance, and disappeared here in a blink of an eye. In the sky above the Medicine King Valley, Many people such as the Medicine King stood in the void, even Heibo was there, and there were also people who appeared in the Danwang Palace to save Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchen. The Imperial Holy Land has been opened. I didn't expect that a great power would come here to recruit disciples. It seems that this Imperial Holy Land will attract a lot of attention in the future, even some super strong people in the Fairyland. A strong person who had appeared in the Danwang Palace spoke, frowning slightly. We must leave. Heibo spoke coldly. Everyone was silent when they heard his words. They looked towards the direction of Yaohong Valley and sighed in their hearts. But, I am reluctant to let the young master stay here alone. Someone sighed. We have to leave even if we are reluctant. We have been exposed once. A strong person like the Eastern Saint Emperor can cover the Imperial Holy Land with a single thought. No one can escape his eyes. Moreover, the Eastern Saint Emperor is recruiting disciples here, and the Imperial Holy Land will inevitably attract the attention of other great powers. We must leave. Heibo's calm tone revealed a trace of determination. The others nodded. They also understood the ability of the strong people in the Fairyland. The Fairyland Fairy Emperor, with one thought, sees a domain. They don't want any possibility of being exposed to exist, which will affect the young master's future. Hey, Medicine Emperor, I'll leave the young master to you. One of them instructed the Medicine Emperor. Don't worry. I've lived for so many years, and I should have lived enough. I should have died more than 20 years ago. It was you who extended my life, and you jumped out of the boundaries of the long river of life and ascended to immortality in one step. I cannot repay you for saving my life, and now you have broken through to the Fairyland. My life is yours. Although I don't know who you are, since you treat Qin Wentian like this, he must be carrying a mission to defy the heavens. As long as I'm alive, I will not let him die, Yao Wang said sincerely. He had never asked about Qin Wentian's identity. That should not be a level he could get involved in. He just needed to repay the past kindness. What's more, he might be able to witness the growth of a heaven-defying person, which in itself was a proud thing. What we have done for him has already exceeded the master and the lady's instructions. As the young master, he has a mission. We should believe that he can rise step by step. Only those who rely on their own efforts to reach the peak are the most difficult to be defeated. This is the master's admonition in the past. You don't have to be obsessed with this. Let's go. Heibo's tone was as cold and stern as ever, just like when he taught Qin Wentian a lesson. Okay, I'll listen to you. Everyone looked at Heibo. If he was really so unkind, how could he become a cripple? They could not forget what happened in the past. They looked deeply at the place where Qin Wentian practiced in the sky below, took a deep breath, and were all speechless. Medicine Emperor, tell the young master that Kinger is a good girl. He has been secretly paying attention to him. The girl has a super seal in her body and her identity is extraordinary. I even guess that the arrival of the Eastern Saint this time may be related to her. Heibo seemed to be worried about something and spoke to the Medicine Emperor. The Medicine King showed a strange look and glanced at Mo Qingchen, who is not far from Qin Wentian. He should be told what he should be told. As for how to choose and how to make decisions, it is up to him. No one can make the decision for him. Only he can do it. This is true for martial arts and emotions. Heibo left a voice, and then the group broke through the air and left. The Medicine King nodded. He also knew about Kinger's existence, and this woman was a lover like his disciple Mo Qingchen. Heibo and the others left just like that, leaving the Emperor-level Holy Land. However, Qin Wentian didn't know all this. He was still practicing silently, trying to evolve his second Starry Sky. However, the evolution of Starry Sky depends on comprehension. Before you comprehend it, no matter how much time you spend, it will be useless. Once you comprehend it, it will be a matter of a moment. At this moment, Qin Wentian has comprehended the power that is not easy to integrate, but there is no one that can surpass and be on par with the dream world Starry Sky. If this is the case, it is useless to ask for it, so it is better not to comprehend it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708, Ignorance is Fearless. Heibo and the others left quietly. Only Medicine Emperor knew about it and did not alarm Qin Wentian. Since a powerful person like His Majesty Dongsheng has paid attention to the Imperial Holy Land, He can see everything in the Imperial Holy Land with his consciousness. Moreover, His Majesty Dongsheng came to the Imperial Holy Land to recruit disciples, which means that the Imperial Holy Land will be exposed to the side of the immortal realm world. At that time, it will not be just His Majesty Dongsheng who will pay attention to the Imperial Holy Land. Maybe His Majesty Dongsheng himself may not pay much attention to this Imperial Holy Land, but others will, because His Majesty Dongsheng's every move will attract countless attention, not to mention such a big event as recruiting disciples. Who knows how many powerful people will be alarmed. Therefore, Heibo and the others can only leave. The rumor became a reality. The Holy Emperor City and the Imperial Saint Domain were in an uproar. Every area of the Imperial Saint Domain had news that a powerful person from the fairyland outside the Imperial Saint Domain had come to recruit disciples. This powerful person was called His Majesty the Eastern Saint. He was so terrifying and transcendent. If the Holy Emperor, the overlord of the Imperial Saint Domain, was placed in front of someone like His Majesty the Eastern Saint, it would be like the difference between a mortal and a holy emperor. For someone like His Majesty the Eastern Saint, crushing the Holy Emperor to death was like stepping on an ant. People didn't know how strong His Majesty the Eastern Saint was in the rumors, so they could only describe his strength in this way. In short, once there was a chance to become a disciple of His Majesty the Eastern Saint, even if he was just a mortal, his status would instantly be transcendent. The overlord of the Imperial Saint Domain, the Holy Emperor, would be respectful in front of him. How could such a rumor not make the Imperial Saint Domain boil? Even the battle between the Imperial Saint Sect and the Medicine Emperor Valley some time ago was temporarily forgotten. Now, His Majesty Dongsheng's recruiting of disciples is the most important thing in the Imperial Saint Domain, but no one knows how His Majesty Dongsheng wants to recruit disciples. However, visitors from outside the domain have arrived in the Imperial Saint Domain one after another. They are all very powerful, but it is unknown how strong they are. Many people speculate that there must be many people stronger than the Holy Emperor in the Imperial Saint Domain now, but they are all hidden in the crowd and not revealed. The Holy Emperor City is still the most lively and prosperous place in the Imperial Saint Domain, and the most visitors from outside the domain gather in the Holy Emperor City, which often causes quite a stir. Moreover, some visitors from outside the domain were arrogant and domineering. They looked down on the local masters of the Imperial Saint Sect and called them natives, which caused a lot of anger, but many people dared not speak out. Once a conflict broke out in a tea house. Someone was angry because he was ridiculed as a native, and he was killed instantly, and several brothers were killed together. The people in the restaurant were silent and dared not say anything. Even the family did not dare to retaliate. These visitors from outside the domain did not know the depth, the combat power was too strong, and no one knew their background. It was better to avoid trouble. Some visitors from outside the domain became more and more arrogant. Many people were relatively humble in the fairy world and dared not offend anyone, but it was different in the native world. They had a sense of transcendence. These natives were like ants. They could control their fate. These ant-like natives did not even dare to resist. If I were to describe it in words, it would be a sense of superiority. Most people who came from the immortal realm, like Zhejuan and Lu Ziyan, felt superior in the Imperial Saint realm and felt that they were superior to others. Most people had a sense of superiority, but only a small number of them were arrogant and made trouble. After all, some of the people who came from the immortal realm were truly extraordinary and wanted to try to become the disciples of His Majesty, the Eastern Saint. Although they were arrogant and had a sense of superiority, they disdained to bully the natives in the Imperial Saint realm. For them, this was not a glorious thing. On the rooftop of the restaurant where the foreign visitors first landed, there were many people drinking here. Two of them were Zhejuan and Lu Ziyan. Zhejuan was not in a good mood recently because of that evil young man. This guy was not just lustful. He practiced evil skills and used women as furnaces. Every woman he enjoyed would die. Although the Imperial Saint Sect had many beautiful attendants, and Zhejuan gave many to the evil young man, he could not withstand the evil young man's crazy use of beautiful women as furnaces. Not only did he want women, but they had to be beautiful. After a few days, the evil young man would capture people in the Imperial Saint Sect himself. He dared to attack the beautiful disciples of the Imperial Saint Sect, and even had his eyes set on Lu Ziyan. When he looked at Lu Ziyan, his eyes were full of evil, which made Zhejuan very unhappy. However, he found that since the guy had been crazy about using women as furnaces, His aura cultivation had improved rapidly, and he had even faintly climbed to the peak of the third level of the celestial phenomenon, which made him feel a little moved. If you put aside your conscience, this technique is indeed a very good technique. You can enjoy beautiful women and improve your cultivation. So Zhejuan did not drive him away, but continued to capture people for him from the Holy Emperor City. As a result, the rumor of the disappearance of women in the Holy Emperor City has spread like wildfire these days. This was only exposed after a talented beauty from a powerful force disappeared. At this moment, a line of figures flashed through the air. One of them was dressed in white and looked very handsome. He glanced at the sky and then walked down towards the open-air restaurant. Zhejuan and Lu Ziyan looked solemn. A cold light flashed in Zhejuan's eyes, while Lu Ziyan showed a look of surprise. Then she smiled at the figure that was descending. The Emperor-level Saint Sect masters guarding Zhejuan stared at the figure with cold expressions, and murderous intent was revealed in their eyes. Qin Wentian, he is Qin Wentian. At this time, a cry of surprise came out, and the restaurant was in an uproar. When Qin Wentian fell, many people made way. Now in this Emperor-level Holy Land, who doesn't know Qin Wentian's name? Qin Wentian sat down not far from Zhejuan, and there were also strong men from Yaohuang Valley guarding him. Now the Imperial Saint Sect and Yaohuang Valley seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. Both sides had not continued to fight, but once they met, the atmosphere of tension was inevitable. Sitting at the wine table, Qin Wentian poured himself a glass of wine and drank it. Just after finishing his practice, he heard that many things had happened in Shenhuang City, including the rumor that His Majesty Dongsheng had accepted disciples, and the arrogance of visitors from outside the domain in Shenhuang City. He even heard that there were visitors from outside the domain who captured women from Shenhuang City. He was very angry. They were also practitioners, but they came from the fairyland world and were so rampant and took other people's lives lightly. It was simply unreasonable. I heard the word native from you. Although you are a member of the Imperial Saint Sect, you should also be practicing outside the domain, right? Qin Wentian stared at Zhejuan, and there was a faint light in his cold eyes that made people feel frightened. At this moment, Zhejuan did not seem to dare to look down on Qin Wentian as he did that day. This evildoer with the purple gold star soul had an extremely strong fighting power. He had to admit that if he was in the same realm, his fighting power would also be amazingly strong. So what? Zhejuan's eyes shot out cold light. He was a little jealous of Qin Wentian. This native under the rule of the Emperor-level Saint Sect actually had the purple gold star soul, and he had to be protected by the strong men in the fairyland to escape the stranglehold of his Emperor-level Saint Sect. The people from the fairyland are not so good. You keep claiming that others are natives. Aren't you even worse than me, a native? Qin Wentian drank a glass of wine and said sarcastically. He was a little unhappy about the rumors that those people from the fairyland were arrogant and domineering. At this time, at another wine table, several people put down their wine glasses and shot their eyes towards Qin Wentian. One of them had a bloody glow in his eyes, and his whole body revealed an extremely dangerous aura. But then he just smiled, looked at the person opposite, and said with a smile, "The people in this indigenous world speak so arrogantly. Zhu Li, do the indigenous people know that they are indigenous? They are short-sighted and have little knowledge. They have no idea how vast and powerful the fairyland is. They only know that there is an indigenous world. As the saying goes, ignorant are fearless. They are ignorant, so naturally they are fearless." A person on the opposite side said with a smile. "That's true. It's a pity to have little experience. They don't know that they are at the bottom of the world. How can they know that some super strong people are fighting in the space outside the fairyland? Maybe if they are not happy, they can destroy countless native worlds with a wave of their hands. They don't understand how insignificant they are." The third person nodded. The three of them drank and chatted by themselves, as if they ignored Qin Wentian's words. Their sense of superiority was obvious. Zhejuan smiled lightly when he heard this, and also did not respond to Qin Wentian. The words of these three people were enough. In the restaurant, many people showed angry expressions. These people were really arrogant. Qin Wentian was the most popular genius in their Imperial Holy Sect recently. He had no idea how strong his talent was, but he was mocked by them. Qin Wentian, these visitors from outside the domain are used to being arrogant, but it's better not to provoke them. How can they know that with your talent, sooner or later they will look up to you? They are ignorant. Some people were indignant, but they dared not speak. So they had to speak to Qin Wentian to vent their dissatisfaction. The ignorant are fearless. That's right. Only the weak like to show off their superiority, just because they are at the bottom of some place and are used to being suppressed. Qin Wentian said coldly, causing the three people to frown. Mr. Qin's words are still inspiring. Xianer admires you. At this time, another soft and beautiful voice came, and then several figures walked up the stairs to the restaurant. One of them was as beautiful as a fairy. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on her. Even those visitors from outside the domain showed an infatuated look for a while. This person was Lin Xianer, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the Imperial Holy Domain. Chapter 709 Scum. Xianer. Qin Wentian saw the delighted look on the face of the visitor. Lin Xianer walked to Qin Wentian's wine table with lotus steps and said with a smile, Master Qin, do you mind Xianer sitting here? Xianer, why should we be so polite? Just sit down. Qin Wentian said with a smile. In the past, many people in the Xianwu world targeted him, Qin Wentian. Xianer helped Sister Ling Shuang and Fanel several times and took good care of him. Although Lin Xianer had a stunning appearance, she was not as fickle as others imagined. She just wanted to find a man with extraordinary talent and who loved her deeply. It was normal for any woman to have such an idea. When Lin Xianer heard Qin Wentian's words, her eyes were charming. Her smiling eyes stared at Qin Wentian, as if they could seduce people's souls. She sat next to Qin Wentian. When did Xianer come to the Holy Emperor City? Qin Wentian poured a glass of wine for Lin Xianer and asked with a smile. This woman was as bright as ever, and her charming appearance made people want to protect her. It is rumored that a powerful person from outside the domain is recruiting disciples. Now the Imperial Saint Domain is boiling. The Holy Emperor City is the Imperial Saint Domain. The situation is changing. Xianer naturally wants to join in the fun. Lin Xianer took a sip of the wine poured by Qin Wentian, and her gentle eyes fell on Qin Wentian. Last time we parted, I didn't expect that when I saw young Master Qin again. Young Master Qin had already shown his peerless appearance. In the past, Xianer thought that with young Master Qin's talent, he would definitely achieve extraordinary achievements, but I still didn't expect it to be so fierce. Qin Wentian's current fame is really too big. His rise is like a myth in the entire Imperial Saint Domain. Just ask who can arrogantly challenge the Xianjiao figure of the Overlord Imperial Saint sect when he just entered the celestial phenomenon, and it is a cross-border challenge. What's more shocking is that no one in the Imperial Saint sect can fight him. Qin Wentian is like a living legend. The Imperial Saint Domain is witnessing his rise. Xianer, don't tease me. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Is there? Lin Xianer stared at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes, so that Qin Wentian did not dare to look at her. Those eyes were so beautiful and seductive. The longer I know you, the more I can see your excellence. If I had known you were so outstanding, I would have approached you the first night I met you. At that time, you had not yet married the saint. Lin Xianer said with a charming smile, not at all shy. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly, and he was teased by the beauty Lin Xianer again. By the way, would you like to consider taking a concubine? If you have this idea, you have to consider Xianer. Seeing Qin Wentian's expression, Lin Xianer smiled even more brilliantly. Xianer, don't make fun of me. Qin Wentian could not be angry at such a beautiful woman for joking like this, but was embarrassed. Xianer is serious. Lin Xianer pursed her lips, still with charming eyes, and just looked at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was not seduced, and the other people in the restaurant were almost the same. They were all fascinated, looking at the charming and perfect face. They couldn't help swallowing their saliva, really wanting to go up and kiss her. They really hated that they were not Qin Wentian. If they were, they would have jumped on him directly. Such a beauty threw herself into his arms and still acted like a gentleman, which was simply worse than animals. Zhejuan, Lu Ziyan and those visitors from outside the domain were also amazed at Lin Xianer's beauty. Such a fury-like person was extremely rare even in the fairyland. Lu Ziyan was also a beauty, and she had an innate hostility towards the more outstanding Lin Xianer. Her eyes seemed a little unhappy, especially when Zhejuan looked at her and then looked at Lin Xianer, obviously comparing the two. Zhejuan's jealousy of Qin Wentian became even stronger. This guy was not only incredibly talented, but also favored by such a beautiful woman, and took the initiative to throw himself into his arms. I didn't expect that there are such top-quality women in the indigenous world. Zuli was angry because of Qin Wentian's sarcastic words, but after seeing Lin Xianer, His anger disappeared, replaced by a touch of fiery meaning. Such top-quality beauties are really rare. If there are such beauties in the fairyland, they will become the forbidden delicacy of some powerful people and must not be touched by others. Unexpectedly, they met such top-quality beauties in this indigenous world today. Although they are not good at beauty and have a strong control over desires, that is only relatively speaking. In this indigenous world, their desires are obviously exposed. If they encounter such top-quality women, it would be delicious if they can taste them. Brother Zuli, I didn't expect it. Haha, this top-quality beauty seems to be very coquettish. Another person smiled lightly, with a greedy look in his eyes. Lin Ziner frowned slightly, and then she was relieved. She knew the desires of men. She had seen it in the eyes of too many men. She also knew that if she was just an ordinary person, she didn't know what nightmares she would encounter. These people were from the fairyland, so they were not afraid of her. Qin, these people from the fairyland are really disappointing. Lin Ziner said while holding back her anger. Indeed. Qin Wentian put down his wine glass and said coldly, a bunch of dirty people, claiming to be extraordinary, calling us natives, how sad. It's really interesting. The three visitors from the fairyland squeezed their palms, and the wine glass shattered. After a moment, a whistling sound came from the void, and many figures appeared one after another, all with sharp expressions and powerful auras, standing directly behind Zuli and the other two. Zuli's eyes revealed a bloody glow, playing with the wine glass fragments in his hand, staring at Lin Ziner and said, "Catch that woman for me." Wait. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from a distance, and then the crowd saw an evil young man flashing towards this side rapidly. As soon as his body landed on the restaurant, his eyes were fixed on Lin Ziner. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of evil energy spread out and floated towards Lin Ziner. Lin Ziner frowned and retreated to Qin Wentian's side, only to see the evil young man sniffing with his nose, his eyes showing an intoxicated look. I didn't expect that I could see such a top-notch here. The fragrance of a virgin is so nice. I am willing to have a night of fun even if it means losing my cultivation. After I get you, I will definitely enjoy you for a while before I start to absorb your essence. I really can't bear it. The evil young man's eyes were full of evil light, intoxicated. He looked at Zhejuan and said, Brother Zhe, help me catch this woman. I will give you what you want. Zhejuan's expression condensed, and he looked at the evil young man and said, Do you know what I want? Of course, who doesn't want such a skill? The evil young man showed a meaningful smile to Zhejuan, causing Zhejuan to frown slightly. Sure enough, Lu Ziyin moved a little further away from Zhejuan, and her expression was not very good. Haha, Zhejuan, you have helped me so many times, why not help me again? The evil young man laughed, causing Lin Ziner to stare at Zhejuan and said coldly, You are from the Imperial Saint sect, but you helped him to abduct women from the Imperial Saint domain for him to practice evil skills. Zhejuan's expression froze, which was not very good. He cursed the evil young man in his heart, saying what a bastard. The Imperial Saint sect, claiming to be the overlord of the world, seems to really not regard the people of the Imperial Saint domain as human beings. First, they threatened Daksha and Yeguo, and now, they have done such a conscienceless thing. The Imperial Saint sect will not be destroyed, and the Imperial Saint domain will not be at peace. Qin Wentian's expression was extremely cold. He was not a mortal saint, but as a member of this world, how could he not be angry when he heard those visitors from outside the domain did not take the people here seriously and killed and bullied them at will? Today, in this restaurant, because of his chance encounter with Lin Ziner, he saw clearly that many of these visitors from outside the domain did not take their indigenous world seriously at all. They wanted to do whatever they wanted without any scruples and magnified their evil thoughts crazily. If this continues, the Imperial Holy Domain will be in great trouble. What made Qin Wentian angry the most was Zhejuan. As a member of the Imperial Saint sect and the leader of the Imperial Saint domain, he not only did not stand on the side of the Imperial Saint domain, but also helped these visitors from outside the domain to do evil. What a despicable act. There is simply no bottom line. The other people in the restaurant looked at Zhejuan with a bad look, and they had a common hatred of the enemy. The disappearance of the girl in the Holy Emperor's city was a hot topic. It turned out that Zhejuan did it. Is this the Holy Land and the Overlord in their eyes? Surround them, kill without mercy, and capture the woman. Zhejuan ordered, and immediately the strong men behind him flashed out, and surrounded the entire restaurant in a blink of an eye. This matter must not be leaked out. Anyone who knows about it will be killed. The people in the restaurant trembled slightly, and they felt a chill all over their bodies. Zhejuan was going to kill people to silence them. Beauty, I will let you enjoy the bliss of the world. The evil young man smiled when he saw this scene, staring at Lin Ziner. The fairy cult masters behind Lin Ziner stepped out one after another. At the same time, the Medicine Emperor Valley masters who were protecting Qin Wentian also walked in the void. Several puppets appeared at the same time, guarding Qin Wentian. Now Qin Wentian was a figure that the Emperor Saint sect must kill. How could the Medicine Emperor take it lightly? As soon as he came out, the Medicine Emperor Valley masters would bring puppets to guard him. The dispute here immediately attracted people from afar to watch. There were also many masters in the void, including some people from the fairyland. The young man riding on the golden dragon was also there. He stared at the sky below, with a touch of indifference in his eyes. This time, His Majesty the Eastern Saint accepted disciples, and the Emperor Saintland was opened up. Many people from the fairyland came. In addition to some truly extraordinary people, there were also many scums who came to this indigenous world to become kings and enjoy women. He looked down on these people, but he was too lazy to pay attention. They were just some scums. Whether it was the indigenous world or the fairyland world, there were countless of them. The fairyland world was so big, the real elites were still a minority, and the scums were the majority. You can do those dirty things so openly and honestly. You are such a despicable person. My imperial holy land will not tolerate you, even if you think you are an indigenous world. Kill them all. Qin Wentian gave an order, and one killing puppet after another attacked and killed towards the void. Chapter 710, Heavenly Immortal Descends. Asshole. Zhejuan looked a little ugly. Qin Wentian actually brought so many puppets with him when he traveled. These puppets were all top-level 5th-order puppets. They needed multiple top-level celestial beings to encircle and suppress them. How could the people he brought fight against them? The golden dragon puppet raised its claws and smashed into the void. The endless space-like curtain enveloped the void, as if to isolate this place from the outside world. The expressions of those foreign visitors also changed. Zuli shouted angrily, "Natives, you dare to deal with us? Kill him!" Qin Wentian swept his eyes and stared at Zuli. The cold light in his eyes made people feel particularly cold. As soon as Qin Wentian's order fell, a big rock puppet spread its wings and slashed towards the void. Zuli dodged quickly, but although he was powerful, how could he compare to such a powerful puppet? The space where he was seemed to be torn apart, and Zuli's body was directly cut into many pieces, and he died miserably. The strong men who were guarding him were too late to escape, and they were unable to resist, let alone save Zuli. "You dare to kill us?" A good friend of Zuli was pale and fled frantically, but the golden space curtain was not easily broken even though it was just a random attack. A python puppet rushed up and bit him to death without mercy. "It's great." The people in the restaurant shouted excitedly, killing these foreign visitors, they were too arrogant. The Emperor-level Saint sect assisted the tyrants and helped those evil foreign visitors to capture the beauties of the Holy Emperor City. It was to the abominable. Qin Wentian was willing to kill these foreign visitors and stand up for the people of the Holy Emperor City, so they were naturally happy. Bang! With a loud tremor, the strong men of the Emperor-level Saint sect broke the space, guarded around Zhejuan, took him out and fled directly to the distance. The evil young man also wanted to leave, but he couldn't escape after several attacks. "Do you still want to live?" Qin Wentian's voice came out, and the evil young man turned his eyes and looked at Qin Wentian. Then a dazzling starry sky flashed by, and then he felt that he was in another world. It was Qin Wentian's dream world star that brought the evil young man directly into the star world. Dream world star is a kind of field star. The evil young man's expression changed slightly, and he glanced at this space. Then his eyes stared at Qin Wentian and said, "The practice method I practice is very wonderful. I have the art of controlling women, enjoying the happiness of the world, and can also improve my cultivation. Do you want to practice?" Qin Wentian raised his hand, and a big palm print directly smashed down at the other party. The evil young man's expression changed slightly, and his finger pointed to the void. A ray of bloodlight lingered and hit the palm print, which turned Qin Wentian's palm print into blood color and then cracked. This technique can make any beautiful woman become your slave, just like the beautiful woman next to you. As long as you control her with the technique I practiced, she will satisfy any request of yours. Aren't you tempted? The evil young man continued, and at the same time, stars bloomed in the sky, and wisps of evil light fell down, as if carrying a mysterious aura, heading towards Qin Wentian. Kill the evil one, Qin Wentian said coldly. Without Zhejuan's protection, the evil young man had no one to rely on. His face suddenly became ugly. He said coldly, I am a disciple of the evil desire sect of the immortal realm. If you kill me, the evil desire sect will make you miserable and turn your women into slaves. Think it through. Scare me? If the evil desire sect came to kill you, you wouldn't have even a guard around you. You were suppressed everywhere in the immortal realm, and you came to my imperial holy land to run wild. Kill. Qin Wentian's expression was as cold as ever. A huge golden claw tore away. The evil young man showed fear, and then a sound of puff was heard. His head was directly torn apart, and he died without a burial place. Really decisive. The people around the restaurant looked at Qin Wentian and directly ordered to kill him. No one was spared. He was worthy of being the most outstanding and peerless genius in the imperial holy land. Even if he was a visitor from outside the domain, he would be killed without mercy for doing many evil things. Lin Ziner stood beside Qin Wentian and smiled lightly. She had made a mistake at the beginning. She actually thought that the 8 geniuses who suppressed the era were better than Qin Wentian. Now it seems that those 8 people are still not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath with Qin Wentian. This person will become the symbol of an era. In this era, no one can stand shoulder to shoulder with him and become a legend of the Imperial Saint domain. Qin Wentian looked up at Zhejuan in the void. Zhejuan was the holy prince of the Imperial Saint sect. The Imperial Saint sect had taken great pains to protect him. The lineup was strong, and the guards around him were extremely powerful. The puppets were unable to take down the other party for a while. Of course, this was also because the Imperial Saint sect and Yaohurong Valley were at war. If it were before, who would dare to touch the people of the Imperial Saint sect? Zhejuan did not need guards at all when he went out. Zhejuan, you claim to be from the immortal realm and call me a native. You are at the 3rd level of the celestial realm, do you dare to fight me? Qin Wentian looked at Zhejuan and said. Zhejuan's eyes were like ice, and the edge of a sharp blade shot out, as if he wanted to cut Qin Wentian into pieces. You are at the 1st level of the celestial realm, I don't want to bully you. Zhejuan responded coldly. Qin Wentian's eyes revealed a mocking look when he heard this. He stared at Zhejuan and said, you are so pathetic. You even called me a native. After that, Qin Wentian swept his eyes across the void and said, Dear visitors from the immortal realm, although the people of my imperial holy land were born in the indigenous world in your eyes, we are all martial artists and pursue the way of martial arts. There is no distinction between high and low. I hope you will not kill innocent people in the imperial holy land. Qin should thank you very much. What you said is not wrong. We are all martial artists and pursue the way of martial arts. In this case, you should understand that no matter in the immortal realm or this imperial holy land, there are some scums who bully the weak. Those people cannot represent the people in my immortal realm. A strong man in the void spoke. The young man who spoke was extraordinary. Qin Wentian nodded slightly and said, Your Excellency is right. I also hope that the visitors to the immortal realm have the bearing of true strong men in the immortal realm, rather than being like those scums. Yes. The man in the void nodded lightly. At this time, he raised his eyes, and a bright light suddenly bloomed in his pupils. Qin Wentian also looked up at the void, his expression suddenly became solemn, his heart thumped, and saw a vortex of destruction appearing above the boundless sky. At this moment, it was as if the end of the world was coming, making people feel trembling in their hearts. What is that? The crowd raised their heads and stared at the void one after another, frowning, and their hearts were shocked. The sky storm covered the sky and the sun. This was a real covering of the sky and the sun, as if the sky was gone, and the vortex storm replaced the sky. It was not a certain part of the sky, but the entire sky, and the terrible vortex appeared all over, like the real doomsday. The powerful one. Qin Wentian and others had a thought in their hearts. Perhaps only the legendary powerful one had such a power to destroy the world. Has the legendary Majesty Dongsheng arrived? Is this His Majesty the Eastern Saint? He can replace the sky. Someone murmured, shaking all over. Replace the sky. Someone in the void lowered his head and said, What kind of person is His Majesty the Eastern Saint? He can smash a mere area with a slap. The sky of the Zumi world is nothing in the eyes of His Majesty the Eastern Saint. It's just a particle. As soon as these words came out, many people's hearts were beating, and they had a strong desire to become stronger. After practicing for a long time, can the martial arts monks really have such a shocking power? In their eyes, a world is just a particle that can be smashed with a slap. If you can become a disciple of His Majesty the Eastern Saint, then you can get close to such a strong man, such a shocking realm. Many people thought to themselves. Now it seems that the rumors that His Majesty the Eastern Saint has accepted disciples have been confirmed. Not only the people in the Holy Emperor City were horrified, but at this time, the entire Imperial Holy Land, including the Great Shang Dynasty, the Great Xia Dynasty, and even the land of Chu, with endless populations, when they looked up, they saw the same scene. The storm vortex occupied the entire sky. People in the core area of the Imperial Holy Land knew the rumors about His Majesty the Eastern Saint better, but those in remote areas were panicked, stunned, and terrified, thinking that the real doomsday was coming. The vortex of destruction above the sky gradually changed, and a gorgeous wonder appeared and disappeared, gradually revealing itself to the eyes of the world, like a magnificent palace of the immortals. Is this where the immortals live? People all over the world looked up at the sky, and their horror had reached its extreme. They dared not even dream of such a wonder, it was too shocking. The blurred sky palace gradually became clearer, and even seemed to be a place where the immortals entertained guests. In an elegant manner somewhere in the palace, it seemed that a banquet for the guests had been prepared. In the leading direction, there was already a statue sitting in the first place. It was a statue that looked ordinary at first glance, but the more you looked at it, the more extraordinary it felt. The statue sat there calmly, but it seemed to have the aura of life, just sleeping, and could wake up at any time. Is that the statue of His Majesty the Eastern Saint? The people of the Holy Emperor City trembled in their hearts. If so, His Majesty the Eastern Saint actually prepared a banquet? Could the person he was going to invite also be a powerful person in the fairyland? At this moment, in the land of the heavenly immortals, there seemed to be a line of vague shadows, like small black dots. The shadows gradually expanded, and disappeared from the sight of many people in the back. Only the people in the Imperial Holy Land, the Holy Emperor City, could see it. It seemed that there was a line of figures descending from the palace of the immortals in the sky. The man standing in the middle seemed very young. He had his hands behind his back, and his eyes were like sharp swords, scanning the world, with a faint air of contempt. Who are they? Many people in the Holy Emperor City saw clearly that it was indeed a human figure, and their hearts trembled again. They actually descended from the palace of the immortals in the sky. Chapter 711, Born with Power. The line of figures kept descending, gradually disappearing from the sight of many people in the Holy Emperor City. When they were in the sky, more people could see them, but as they descended, the number of people who could see them continued to decrease. Qin Wentian could no longer see those people. He only knew that they had landed in the Holy Emperor City, but he didn't know where exactly they were. Who are these people? Are they the guards of His Majesty the Eastern Saint? Lin Xianer beside Qin Wentian murmured. I don't know, it seems that the level we are in contact with is indeed too low. The power of the fairyland, as of now, is not what we can imagine. Qin Wentian was slightly shocked in his heart, and this scene had a strong impact on him. Lin Xianer smiled lightly, her beautiful eyes staring at Qin Wentian. Maybe one day, you can also reach such a realm, and when you return to the Imperial Holy Land, you will descend with such power and cover the entire world. I'm afraid it will take a long time. Qin Wentian said lightly. To become such a powerful person, it is not a matter of a day or a night, and it is unknown how many years it will take. Well, but at least, you now have the opportunity to become a disciple of the powerful. Lin Xianer smiled again. His Majesty the Eastern Saint was recruiting disciples. If only people from the Imperial Saint domain participated, then Qin Wentian would have a great chance. In this era, Lin Xianer believed that there was no figure more dazzling than Qin Wentian, unless those visitors from outside the immortal domain competed with Qin Wentian. This is indeed an opportunity. Qin Wentian nodded. If such a powerful existence really accepted a disciple, he would naturally be willing to work hard to get the favor of the powerful. It is true that the growth of martial arts depends mainly on oneself, but becoming a disciple of a powerful person does not mean that he must be under the protection of the powerful person every day. He can still rely on his own strength to roam the world and improve himself. However, having a powerful master who occasionally guides him and points to the core of martial arts is not a good thing for cultivation. In Qin Wentian's view, no matter whether one is born in a famous family or not, martial artists cannot rely too much on others. Otherwise, under the protection of the strong, they will not be able to truly gain experience. If their minds are not well honed, sometimes even if they have the ability, they may still be hunted by others in actual combat. Even if he becomes a disciple of a powerful person, he will not ignore his own experience by relying on the protection of the powerful person. At this time, in a certain direction of the Imperial Holy Land, the line of figures that descended from the Sky Palace landed somewhere, not too far from Qin Wentian. There were already two figures there, an old man and a beautiful woman as cold as a snow lotus. Her eyes were as cold as ever, looking at the line of figures that descended. "I am Dong Shengting. Princess Qinger, how is she?" The sharp-looking young man standing in the middle of the crowd that descended from the sky looked at Qinger and spoke. His voice was soft, crisp, and quite magnetic. However, if you listen carefully, you can still feel a hint of arrogance in his tone. It was not intentional. It was as if he was used to being arrogant. Whenever he spoke, there seemed to be a hint of that feeling. Qinger's eyes were still cold. She did not respond. She just glanced at the old man beside her. The old man smiled and said, "Princess, Dong Shengting is the youngest son of His Majesty Dong Sheng. He is extremely talented and famous in the fairyland. He has been practicing for less than 100 years and has now entered the fairyland." 87 years. Dong Shengting said. "This kind of talent is also super rare in the fairyland." The old man smiled and said, "Oh." Qinger responded faintly, still cold, as if she had not heard the conversation between the two. Her expression was as cold as ever, without even the slightest fluctuation. Dong Shengting's attention has always been on Qinger. Seeing Qinger's calm expression, he was secretly shocked. It seems that the youngest daughter of Emperor Changqing is indeed somewhat consistent with the rumors. Emperor Changqing, who turned the tide under unfavorable circumstances, won the hegemony of the fairyland and ascended the throne. He can be said to be the most popular figure in the fairyland recently. It is rumored that when he was fighting for the throne, he only sent his youngest daughter Qinger away and sent her to the particle world in the heavens and myriad domains. It is too difficult to find a person in the endless particle world. Even if he was defeated, the youngest daughter Princess Qinger could survive safely in the world without being implicated. Moreover, the process of Emperor Changqing's fight for the throne was extremely difficult. Even two of his descendants died in the process of fighting for the throne. It can be seen how cruel it was. The descendants of Emperor Changqing were also extraordinary figures with respected status, but they all died in the battle. Of course, the other party fighting for the throne with Emperor Changqing was eventually destroyed. Why did the Emperor Changqing send away only his young daughter when he was fighting for the throne? Some people thought that the young daughter was young and had not practiced cultivation, so she was naturally not suitable for being on the battlefield. However, this speculation was overturned because except for the young daughter Princess Qinger, none of the Emperor Changqing's wives and concubines were sent away, and other children who had no fighting power were also there, with the exception of Princess Qinger. So another rumor spread in the fairyland that the Emperor Changqing's young daughter Qinger had the physique of a fairy king and was born with great power. This news caused a sensation as soon as it came out, especially after the news that the Emperor Changqing was going to take Princess Qinger back after ascending the throne came out. Many eyes fell on the mysterious Princess Qinger. His Majesty the East Saint and the Emperor Changqing were good friends, so the East Saint court knew more about Qinger's affairs than others. At this moment, seeing Qinger's temperament, he sighed in his heart that the rumor might be close to the truth. "Qinger, father asked me to come and pick you up. Emperor Changqing misses you very much, but I heard that you still have a wish." Father promised Emperor Changqing that he would do his best. As long as the person the princess likes meets father's requirements, he will be accepted as a disciple and taught carefully. Even if he does not meet the requirements, father has promised to let a strong man he invited to the banquet accept him as a disciple and will not humiliate that person. Dong Shengting said to Qinger. After hearing this, the old man next to Qinger explained to Qinger, "Princess, His Majesty Dong Sheng is the immortal emperor of the fairyland. He must not accept disciples casually. Now, all the disciples under His Majesty Dong Sheng are outstanding figures in the fairyland, and each of them is extraordinary. If His Majesty Dong Sheng has a disciple who is not good, it will definitely humiliate His Majesty Dong Sheng's reputation. Therefore, it is extremely rare for His Majesty Dong Sheng to be able to do this. Everything depends on him. If he is not good enough, His Majesty Dong Sheng still agrees to let other strong men accept him as a disciple and take him to the fairyland. Princess doesn't have to worry. For a person as extraordinary as His Majesty the Eastern Saint, An immortal emperor, every disciple of theirs is the object of attention in the immortal realm. What the old man said was not false. If a person like His Majesty the Eastern Saint has an incompetent disciple, it will affect the reputation of the master. Some powerful people still care about this. Besides, powerful people don't have the time and energy to teach an untalented disciple. Oh. Kinger nodded crisply, still without saying a word, which made the old man smile bitterly. The person in front of him is His Majesty the Eastern Saint's own child. The princess was too lazy to say a word, which made people speechless. The princess has always been like this. The old man explained to Dong Shengting. It doesn't matter. The princess must have suffered a lot of hardships when she came to this world. It's natural that she cherishes words like gold. I have heard of you for a long time. Today, I have the opportunity to discuss martial arts with you. Dong Shengting bowed slightly to the old man beside Kinger, looking very graceful. You're welcome. With His Majesty Dong Sheng's guidance, it's not my turn to point fingers. The old man said calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Although the man in front of him was the son of the friend of the great Emperor Changqing, as a general under the great Emperor Changqing, he naturally couldn't humiliate the great Emperor's reputation. He couldn't do anything about Princess Kinger. This was His Majesty's daughter. It was enough for him to maintain due respect for the Eastern Holy Court. There was no need to be too much. Princess, we should go. The old man said to Kinger again. A trace of reluctance flashed in Kinger's beautiful eyes, and then she whispered, before leaving, I want to see him and say goodbye. Well, it should be. The old man finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Kinger agreed. Let's go. A group of people walked out, walking in the void. Qin Wentian was still standing on the top of the restaurant. However, at this moment, there seemed to be a strong fluctuation in the void in the distance, and then a group of figures appeared directly in the sky. When Qin Wentian saw one of the figures, he was stunned, with mixed feelings in his heart. Qin Wentian saw the group of figures falling from the sky. They landed from the fairy palace in the sky. Kinger was beside them. The guess of the Medicine Emperor is true. Qin Wentian had complicated feelings in his heart. The woman who was as cold as a snow lotus, it turned out that she had never left him, and even asked the Emperor of a fairyland to come and accept her as a disciple, just to give him a chance? Others were already boiling. Those people seemed to be the strong men who came from the sky, the people in the fairy palace of His Majesty Dongshen. As for Lin Xiner, she was stunned. She looked at those people, and then looked at Kinger, with a strong sense of shock in her heart. What is the identity of the woman who likes to follow Qin Wentian? Lin Xiner was shocked. Kinger walked down and took the initiative to walk in front of Qin Wentian. She looked at Qin Wentian with cold eyes, lowered her head slightly, and whispered, I'm leaving and can't be with you anymore. Hearing that crisp voice, Qin Wentian didn't know how to answer, but just asked in a daze, can't I leave? Kinger raised her head, looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes, and shook her head, seeming a little reluctant. In the future, you have to be good. Kinger continued, her voice was still so crisp, but the calm voice made Qin Wentian feel like choking. Why did this woman who cherished words like gold still tell him to be good when she left? Well, you too, you have to be good. Qin Wentian forced a smile and looked at Kinger and said. Chapter 712 The Most Beautiful Tears. Everyone around looked at Kinger and Qin Wentian. Their relationship seemed close, but there seemed to be a distance between them. They also knew that Qin Wentian's wife was Mo Qingcheng, the saint of Medicine Emperor Valley. What shocked them was that this woman seemed to know those people who fell from the sky, so who was she? There were also strong men from the Imperial Saint sect who recognized Kinger. She was the woman who threatened them in the Imperial Saint sect. Looking at the cold eyes of the woman, they seemed to remember the murderous voice of the, and their hearts could not help but tremble slightly. Was it really just a threatening joke? If this mysterious woman really wanted to raise the Imperial Saint sect to the ground, would she not be able to do it? Thinking of this, they felt a little cold all over. Looking at Qin Wentian's expression, he had an extremely complicated expression. This peerless genius of the Imperial Saint domain, what kind of charm did he have? The women around him were so outstanding. Mo Qingcheng of Medicine Emperor Valley and Lin Xiner of the Fairy sect. At this moment, Kinger might even be a mysterious person from the fairy domain. Princess Kinger, we should go. At this time, Dong Shengting's voice came. Kinger did not turn around, and her cold eyes were still staring at Qin Wentian. Then she whispered, I will be fine. Just as Kinger was speaking, a breeze blew by. and another stunning figure appeared beside Qin Wentian, causing many people's eyes to stagnate there. Looking at the three women who appeared beside Qin Wentian, no one could look away. They looked at Qin Wentian with eyes that were no longer able to tell whether they were jealous or envious. Even a figure like Duang Shengting was stunned by the presence of these three people. There was a wave in his deep eyes, and he stared at Qin Wentian deeply. As for Zhejuan, he was already numb. Kinger, who was as cold as an iceberg snow lotus, was so stunning and unworldly. Mo Qingcheng, who had a faint holy light on her body, seemed to be the embodiment of pure beauty. Lin Ziner, who was as charming as a fairy, made any man want to protect her. When these three women stood together, everything in the world would be eclipsed, and these three women all stood beside Qin Wentian. Lu Ziyan, who had been watching the excitement, had already frozen her beautiful eyes. When she came to this indigenous world, she was arrogant, but at this moment, her pride seemed to be shattered, not because of her strength, but just because of her face. Her arrogance was completely shattered. If she stood beside any woman, I'm afraid those men who love beauty would not look at her Lu Ziyan more. These three women were all there. If she walked over at this time, she would probably be regarded as air, which could only set off the extraordinary and unworldly of the three people. When Mo Qingcheng appeared, Kinger glanced at her, and her cold beautiful eyes still showed no emotion. Qin Wentian smiled at Mo Qingcheng and said, "You're here." "Yes." Mo Qingcheng held Qin Wentian's hand. The soft little hand seemed to give Qin Wentian strength, but to outsiders, it seemed to be a declaration of sovereignty to Kinger. She was Qin Wentian's wife. "I'm leaving," Kinger said crisply, bidding farewell to Qin Wentian. "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded, holding Mo Qingcheng's hand with a little force. Then, Kinger turned around and slowly went towards the void. Her speed was very slow, so slow that people could feel her nostalgia. The old man and Dong Shengting and others guarded Kinger. This beautiful woman who was called a princess was probably a princess from the fairyland. Qin Wentian stared at Kinger's back as she left and took a deep breath. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Kinger is really good to you." It was Mo Qingcheng's voice. Her voice was very light and soft. "When you are in the most dangerous time, she will always appear by your side. She is like a female knight, always guarding silently, without saying a word, and you don't even know how much she has done for you." Mo Qingcheng said slowly. Her voice was still ethereal, although it was very light, but Qin Wentian could hear it clearly. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly, his eyes staring at Mo Qingcheng's flawless face. Even Lin Ziner was deeply shocked, staring at Mo Qingcheng with incredible eyes, as if she couldn't imagine that she would say such words at this moment. Qin Wentian, it was also unexpected. At this time, Mo Qingcheng's eyes slowly turned, also staring at Qin Wentian, with a gentle smile, and said, "Master told me something, Wentian, what Kinger did for you is something I can't do. When I was not by your side before, it was Kinger who always took care of you and always appeared when you needed it most." The sun shone on Mo Qingcheng's flawless face, her smile was so beautiful and so brilliant. "So, I don't want this to become your regret. Similarly, I don't want Kinger to leave with regrets. So, go after her quickly. At least tell her to wait for you." Mo Qingcheng's smile seemed a little silly in Lin Ziner's eyes, but that smile and that soft voice made Qin Wentian's eyes red. He stretched out his hands tremblingly and held Mo Qingcheng's cheeks. Tears flowed from her brightly smiling eyes, but she was still smiling. "Why are you so silly?" Qin Wentian gently stroked the tear marks on Mo Qingcheng's face. "At least, my love for you will not be so selfish. I can do the same as Kinger, without regrets." Mo Qingcheng still smiled with tears in her eyes. "I don't want you to have regrets, I don't want you to regret, and I don't want my love to become your shackles. Please forgive me for being jealous. As a woman, I can't avoid it, but I would rather be jealous than see you sad. Go quickly, Kinger is a good girl. She has done so much for you. She shouldn't leave quietly like this." Mo Qingcheng held Qin Wentian's hand tightly, and then let go. The tears in her smiling eyes were more beautiful than pearls. This scene seemed to be eternal in Qin Wentian's mind. Qin Wentian suddenly took a step forward and hugged Mo Qingcheng tightly. He held Mo Qingcheng's hand tightly, exerted hard, and then let go. Then his body soared into the sky and walked towards the void. Mo Qingcheng still had a smile on her face. Looking at the figure flying into the air, her hand wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Those tears seemed to be the most beautiful and selfless tears in the world. "Kinger!" Qin Wentian shouted to the figure in the void. The cold figure who was walking towards the sky trembled slightly when she heard the voice. Then she stopped, turned around, and saw Qin Wentian walking towards her. Soon, Qin Wentian appeared in front of Qinger again. Qinger stared at Qin Wentian, her lips moved, but she didn't know what to say. "Qinger, can I hug you?" Qin Wentian showed a sunny smile in his eyes, as if he wanted to melt away the coldness in Qinger's body. Qinger's body trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help blinking. A hint of shyness flashed on her face. She nodded slightly, pinching the corner of her clothes with her hands, and nodded gently, "Yes." Qin Wentian smiled, walked forward, stretched out his hands, and hugged Qinger's soft body in his arms. His hands were very strong, and Qinger's delicate body trembled slightly, but soon regained her composure. Her hands seemed a little at a loss, and finally, she slowly put them on Qin Wentian's shoulders. At this moment, her heart was so warm. Qin Wentian seemed to want to melt Qinger with his embrace. After a long time, Qin Wentian finally released his hands that were tightly hugging Qinger, but his hands were still on Qinger's slender waist. The two looked at each other, and the distance was so close. The cold and cold woman like an iceberg had a faint blush on her cheeks at this moment, which was so delicate and moving. Suddenly, Qin Wentian's head came forward, and his mouth was directly imprinted on Qinger's soft lips, and he hugged her tightly again. Qinger's head was like being electrocuted, and the whole person was stunned. Her beautiful eyes blinked. At this moment, she could clearly feel Qin Wentian's reluctance and deep attachment. Her eyes slowly closed, allowing Qin Wentian to kiss her. Her long eyelashes were so beautiful, and tears shone in her tightly closed eyes. The old man behind her and Dong Shengting also changed their expressions slightly at this moment. There was helplessness in the old man's eyes, but Dong Shengting's eyes flashed with coldness, but he did not stop her in name. Why should he stop her? "I'm leaving." Deep in love, Qinger pushed Qin Wentian away, turned around, and walked towards the void, as if she didn't want Qin Wentian to see her reluctance to leave, to see the tears in her eyes. She was worried that if she stayed for a moment longer, she would be reluctant to leave. "Qinger, wait for me." Qin Wentian's voice came from behind, and Qinger didn't stop at all, and even quickened her pace. "I will definitely go to the fairyland to find you, even if I have to break through the heavens and myriad realms, even if I trample on the 9 heavens and the galaxy, I will find you. This cloud can't block my eyes from seeing you, this sky can't block my way to find you." The feelings that Qin Wentian had accumulated in his heart seemed to burst out like a flood and waterfall in an instant, and could no longer be contained. Qinger looked up, looked at the cloud in the sky, and had already burst into tears. Chapter 713 Princess Changqing. Qin Wentian did not continue to chase. The old man who was guarding Qinger looked at Qin Wentian deeply, and then continued to go to Qinger. Young people are so frivolous that they don't know how high the sky is. Although Qin Wentian's lofty words are easy, this road is not easy. The fairyland is vast and endless, covering countless territories. There are countless people who are called geniuses. There are hundreds of billions of creatures, but how many can set foot on the peak of the sky? There are very few. Even if you are extremely talented and rare in the world when you were young, it is not easy to set foot on the top. Below the fairy, everyone is ordinary. Above the fairy, one step at a time, one step to the sky. Princess Qinger has an unparalleled physique and is born with great power. If Qin Wentian wants to marry Princess Qinger, it will be very difficult. If he cannot grow to a certain level, even if the two are in love, they will be destined to be separated. Reality can shatter too many beautiful things and destroy too many fairy tales. Although the old man was infected by the princess's infatuation, he sighed in his heart for Qinger's innocence. If the princess had experienced a battle for the throne with His Majesty, and had grown up in the immortal realm instead of the imperial Holy Land, she would probably not be so naive. Dong Shengting's face has always been not so good. He and the guards he brought with him escorted Qinger away, and there was always a hint of coldness in his arrogant eyes. When he first saw Qinger, although he didn't like her, he naturally had a good impression of the daughter of the Emperor Changqing, who was rumored to have an extraordinary physique and such an extraordinary face. When Dong Shengting spoke to Qinger, Qinger did not respond, but Dong Shengting thought that Qinger was like this by nature and was not angry. On the contrary, it was normal for the daughter of the Emperor Changqing to have personality. But is Princess Qinger really like this by nature? Just now, she accepted a hug and even a kiss from a man from the indigenous world. She did not resist, but burst into tears. Although this has nothing to do with him, Dong Shengting, after all, He and King have no nominal relationship, but their fathers are just good friends. He has no right to interfere in Kinger's affairs, but he is still very unhappy, very unhappy. The reason why he appeared in the Huangji Holy Land, this particle world, was his father's order. At first, he was unwilling to do so. It was not until his father told him Kinger's identity and physique that he came here. Otherwise, he was too lazy to waste time. Why did his father ask him to come and pick up Princess Kinger in person? How could Dong Shengting not understand the meaning? This was obviously a hint, but now that such a thing has happened, you can imagine what Dong Shengting's mood is at this moment. As for Qin Wentian, of course he would not think about Dong Shengting's mood. He didn't even know what his identity was. He looked at the figure that was gradually going away, and felt lost. He himself didn't understand that his feelings for Kinger had become so deep without him realizing it. Over the past 10 years, the accumulation of bits and pieces had already gathered into a mountain torrent, and it was not until that moment that it was completely vented. Qin Wentian's eyes were persistent and firm, revealing an extremely tenacious belief that he would soon walk out of the Huangji Holy Land. The fairyland world would not be too far away. Mo Qingchang stood in the air below and smiled sweetly. It was as if a stone had fallen from her heart. At this moment, she actually felt a sense of relief. As a woman, her intuition is very sharp. How could she not feel the feelings between Qin Wentian and Kinger? Although Qin Wentian never expressed his feelings because of his love for her, Mo Qingchang had asked herself many times, what should she do? Qin Wentian is a person who values feelings and also has a strong sense of responsibility. He does not want to let her down, so if she rejects Kinger, perhaps Qin Wentian and Kinger will never be together, but in that case, it will be a permanent regret in Qin Wentian's heart. She is afraid of hurting Qin Wentian, and she is also afraid of facing herself like that. Now that she has finally made a choice, she feels unprecedented relief. Of course, there is also bitterness. That is the nature of women, and she has no way to control it. Everything seems to have ended. Suddenly, everyone's expression condensed. The people around Qin Wentian suddenly found that their attention was attracted by Qin Wentian and his group, so that they forgot the heavenly palace that appeared on the sky, because Dong Shengting and other people who fell from the sky, and also because Qin Wentian and his group were too dazzling. At this time, they looked up, and suddenly, they saw a line of figures appearing in the palace above the sky. It was Kinger and others who were walking up from below. They had long been unable to see Kinger and others clearly because they were too far away, but when Kinger and others appeared in the fairy palace, the picture became clear again, as if the palace of His Majesty Dongsheng could be projected to the whole world, and everything in it was real. In the palace of the Great Xiao dynasty, figures stood above the palace, looking at the sky. When Fairy Queen Mei saw Kinger, her body trembled violently. She had thought that Kinger might have a great background, but when she saw this scene, the shock in her heart was still so strong. Kinger, is she from the outside world? Fairy Queen Mei whispered in her heart. In the Chu state, there were also people who had seen Kinger beside Qin Wentian. When they saw Kinger, their hearts trembled slightly. The fairy palace that appeared above the sky could actually be set foot in it, and Kinger appeared there. At this time, Dong Shengting was seen standing in a dazzling place in the heavenly palace, as if he was standing on a war drum. His eyes were fixed on the sky below. His arrogant and indifferent eyes allowed everyone in the entire royal Holy Land to see his face clearly. Who is this person? The people in the royal Holy Land thought to themselves. My father, the immortal Emperor Dongsheng, will select a personal disciple from the particle world of the royal Holy Land. The age limit is within 100 years old, and the cultivation level is unlimited. The selection will be made in the Sky Palace in 7 days. Dong Shengting spoke slowly, standing on the endlessly distant Sky Palace. His arrogant voice resounded throughout the royal Holy Land at this moment, and the world was shaken. This person is the son of the immortal Emperor Dongsheng. The rumors are indeed true. His Majesty Dongsheng will recruit a disciple, and a personal disciple. Once such an opportunity is seized, it will soar into the sky and have an extraordinary status in the fairyland. People who were born and raised in the imperial sacred domain may not understand what this means, but those visitors from the immortal domain know very well that at this moment, all the strong men who came from the immortal domain to the imperial sacred domain, those under 100 years old, showed their sharp edge. Under 100 years old is the best age for cultivation. 100 years old is also a watershed, the watershed between the peerless genius of the immortal domain and the so-called genius. If a 100-year-old strong man becomes an immortal, His future is limitless and will have great potential to become a powerful figure. Such people are all peerless figures in the immortal domain, and many people want to snatch them. There will be many powerful beings willing to accept them as disciples. Even if they cannot worship under the tutelage of His Majesty the Eastern Saint, it will not be difficult to worship under the tutelage of some other super strong men in the immortal domain. Therefore, limiting age actually limits cultivation. People who can become immortals within 100 years will not come here to compete with a group of natives for the opportunity to be accepted as disciples by His Majesty, the Eastern Saint. People like them have already attracted attention from all sides. If they want to become disciples, some powerful figures may even give them the opportunity to meet. This person claims to be the son of His Majesty Dongsheng. He should be Dongshengting, the youngest son of His Majesty Dongsheng. He is a peerless genius in the fairyland and a person who will become a fairy within 100 years. He's extremely dazzling. Someone from the fairyland looked at the figure in the void and said secretly, "I didn't expect that His Majesty Dongsheng would actually recruit disciples in the indigenous world this time. Even if they were not selected, it would be an experience." They also saw Dongshengting's style with their own eyes this time. Such a person is hard to see in the fairyland. 7 days later, there will be a channel for receiving and guiding. Those who want to compete can enter the Xianqiang Fairy Palace on their own. If you enter the Fairy Palace, life and death are determined by fate. Think clearly before you act. Dongshengting said, turned around and left. Not long after, he disappeared in the Xianqiang Fairy Palace. Qin Wentian looked at Kinger's disappearing figure and sighed silently. This opportunity was the opportunity that Kinger fought for him. No matter what, he would do his best. Since the young man was the son of His Majesty Dongsheng, he came to pick up Kinger in person. What kind of prominent identity did Kinger have? Walking to Mo Qingchang's side, Qin Wentian held her hand tightly, looking at her smile, but couldn't utter a word. Thousands of words could not express the feelings in his heart. "Let's go, idiot." Mo Qingchang smiled softly. Qin Wentian nodded heavily, pulled Mo Qingchang away together, and said to Lin Ziner, "Ziner, let's walk together." "Yes." Lin Ziner nodded. She knew that Qin Wentian was trying to prevent her from getting into trouble. After all, Qin Wentian had just killed a lot here. In the next 7 days, the world was shocked, and everyone talked about the Xianqiang Fairy Palace. Even the Huangji Shengzong temporarily put aside the grievances with Qin Wentian. As for one of the 33 heavens in the world, a vast and powerful fairy country, the imperial princess returned, and the Changqing Emperor led the royal family to personally welcome her and confer the title of Changqing Princess. His Majesty's title is the Great Emperor Changqing, and he canonized the princess as Princess Changqing. Just from this title, it seems that we can know how much the Great Emperor Changqing dotes on this mysterious princess. This matter even alarmed the fairyland world. Later, there were rumors that the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was going to recruit disciples in the indigenous world. The rumor was related to the mysterious Princess Changqing. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor also invited some people to watch the disciple recruiting ceremony and let them witness it. If someone likes someone, they can also accept him as their disciple. Of course, most people of the same level as the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor are not interested. Many people who went there have lower status than the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, but they are still very powerful. If someone in the Royal Holy Land is valued, it is also a great fortune. Chapter 714, Guidance. 7 days passed in a flash, and the people of the Royal Extreme Holy Land were already rubbing their hands. Although they knew that the chances were slim, many people still wanted to give it a try. Those who were qualified to attend the banquet of His Majesty, the Eastern Saint, must be extraordinary people. If they had the opportunity to be accepted as disciples by the strong men of the fairyland, their martial arts path would be much smoother. And for the people of the Royal Extreme Holy Land, it would also be a rare opportunity to ascend to heaven in one step. With the super strong men of the fairyland, why should we look at the face of the Royal Extreme Holy Sect? The Royal Extreme Holy Sect claimed to be the overlord of the world, but Zhejuan did such a thing, which was simply a disgrace to the name of the overlord, and the reputation of the Holy Land was tarnished. Even the people in the Royal Extreme Holy Sect were eager to try. The super strong men of the fairyland were people that the Holy Emperor had to look up to. Once they became disciples, the Holy Emperor would be polite to them. What an honor it was. In short, the Royal Extreme Holy Land was waiting to be led into the fairy palace above the sky. As for those over 100 years old, they could only sigh inwardly, because they were not even qualified to be led. Someone has arrived at the banquet. At this time, the people of the one domain world looked at the fairy palace hanging high above the sky. Many powerful figures appeared in front of the statue. Each of them seemed to have a fury-like temperament and outstanding temperament. However, when they walked in front of the statue, they all bowed slightly to show respect. The statue was the statue of His Majesty the Eastern Saint, which had the immortal thoughts of His Majesty the Eastern Saint. After worshipping the statue of His Majesty the Eastern Saint, the powerful people sat down at the banquet and talked and laughed with each other. The people of the Imperial Holy Domain were amazed at the ability of the powerful people. Is this really just a particle world? His Majesty the Eastern Saint can make the fairy palace float in the sky, so that people in the whole world can clearly see everything inside, just like seeing the sun and the moon. For the super powerful people, the one domain world is just the zooming world. Can a particle be destroyed by raising his hand? How powerful are those powerful people in the fairy domain? The powerful people in the fairy domain talked and laughed at the banquet, but the people of the Imperial Holy Domain could not hear them and had no idea what they were talking about. The scene that the powerful people in the Royal Holy Land saw was indeed what really happened. In the fairy palace in the sky, a banquet was indeed being held, and some powerful people came to participate. Someone in the East Saint Fairy Palace passed on the news, and of course they had to show their support to His Majesty the East Saint. His Majesty the East Saint was a powerful figure, a super strong person in a certain area of the fairyland. The people in this area would give His Majesty the East Saint enough face, and even many strong people from other areas came to see what the East Saint Fairy Emperor was up to. As for the person who greeted them, it was the youngest son of the East Saint Fairy Emperor, Dong Shengting. Dong Shengting, what is your Majesty thinking? Why do you want to accept disciples in a region? I saw an old man with a long beard looking at Dong Shengting and asked, and immediately many people cast their eyes over here. Although they heard some rumors faintly, they could not be sure whether they were true or not, and they did not know the specific inside story. After all, this matter involved the two majesties, and who dared to ask more about their affairs? It was because they saw Dong Shengting that they asked tentatively. How would I know what my father thinks? Maybe he thinks that people in the lower world need to go through more hardships to grow. If there are promising talents, there will be more prospects. Dong Shengting responded with a smile, but he did not tell the truth. The old man with the long beard stroked his beard, a red light flashed across his fair face, and there seemed to be a meaningful smile in his eyes. He nodded slightly and said, "It is possible that your Majesty thinks so, but it is a bit strange. Your Majesty's scope of accepting disciples is too small, just one domain world. With your Majesty's identity, he can directly project thousands of particle worlds and let them compete for 10 or 8 years. Selecting the most outstanding people will make your Majesty more extraordinary. What the senior said is not unreasonable, but who can guess what my father thinks? Maybe he is just in a momentary mood and would not think so much?" Dong Shengting said with a smile. "That's right, how can we guess what His Majesty Dong Sheng is thinking?" The old man smiled and said, "I just don't know which little guy is so lucky that His Majesty Dong Sheng can accept him as a disciple." Although he said so, the gleam in his eyes still gave people an unpredictable feeling. Those who can come to the banquet are extraordinary people. In the past, if someone like His Majesty Dong Sheng wanted to accept a disciple, he had to be pleasing to the eye, and the talent of that person was really amazing. There were also precedents of such strong people accepting disciples in the world outside the fairyland. Others covered tens of millions of particle worlds and let them compete for decades. It was unknown how cruel it was to accept disciples in the end. Many people were even tortured crazy. Only those who stayed at the end were qualified to be valued. His Majesty Dong Sheng, would he accept a disciple on a whim? Obviously impossible. As for the Qin Emperor who really asked His Majesty Dong Sheng to accept a disciple, he was sitting in a place surrounded by fairy air at this time. In front of him was a shadow of a fairy palace, which surprisingly projected the situation in the fairy palace of the immortal Emperor Dong Sheng. Since Dong Sheng has promised me, he will not break his promise. As long as the little guy you mentioned really has extraordinary talent, Dong Sheng will consider accepting him as a disciple. If Dong Sheng does not like him, he will also let those people at the banquet accept him as a disciple. These people are also extraordinary figures in the fairyland. Otherwise, how could they enter the banquet arranged by Dong Sheng? Kinger, if you are still worried, just watch here. The Qin Emperor has a slender figure and wears a white robe. His eyes are as vast as the starry sky and unfathomable. His unique style is revealed in his every move. At this moment, the Changqing Emperor has a gentle expression and a smile on his face, just like a kind father. Where is the peerless spirit of conquering the fairyland and killing the world? Yes. King nodded gently, staring at the front with a cold gaze, and seeing the same picture as the people in the Huangji Holy Land. In addition to the great Emperor Changqing, there are many powerful people in this fairyland who use extraordinary means to directly spy on the scene of the Sky Palace in the Royal Holy Land. There are even powerful people who directly sweep the entire Royal Holy Land with their thoughts. Qin Wentian stood above the Medicine Emperor Valley. He could faintly feel that a consciousness swept through him and disappeared in an instant. Moreover, it happened several times in a row. This made him sigh in his heart. If you think that entering the celestial realm is already a powerful person, then you are really sitting in a well and looking at the sky. In front of those powerful people in the fairyland, they are too small. If he offends a powerful person in the fairyland, as long as the other party knows that he is in this world, a wisp of thought can find him out and kill him. This is too terrible. His martial arts path has just begun to be exciting, and he is just getting in touch with the world of the fairyland. At this moment, in the fairy palace above the sky, suddenly there were bright rays of light shining down, just like the sun's rays falling from the sky. Those rays of light were gorgeous and unparalleled, turning into bright and boundless patterns, containing strong spatial power, and then these patterns fell from the sky along with the bright light pillars. At this moment, countless light pillars appeared in the vast Huangji Holy Land. In each light pillar, there was a bright golden pattern. The light of the divine pattern in the pattern flowed, and there was a strong spatial force permeating it. Jiutian, is this the Jiutian that the Ridden Holy Court said that day? The people in the Huangji Holy Land trembled in their hearts, and everyone's heart was pounding. Even some ordinary people, they couldn't hold back their excitement, stepped into the light pillar, stood on the gorgeous golden pattern, raised their heads, and looked into the void along the light pillar, but found that there was only nothingness. Somewhere in the Royal Holy Land, a Xiangang realm warrior couldn't help but step into it. Then the golden pattern shone with dazzling brilliance, and a buzzing sound was heard. His body disappeared directly with a shining of brilliant beams of light. However, he did not descend to the fairy palace in the sky, but was teleported to high ground in the sky, which was exactly where he sensed, and then fell to the sky below. Dong Shenting's figure walked onto the war drum again, and his eyes swept the sky below. Leng Ao said, using consciousness to perceive the scene in the fairy palace is just like when you communicated with the martial stars. If you can't perceive the scope of the fairy palace, you are not qualified to set foot in the fairy palace. This voice shook the royal Holy Land, causing countless people to tremble secretly. If they couldn't perceive, they would not even be qualified to be guided. Senior Yao Wang, King Cheng, I'm going over. Qin Wentian turned around and said to Yao Wang and Mo King Cheng beside him. Go. Yao Wang smiled and nodded, hoping that Qin Wentian would have the opportunity to become a disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. In this way, forces like the Royal Extreme Holy Sect would not even be qualified to see Qin Wentian. Their Holy Emperor would have to pay respect to Qin Wentian when he saw him, and how could he dare to issue a Holy Emperor order to kill Qin Wentian in the Royal Extreme Holy Domain? Qin Wentian walked out and walked towards one of the descending light pillars. The moment he stepped into the light pillar, he felt a strong fluctuation of star power. The golden pattern under his feet flowed rapidly, as if a terrifying space force was wrapped around his body. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and sensed that he rushed up along the light pillar. He faintly felt that the light pillar was condensed by billions of light brilliances, and each ray of light was the power of stars, just like the light of stars falling from the nine heavens galaxy. At this moment, Qin Wentian's powerful perception was fully revealed. In just a moment, his perception came to Fairy Mountain. The Fairy Mountain was ethereal, and many strong people had already descended. They were the strong people who went up through the guidance of the fairy light. At a fast speed, it seems that there are many visitors from the fairyland in the Royal Holy Land, but they are all hidden in the Royal Holy Land. Qin Wentian said in his heart. He did not land on the Fairy Mountain with his consciousness as he communicated with a martial star. His perception could continue to go up. It seemed that there was an invisible force hindering his perception, but Qin Wentian floated upward without hesitation and broke through the restraints. In an instant, he came to higher Fairy Mountain. There were also people here. This Fairy Mountain was farther than the first Fairy Mountain just now. It seems that the test has begun from the moment of guidance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715, The Top of the Immortal Mountain. Qin Wentian did not stop when he reached the second level of the Immortal Mountain. His perception continued to rush upwards. An invisible pressure hindered the perception from moving forward. At this time, Qin Wentian's perception seemed to have turned into virtual consciousness, appearing in the ancient peaks of the Immortal Mountain, and constantly rushed towards the sky. Around him, many similar virtual perceptions appeared, and they could actually feel each other's existence. Obviously, Qin Wentian was not the only one rushing upwards. Those who stopped at the first Immortal Mountain just now were at the weakest level. They probably started later than others. Buzz! The invisible restraint was broken, and Qin Wentian's perception of the virtual body rushed up again. He saw the third Immortal Mountain, standing there steadily. As long as he wanted, his perception would fall on it, and the golden space formation below would immediately teleport his body. In the vast space around him, other people's perceptions rushed up, and some powerful people's bodies had already landed on this fairy mountain. He was not the first person to arrive. At the moment when the guiding fairy light fell on the Huangji Holy Land, all the people who were ready launched an attack, including those outsiders who were hiding in the Huangji Holy Land. They knew clearly what it meant for His Majesty Dongsheng to accept disciples, and they cherished this opportunity even more. Even if they could not worship as His Majesty Dongsheng's disciples, they should try their best to be valued by other powerful people. The fourth fairy mountain, the fifth fairy mountain, the sixth fairy mountain. Qin Wentian kept attacking. Above this ancient fairy mountain, the fairy palace of the sky was in the sky, and the powerful people at the banquet could clearly see everything below. There were 9 mountains there, one higher than the other, and one farther than the other. It tests the perception of the people below about the power of the stars, which is the foundation of martial cultivators. Although people in the Royal Holy Land rarely have such tests, in the immortal realm, they attach great importance to perception, which is the foundation of martial cultivators. If the foundation is not outstanding, what is the point of cultivation? Not bad, someone has stepped onto the 6th peak. With such perception, they can reach the 6th level of the 9 heavens galaxy and stay there stably. During the banquet, a strong man nodded with a smile. Yes, there are still many people rushing up. There must be someone who can reach the 7th peak, or even the 8th peak. This time, His Majesty is recruiting disciples. There are many powerful geniuses in our immortal realm who secretly went to the particle world. Maybe I can get a disciple here. There was a man wearing armor, with a deep aura of destruction all over his body, and his smiling eyes were extremely terrifying. This person is Yang Yuan, an immortal king figure under the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, known as King Yan, with extraordinary strength and extremely terrifying. He has a terrifying immortal army under his command. He has fought for the Eastern Saint Emperor and conquered the territory controlled by another powerful figure. He has the blood of countless people on his body. King Yan, you are going to accept disciples too. Are you going to train your army? A scholar in white said with a smile. This scholar in white looked very young, like a young man in his 20s or 30s, white and clean. People who didn't know him would think he was a young guy who had just entered the cultivation world, but in fact, this scholar in white had been practicing for 8,000 years, but for his level of cultivation, 8,000 years was considered very young. This person is called Bai Wuya. He's extremely talented and a fairy king. He's extremely powerful. Because he has been practicing for a short time, there was a fairy king who had practiced for a longer time who wanted to bully him and take away one of his treasures. He was killed in one blow, which made him famous. 1,000 years after he entered the fairy king realm, he killed a descendant of the fairy emperor because he saw injustice on the road. He was surrounded and suppressed by 13 fairy king level strongmen under the fairy emperor's seat, and he killed them all. This battle made him famous. Although the fairy kings are also divided into realms, the realms of the 13 strongmen who surrounded Bai Wuya at that time were not weaker than him. Bai Wuya's combat power was super strong. In the end, another fairy emperor spoke for him, and the fairy emperor who wanted to kill him stopped. Many people are afraid of Yang Yuan, But Bai Wuai killed the descendants of the fairy emperor just because he saw injustice on the road and couldn't stand the arrogance of the descendants of the fairy emperor. How could he have any taboos about Yan Yuan? HMPH, Your Majesty is accepting a disciple, so I will naturally support Your Majesty and accept a disciple with outstanding talent, Bai Wuai. Why don't you and I each choose one person and accept him as a disciple to see whose disciple has a better future? Yan Yuan seemed to have some intention of confronting Bai Wuai. He started coldly, and the aura he exuded was very terrifying. People at the level of Immortal King are already qualified to be called powerful, but for the strong people in the immortal realm, only people in the lower realms can call Immortal Kings powerful. They themselves dare not call themselves that. After all, people at the level of Immortal Emperor are the masters of the immortal realm and the truly powerful people who know everything. Of course, the Immortal King and the Immortal Emperor are also in a big realm, just with different small realms. However, for this level, one step is one immortal, and crossing a small realm is harder than ascending to the sky, unless there are extremely talented people in the fairyland or people with extraordinary immortal bodies, such as someone with an Immortal King body, born with great power. They are destined to reach the Immortal King level. For countless people, this level is out of reach, but it is only a matter of time for them. The Immortal King seems to be their starting point, not the end point. You can imagine how terrible it is. I am not very interested in accepting disciples, but I am still okay with a vision contest. Bai Wuai said lightly, causing the people next to him to smile and say, well, we are here to show our support for His Majesty, so we can't be too bored. It's okay to have some fun. Look, someone has reached the 7th peak so soon. That's great. By being able to reach the 7th peak, the perception can reach the peak of the 6th level of the 9 heavens galaxy. Your Majesty has really attracted many talented people to appear in this particle world. The 8th peak. As expected, there are even more powerful people. My entry into the 8th peak means that my perception has reached there. With this kind of perception, I can reach the 7th level of the 9 heavens galaxy. What's so strange about this? Most of these people should be in the celestial realm, and many are even in the upper third of the celestial realm. Such people should at least be at the peak of the 6th level. If Your Majesty accepts disciples, it is normal for their perception to reach the 7th level of the 9 heavens galaxy. Yan Yuan's eyes were deep, and he spoke indifferently, showing great respect for His Majesty Dongxing. Many people smiled, but they were not embarrassed. Even in the fairyland, there were very few people in the celestial realm who could enter the 7th heaven of the 9 heavens galaxy. Many people communicated with star souls from the 6th heaven when they entered the celestial realm. Although their perception would become stronger as they practiced at the celestial realm, it was not easy to cross the 6th heaven and reach the 7th heaven. Although there would be many such geniuses due to the appeal of His Majesty Dongxing, there would not be too many. As for the 9th peak, it required the perception to stay steadily in the 7th heaven and wander freely on it. I wonder if there would be such a person. At this time, Qin Wentian's perception also reached the 8th fairy mountain. The higher he went, the fewer people there were on the fairy mountain, and the fewer perceived virtual bodies there were. At this moment, there were very few people. There was a super strong pressure on the fairy mountain, as if to crush the perception. There is already one person on this mountain, and there are several perceptions that have reached here like me, which means that they can all land on this fairy mountain. I must charge higher to be more extraordinary. Qin Wentian did not give up and continued to charge higher. This opportunity was fought for by King for him, and he hoped to seize it. At the same time, there was of course another extremely important reason why he wanted to worship under the great power, so that the distance between him and Kinger would not be too far. Kinger is the princess of the fairyland. Qin Wentian was charging, and others were also charging. Moreover, there were perceptions coming up from below. Some people knew that they had reached their limits and were afraid that their perceptions would collapse, so they teleported their bodies up. After a few hours, 5 people had already appeared on the 8th peak, which amazed many people at the banquet. This was the appeal of His Majesty the Eastern Saint. It was only a few hours, and many more people would appear on the 8th peak. At this moment, a figure appeared on the highest and farthest 9th fairy mountain and stood on the fairy mountain. This person's body was filled with the power of stars, his black eyes were sparkling with a strange light, his breath was cold, and he glanced at the 8 fairy mountains below. There was not a trace of complacency in his eyes, as if everything was not unexpected, and he should be the one to reach the highest peak. There are actually people on the 9th peak. The eyes of the powerful immortals at the banquet flashed with sharpness, staring at the figure on the 9th peak below, slightly moved. This boy is not bad. Within 100 years, his cultivation has reached the 8th level of the celestial phenomena, and he has such perception. The 5th star soul is still unknown, but his next star soul is destined to be a purple gold star soul. The potential is very good, and the success rate of impacting the immortal realm is extremely high. Yan Yuan looked at the man with a glimmer in his eyes. The first to reach the 9th peak means the strongest perception. There are few more people on the 8th peak. Someone said, "This is exciting. It would be best if it could attract His Majesty to show up." The people of the Imperial Holy Land can all see the scene of the Sky Palace, and they can also see the 9 mountains, including the people standing on the 9 mountains. Those people are really dazzling, especially the one at the top, who is high above, and he is the only one who is the most dazzling. Buzz! At this moment, Qin Wentian, who had been charging, finally crossed the slash. He sensed the existence of the 9th fairy mountain, and the pressure became stronger. He sighed in his heart. It seems that he has reached his limit and it is impossible to rush up. The perception fell on the fairy mountain. In an instant, the place where the original body was below was shining with brilliant golden light patterns. Qin Wentian's figure disappeared directly from the land of the Huangji Holy Land. The next moment, his body appeared on the 9th fairy mountain, with a strong fluctuation of star power on his body, as if it was the space power that had not yet dissipated. Chapter 716 One Hu Immortal King. Qin Wentian stood on the immortal mountain, looking forward, and saw 8 immortal mountains below him, surrounded by clouds and mist. There were strong men on each immortal mountain, and the 9th immortal mountain where he was at the moment was actually the top. A sharp look fell on him, and Qin Wentian turned his eyes and saw the cold figure beside him. The deep black eyes seemed to contain a sharp sword. The people who stepped on the 9 mountains were all disciples of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. This person was the most dazzling and unique. The appearance of Qin Wentian broke his uniqueness. Moreover, Qin Wentian's aura was much weaker than his. Obviously, his realm was much lower than his, but his perception was not worse than his. This would undoubtedly steal his limelight. In the Huangji Holy Land, countless people looked up at the 9 immortal mountains below the immortal palace. They looked at the young man standing on the highest peak, with white clothes fluttering, so handsome and outstanding. Even if he was competing with the strong men in the immortal domain, he was still not inferior to him, and he was still so outstanding, standing at the top. The first person on the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm was getting more and more dazzling, and no one could stop his brilliance. As for the people of the great Xiao dynasty, whether it was the fairy king Mei in the palace or the former overlords, they all looked at the void in a daze. Qin Wentian would surely go higher and higher on his martial arts path, just like now, making them look up, until one day, he would reach a height that they could not look up to. The people of Chu were even more shocked. The young man who walked out of their Chu state actually walked to the sky. This was the ceremony for the powerful person from the immortal realm to accept disciples. Among the 9 immortal mountains, more than 100,000 people had appeared at this time. The first immortal mountain had the most people. The higher they went, the fewer people there were. The 9th immortal mountain had only 2 people, so it was particularly dazzling. Even the 8th immortal mountain had dozens of people at this moment. How many people have entered the imperial sacred domain? Qin Wentian thought to himself. The land of a domain is too vast. Even if it is just an ancient country, there are hundreds of millions of people. The population of the imperial sacred domain is more than 10 billion. Even if there are millions of people coming from the fairyland to various places in the imperial sacred domain and scattered among the crowd, they will not be conspicuous at all. After all, there are only a few scums like the evil young man killed by Qin Wentian. More visitors from the fairyland are waiting silently to seize this opportunity. Now they come out one after another and step into the guiding fairy light. Zhejuan, he reached the 7th peak and looked up at the higher Piaomiao fairy mountain in front. He did not see any acquaintances in the 8th peak. A sneer flashed across his mouth, and then he continued to look up. When he saw Qin Wentian, a cold light burst out from his pupils, and there was a faint murderous intent flashing. This time, His Majesty Dongsheng had the opportunity to accept a disciple. The Imperial Sacred Sect wanted to get rid of Qin Wentian, who did not have the puppet guard of the Medicine Emperor Valley. The 9th Immortal Mountain. Lu Ziyan had only reached the 7th peak. There were already hundreds of people on this peak, which seemed very ordinary. When she saw the two figures at the top, she sighed in her heart. The genius of the indigenous world gradually showed his edge. She, Jiutian, claimed to be extraordinary, but she seemed very ordinary in the first round of the reception assessment. An hour later, a third person stepped onto the 9th immortal mountain. He was a man with a tough look. He looked very ordinary, without a strong aura fluctuation on his body, but inexplicably gave people a sense of danger, especially his eyes. At first glance, they looked ordinary, and at second glance, they seemed to be a little sharp. If you look closely, you will feel that there seems to be an extremely fierce force in his eyes, as if he has a very deep obsession. Haha, not bad. 3 people actually appeared on the 9th peak. Interesting. At the banquet in the Immortal Palace, the strong men in the Immortal Realm also showed interesting expressions. Although the news that the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor recruited disciples did not spread widely in the Immortal Realm, many talented people still got the news and came here, especially in the Immortal Realm ruled by His Majesty the Eastern Saint. I believe many people want to become His Majesty the Eastern Saint's disciples. There are actually 39 people on the 8th peak. I didn't expect it. These strong men looked at the 9th peak and the 8th peak with burning eyes. Only the people of these 2 immortal mountains have the perception to enter the 7th heaven of the 9 star river. Even if most people's cultivation is above the 4th level of the celestial realm, it is still very good. Even if their 5th star soul is not the purple gold star soul, the 6th star soul is already destined. As for the people below, there are fewer eyes paying attention. Since the disciples must be excellent in all aspects, with the people of the 8th peak and the 9th peak, it is difficult for the people below to attract attention unless they perform extremely well later. In another hour, the road to the guidance will be closed. At this time, Dong Shengting in the heavenly palace stood on the giant drum and spoke, and his voice spread throughout the Huangji Holy Land. Then, time passed slowly, and fewer people were on the fairy mountain. After all, those who could reach it had already arrived before. An hour was about to pass, and there were still 3 people on the 9th peak, and there were already 45 people on the 8th peak. There are still 10 breaths. Dong Shengting said. 9 breaths, 8, 3, 2, 1, time is up. The moment before Dong Shengting's voice fell, the 9th peak was shining with brilliance. With the disappearance of the guiding fairy light, the 4th figure appeared, stepping on the last breath of time. This guy is so lucky, just in time for the last moment. A female fairy king laughed at the banquet. You are wrong, he is not lucky, but confident. Jiutian stared at the young man who was the last to reach the 9th peak. His eyes were deep and bottomless. The young man was calm and stood quietly, without any sense of panic. Was it just good luck? Did he desperately catch up with the last moment? If he struggled to reach the 9th peak, his aura would have fluctuated, but the calmness of the young man made it clear that he was at ease. Really? The female fairy king smiled, and she also saw a clue at this time. Young Master Xianai of Qin Fairy House is quite famous. Xianai's cultivation is at the 4th level of the celestial realm. What's more rare is that his 5th star soul is the star soul that communicates with the 7th level of the heaven. This means that when he just entered the celestial realm, he was able to step onto the 8th peak. It is not difficult for him to step onto the 9th peak. There are many fairy kings in the fairyland who are willing to accept him as a disciple, but the fairy king Qin has been teaching by himself. Now, it seems that he wants him to become a disciple of His Majesty Dongshen. Yan Yuan's eyes slowly turned and fell on an old man in a white robe at the banquet, and smiled. Fairy King Qin, you know how to seize the opportunity. You actually let Xianai go down to the particle world to seize this opportunity. Qin Immortal King, you are really cunning and sly. Many people's eyes fell on Qin Immortal King, and the old guy also showed a proud look. Xianai has a purple gold star soul, extraordinary perception, and excellent talent. If he can become a disciple of His Majesty Dongshen, he may inherit his mantle in the future, and there may be 2 immortal kings in Qin Immortal Palace. I am more optimistic about Xianai. If he can really become a disciple of His Majesty, he may achieve the realm of Immortal King in the future. Yan Yuan said. It's too early. His current realm is too low. It's hard to say in the future. I hope to be appreciated by His Majesty. Qin Immortal King seemed to be relatively low-key, but he didn't brag too early. After all, there are too many geniuses in the fairyland. Although Xianai is very talented, he needs to overcome too many obstacles to become a powerful person. Besides Qian, the second person I am most optimistic about is the first person to set foot on the 9th peak. I feel similarities between him and me. Yan Yuan continued. Second, the third man to set foot on the 9th peak is very fierce and persistent. Why doesn't King Yan think highly of the second person? He is the youngest and has a strong sense of perception. His cultivation is only at the first level of the celestial realm. Logically, he should be ranked second. The female fairy king smiled softly and spoke slowly. He is too young. From his young eyes, you can see the self-confidence that is almost arrogant. His talent can rank second among the 4 people and even be comparable to Qian, but he may lack training and will not go far here. Yan Yuan said decisively. You can indeed see a strong belief in his eyes, but it is natural for a young genius to be arrogant. Your opinion is a bit biased. The only female fairy king retorted. Haha, let's see. Yan Yuan laughed, then stared at Bai Wuya and asked, Bai Wuya, what do you think? If you don't even have strong self-confidence, how can you make others believe you? You are just one person's opinion, and you are almost arrogant. Bai Wuya said sarcastically, if I were your majesty, I would definitely accept this boy as my disciple. He has the greatest potential and can surpass Qian. Both of them have a point. Everyone laughed. The reason why Yan Yuan looked down on Qin Wentian was because Qin Wentian's eyes were somewhat similar to Bai Wuya's. That kind of almost arrogant self-confidence gave people a false impression that they didn't know how high the sky was. At this time, Dong Shenting walked over here. He looked at one of the immortal kings and said with a smile, my father told me that if the seniors come, I will let the seniors check and test them for him. Next, I hope to ask one immortal king to help. One immortal king was the only female immortal king at the banquet. Although she was a woman, her strength was also super powerful. Ordinary immortal kings were no match for her. His ever-changing ability made countless people tremble with fear. The female immortal king smiled at Dong Shenting and said, it is my honor to check for His Majesty Dong Sheng. The seniors have extraordinary cultivation and are very suitable for testing them. This time, we will directly select 100 people to observe. Dong Shenting said. No problem. The female immortal king smiled and nodded, then she closed her eyes, and a wisp of immortal thought bloomed from her eyebrows. The next moment, a beautiful figure appeared on the top of the 9 peaks. It was the immortal thought of the female immortal king. Next, I will test you. The 100 people who can persist the longest can stay, the female immortal king spoke slowly. The next moment, a ray of terrifying immortal thought directly enveloped the 9 immortal mountains. All those who were staring at the one immortal king were trapped in her world. Chapter 717 Unlimited Killing. One immortal king is an immortal king level figure. Even if it is just a wisp of immortal thought, it is incredibly powerful. It can instantly change into thousands of things and directly cover all the people on the 9 immortal mountains. At this moment, all the strong men on the 9 mountains felt that there was no one around them. They still stood on the immortal mountains, but they were not there. They stood there alone, and the whole space was lonely. Qin Wentian stood alone on the immortal mountain, and there was nothing around him. He looked up at the sky, and there was only the infinite sky, without a trace of sound. Is it the art of illusion and dream? Qin Wentian murmured. At the level of one immortal king, how powerful would the art of illusion and dream be? He was only at the celestial realm, and he could make people unable to distinguish between true and false, and seem to be real and unreal. When using the dream world and astrology, it formed its own domain. Everything that happened in the dream world and astrology was real. Then he had to take anything that happened next seriously. The woman was a powerful figure in the banquet, and I don't know how powerful she was. When you want to quit, just tell me and I'll get you out. A crisp voice suddenly fell into Qin Wentian's ears, causing his expression to freeze. The space around him suddenly changed and turned into a purgatory world. The hot magma fire was burning crazily. Under Qin Wentian's feet, there was a crashing sound, and the magma fire was roaring. Qin Wentian only felt a sharp pain under his feet, as if his whole body was about to burn. With a flash of his figure, Qin Wentian went to the void. Looking up at the sky, it was also a purgatory sea of fire. The boiling magma flames could burn people to death. Qin Wentian's expression sank. He was trapped in a piece of magma. The steaming heat flow kept invading his body, causing Qin Wentian to sweat instantly, which was quickly evaporated and stuck to his body. The feeling was extremely uncomfortable. His skin felt dry and seemed to be cracked, and he felt dry in the mouth. Although it was uncomfortable, Qin Wentian could still endure this level. He lowered his head and looked at the bottom vigilantly. There was a rustling sound, and a dangerous breath was spreading from the magma flame. Then, one place began to boil, and a huge head appeared from it, which was extremely ferocious. Hoo-la-la! A flaming beast appeared, with sharp fangs, long spikes on its claws, and magma fire constantly flowing out of its mouth. It looked extremely scary and ugly, as if it was a beast from hell. The beast showed a ferocious look at him, and then suddenly broke through the magma and pounced on him, as fast as lightning. The beast's claws smashed out, and the fierce claws were full of infinite power. The explosive power made the void emit a buzzing sound. Qin Wentian raised his palm and slapped it. The big palm print of nothingness was printed down, and it collided directly with the claws that tore it. Bang! The extremely powerful force tore the big palm print apart directly, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Qin Wentian, with extraordinary power. This sense of power is definitely the peak level of the first level of the celestial phenomenon. Qin Wentian thought to himself, and his body exploded backwards. A cold light shot out from his pupils, and the terrifying willpower rushed into the other party's eyes, carrying the power of dreams. However, he found that the huge pupils of the monster in ferociousness did not change at all. This beast was simply illusory, and dreams and willpower were directly ignored. Only actual attacks would work. Bang! The huge claws smashed down, and Qin Wentian raised his hands to resist. A sense of tearing pain came, making Qin Wentian clearly understand that this beast could really kill people. Die? Qin Wentian uttered a cold voice, and a terrifying sword power burst out from his fist, tearing everything apart. With a crash, the humanoid beast burst out with a terrible golden sword light, and then it was directly torn into pieces, turning into little magma fire, falling towards the roaring magma below. Qin Wentian looked up at the sky with vigilance, his brows slightly furrowed. There was a rustling sound, and three beasts emerged from the magma at the same time, staring at him with fierce eyes, full of strong killing intent. The roar of the explosion shook the eardrums, and the three beasts attacked Qin Wentian at the same time. Qin Wentian had a terrible sword power, but his brows were tightly furrowed. If this magma could continuously give birth to such beasts, endlessly, how could he pass the test of the beautiful and powerful woman? With a step, a terrifying killing force spread out, and the sword energy seemed to emerge out of thin air. Qin Wentian raised his palm, and then swung it fiercely. The super strong and terrifying sword burst out, instantly penetrating the beasts that came to kill him, and the three beasts were directly destroyed and shattered. Hoo-la, hoo-la. The dangerous aura continued to come, and the roaring sound did not stop. This time, it was not only under Qin Wentian's feet, but also the magma above his head was roaring. Fierce beasts appeared. This time, more than a dozen ferocious beasts appeared from various directions. Qin Wentian's head turned rapidly, thinking about the countermeasures. The roar came, the void shook, and more than a dozen ferocious beasts full of explosive power rushed towards Qin Wentian at the same time. If he was just an ordinary Xiangxiang realm figure, he would probably have to accept the fate of being kicked out. A ray of cold light flashed in his eyes, like a peerless sword. Qin Wentian hit the void with one blow, and the buzzing sound of horror continued. Then the sword broke through the air and killed everything, as if thousands of swords were fired at the same time, and the sound of puffing continued. None of the more than 10 ferocious beasts could withstand his attack. His combat power far exceeded the level of the first level of Xiangxiang. Looking up at the void, a huge sword suddenly appeared in Qin Wentian's hand. His figure flashed, and the huge sword broke through the air. 10,000 swords rang together, attached to the left and right, as if to break through the magma in the void. Boom! When the sword energy sank into the magma in the void, Qin Wentian actually saw that those dazzling swords were directly melted and became part of the magma, which made his face pale. In this case, if he used his body to attack, he would also be melted and turned into magma, and die here. It seemed that there was no way out. More magma beasts were born, and Qin Wentian once again suppressed and killed them all, but it was still useless. There were more and more beasts. In less than half an hour, the magma was full of beasts, and they were glaring at him. All this seemed to have no end. The starry sky phenomenon that appeared was not a dream world star phenomenon. The starry sky phenomenon that appeared was surrounded by a rich red gold halo, which meant that it was derived from the star souls of the sixth heaven. There were wisps of terrifying sword power in the starry sky phenomenon, as if there were endless swords hanging in the starry sky, containing terrible destructive power. This starry sky phenomenon was Qin Wentian's second starry sky phenomenon, a starry sky phenomenon derived from the star soul of the king's sword, the sword-killing starry sky phenomenon. Endless beasts rushed towards Qin Wentian frantically, but saw the starry sky phenomenon in the void blooming with brilliant brilliance. There were countless star swords hanging down in the starry sky, bursting out with a breath of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. One after another beasts were killed frantically. Qin Wentian stood under the starry sky, but his expression was not so good. Even for the strong men in the celestial realm, the star energy is not endless. Although it is surging, if the battle continues without limit, it will be consumed sooner or later. Fierce beasts were constantly being killed, but they kept appearing. These beasts were very weak to Qin Wentian, but even the weakest beasts would be fatal if they were constantly born like this. It is necessary to slow down the consumption of star energy, so that we can last longer. Qin Wentian said inwardly, and then he actually sat cross-legged in the void. The stars and celestial phenomena were extremely dazzling, and brilliant visions appeared behind him. Swords kill stars, kill. Qin Wentian spoke coldly, and a terrifying sword fell down, suppressing his body, and actually generated an extremely terrifying destructive suppression force, protecting his body in the middle. 10,000 swords hung down from the sky, suppressing the air, and endless ferocious beasts continuously attacked, and then were strangled and crushed by the sword energy, without stopping, without rest. Qin Wentian took out the star meteorite and actually directly absorbed the star energy in the star meteorite to make up for the consumption of star energy. Time passed by, and the powerful people at the banquet were quietly watching the illusion in the Wanhe realm in the 9 mountains. At this time, many strong people had already withdrawn. As a female fairy king, Wanhe Immortal King did not have a strong killing aura, so as long as they voluntarily withdrew, they would be allowed to live. Those who were eliminated and withdrew were still standing on the fairy mountain, looking at the illusions of others. This Wanhe technique seemed to be transparent. People outside the illusion could see everything that happened inside. It was obviously done intentionally by Wanhe Immortal King. It's fair. They are all the same assessments. The magma beasts with the same martial arts realm as the illusion will be eliminated the fastest. Only those with superb fighting power can persist. Everyone thought in their hearts, without any complaints. Being eliminated was also because of their poor fighting power. However, some people are really powerful. Those beasts are in the same realm as them. Being able to kill countless beasts means that their fighting power has surpassed that realm. Some of the little guy's starry sky phenomena are really good. Starry sky phenomena without multiple true meanings can't stop the attacks of these endless beasts. Even if they are starry sky phenomena with multiple true meanings, they still need to evolve into powerful forms, otherwise they can't be killed by just killing. The immortal King Qiu said with a smile, and his eyes looked at his descendant Qianai with a satisfied look. Qianai's starry sky phenomena seemed to have a round of cold moons, shining with endless cold air. All beasts, once they entered the attack range of the starry sky phenomena, were all frozen. I was right. The moonless immortal king, Qianai, is not bad. This way the consumption will not be too great. He should be able to hold on to the end. Yan Yuan said with a smile. He glanced at Qin Wentian indifferently. In fact, in terms of coldness and self-confidence, Qianai's eyes showed no less than Qin Wentian's. However, because Qianai was originally a relatively famous junior in the fairyland, and a descendant of the moonless immortal king, and also possessed the purple gold star soul, it was taken for granted that he was considered as such. To be honest, it was just that Yan Yuan liked Qianai more, while Bai Wuya liked Qin Wentian more. Bai Wuya, this person's star and celestial phenomena will probably be consumed very quickly. Although there is no problem in holding on to the 100th place, it will be difficult for him to enter the top 3. Yan Yuan said indifferently, naturally referring to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's star and celestial phenomena had a strong attack power. Even if he was just in the illusion, he could see it, but this star and celestial phenomenon would also be consumed very quickly. Chapter 718 The Last 4. As time went by, the number of people in the illusion became more and more exhausted. These were the super strong ones who could withstand the attacks of the infinite beasts. Those who could not hold on had already been eliminated. After 3 hours, there were only 100 people left who could still stay in the illusion. Among these 100 strong people, the people on the 9th peak were all there, and most of the people on the 8th peak were also there. The rest were all people on the 7th peak. As for the lower peaks, there was no one left. No one in the 6 immortal mountains could stay. These powerful people in the immortal realm valued perception and believed that it was the foundation of martial life cultivators. Facts also proved that their emphasis was not unreasonable. Although people with strong perception were not necessarily powerful, people with poor perception, the foundation of martial life cultivators, would definitely not be very strong. I really didn't make a mistake. This person's starry sky is like a destructive abyss. He actually has the ability to devour and directly devour the magma beasts that attacked him. Yan Yuan looked at the cold young man who first stepped onto the 9th peak. This person's name was He Feng. He was very powerful. The starry sky was like a destructive abyss, dark and swallowing everything. It was super scary. The starry sky of these 4 people is very good, and the third one is not bad either. Someone looked at the third person who stepped onto the 9th peak. At this time, his cruelty was undoubtedly revealed. There was a brilliant blade-like curtain that wrapped his entire body inside. As long as the beasts approached, they would be strangled and destroyed. The second one is not bad either. 10,000 swords fell from the starry sky, killing everything. Although it cannot be felt, the power is probably super strong. At least in front of people of the same level, few people can be his enemy. You know, his realm is only the first level of the sky realm. This may be his first starry sky. An immortal king looked at Qin Wentian and said lightly. These 4 people from the 9th peak were the most conspicuous and eye-catching. But these immortal kings have different preferences, so they have different views on the 4 people, just like Yan Yuan and Bai Wuya. There are also a few good guys on the 8th peak. Look at the young man in a white robe. He is also at the first level of the celestial phenomena. His starry celestial phenomena are very good. There is an immortal king with golden pupils. The light emitted from those golden pupils is very terrifying. He stares at one of the people on the 8th peak. He is very powerful. In the illusionary starry sky, he is the only one who persists without attacking. In that illusionary starry sky, he is everywhere, and it is as if his real body has never appeared. No matter how many fierce beasts kill him, he cannot be killed. Perhaps this starry sky is the biggest illusion. His real body has never appeared. Once the fierce beasts attack, they fall into the endless illusion, like headless flies. It is not easy for the first level of the sky to evolve such a starry sky. Wanho Immortal King, if you want to decide the winner quickly, I am afraid you have to increase the attack power of the fierce beasts. Yan Yuan looked at the female fairy king with a deep gaze, as if he wanted to see the final ranking as soon as possible, who can persist the longest. The female fairy king nodded slightly, and after a moment, the attack power of all the fierce beasts in the illusion was increasing. At this time, there were only 100 people left who could continue to stay in the illusion. The 100 people had been decided, but these immortal kings would obviously not give up. This was the Eastern Saint's recruitment of disciples, so he naturally had to choose the best one. Only those who stood out in rounds of tests were qualified to become the Eastern Saint's disciples. Moreover, there were many good people among these people, and some of these immortal kings also wanted to be disciples. If the emperor did not take a fancy to them but they did, they could also be accepted as disciples. Lu Ziyan could not hold on at the 97th place, and Zhejuan came out at the 73rd place. Looking at Qin Wentian and the others who were still holding on, the two had different expressions. Zhejuan looked very unhappy. He wanted to take this opportunity to let the strong men of the Huangji Shengzong encircle and suppress Qin Wentian, but after the second round of assessment, I don't know how many people from the Huangji Shengzong can enter the top 100, except for him. In short, there is no one left in the illusion now. I don't know if anyone has persisted to between his 73rd and 100th place. Not long after, all the people on the 7th peak were eliminated. There were still 15 people on the 8th peak, and 4 people on the 9th peak. The beasts in the illusion array seemed to have become stronger. The eliminated people stared at the situation in the illusion and thought to themselves, these guys are really evil, they can still persist until now, they are all people with unparalleled combat power in the same realm, I wonder what will happen if they meet and fight. Qin Wentian and his friends didn't know the situation outside, they only had one thought in their minds, since it was the test of the immortal kings themselves, then it must be fair. The attacks he endured, the same for others. Therefore, all they had to do was to try their best to make themselves last longer in here. At this time, Qin Wentian was still absorbing the star energy in the meteorite, But this absorption was far less rapid than consumption. For the Battle of the Woming Monks, any attack method was based on consuming star energy. The attacks of the magma beasts are getting more fierce. Qin Wentian said in his heart, but even so, these beasts still couldn't withstand his sword-killing star celestial phenomenon. Even if the attack power of those beasts was as strong as the second level of celestial phenomenon, as long as they got close to the sword-killing star celestial phenomenon, they would still be suppressed and torn into pieces. These 5 little guys are really good. The attack power of the beasts has become more and more powerful, but their star celestial phenomenon can still easily compete. The moon-defying immortal king smiled. The 4 people on the 9th peak, plus one of the people on the 8th peak, are the 5 most concerned people with the strongest strength. His Majesty Dongsheng wants to accept a disciple. He should choose one from these 5. It's really good. I wonder which one His Majesty Dongsheng will like. Another immortal king responded. Everyone has different perspectives. These 5 people have different opinions and preferences. Who His Majesty Dongsheng will accept as a disciple depends on who His Majesty Dongsheng likes more. If he likes it and has good talent, His Majesty Dongsheng will accept it as a disciple. Time continued to pass, and as the magma beasts became stronger, more people could not hold on and were eliminated, but those 5 people were as steady as a mountain. Xianai, the stars and celestial phenomena were round moons, and the cold air was penetrating, wrapping him up in it, and no beast could get close. Heifeng was the first person to step onto the 9th peak, and the abyss of destruction devoured everything. Qin Wentian was the second person to step onto the 9th peak, and the sword power of the stars and celestial phenomena fell down to kill everyone. Yang was the third person to step onto the 9th peak, and the stars and celestial phenomena were like a hell knife formation. In addition to these 4 people, the one on the 8th peak has always been very eye-catching. Once the magma beasts killed him he was trapped inside, as if he had arranged another super illusion in the illusion of the one-who immortal king, the illusion of stars and celestial phenomena. This person, along with Qin Wentian, are the 2 people that the endless strong men of the Huangji Holy Land pay the most attention to, because they are both native strong men of the Huangji Holy Land. I didn't expect that 2 of the top 3 in the Xianwu realm would be so strong. The gold content of this Xianwu realm ancient monument ranking is really high, surpassing the past. Qin Wentian, who is ranked first, needs no introduction. He can surpass the Xianjiao who suppressed the era. Although Hua Taixu does not have many brilliant achievements and seems low-key compared to Qin Wentian, he is also very powerful. He is not inferior to the geniuses of the Xianyu realm. Gu Lifeng has been missing for quite some time. Since the Xianyu realm exists, Gu Lifeng may have gone to the Xianyu realm. The people of the Huangji Holy Land thought in their hearts that the 5th person who is the most concerned by the immortal kings, that is, the strong man of the first level of the Xiangxiang realm on the 8th peak, was the person who ranked second in the Xianwu realm ancient monument ranking, Hua Taixu. Now he has also entered the Xiangxiang realm. One-Ho immortal king, it seems that the attack needs to be stronger. Yan Yuan said, but One-Ho immortal king shook his head and said, no need, let's test their resilience next to see who can persist longer without knowing the others. Okay. Yan Yuan nodded and said nothing more. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Now, of the countless martial arts cultivators on the 9 immortal mountains, only the last 5 were left. Everyone else's eyes were fixed on those 5 people. Really strong, they can hold on until now. Next, let's see who will collapse first. Yan Yuan stared at the 5 people. Now even these immortal kings were slightly moved, looking down with interest. The 5 strong men who held on to the end were indeed the ones they were watching. Behind Xianai, purple gold light shone, which was the color of the star soul. A huge and cold moon hung behind Xianai, and the scope of the ice seemed to be even larger. Yang was also very strong, with a blazing blade and a curtain of light covering his body, as if he was immortal. On Heifeng's body, the abyss of destruction was extremely terrifying, as if there was an abyss of magic fire. The illusionary star image created by Hua Taixu still could not be broken, and endless magma beasts fell into it. Qin Wentian, who was sitting cross-legged, looked extremely strange, and there was a faint power of blood blooming. 5 days later, these 5 people were still holding on, which made people feel trembling. Yang frowned slightly, and the light curtain on his body was looming, as if there was a fluctuation, which made the immortal king strongmen in the banquet feel a little moved. It seems that Yang may be the first one to fail. The fact is just as they guessed. After a while, Yang opened his eyes, and the blade flashed. After persisting for so many days, he can at least enter the top 3. Senior, let me go out. Yang raised his head and said. As soon as his voice fell, everything disappeared. Yang stood on the top of the mountain, raised his head and looked around. His pupils condensed, which was not very good. Surprisingly, the other 3 people on the 9th peak are still persisting. Bai Wuya glanced at Jian Yuan lightly, but did not say anything. The silent eyes seemed to mock his poor vision. The guy you valued had already released the power of blood before, but Qianai and the first person have not yet. They may still have a trump card. Yan Yuan snorted coldly when he saw Bai Wuya's eyes. Chapter 719, White-Robed Immortal King. Bai Wuya didn't say anything, as if he didn't want to pay attention to Yan Yuan. Yan Yuan was always looking for trouble. No matter what he said, Yan Yuan had his own opinion. Since the 2 sides had different views, there was no need to argue. Just wait quietly for the result. He saw a kind of obsession in Qin Wentian's eyes, which could be called arrogance or crazy obsession. Moreover, Qin Wentian's cultivation was only at the first level of the celestial realm. Bai Wuya always believed that Qin Wentian's perception and stress resistance at the first level of the celestial realm were no weaker than He Feng and Qianai, and he was also younger, so he had no reason to lose to the other party. Even if he lost, what would happen? Tests don't represent everything. These people are all very talented, but who can go further on the road to immortality is definitely not something that can be determined by a test. Qianai was surrounded by a purple-gold brilliance, and the frozen realm expanded again. It seemed that he could hold on for a long time. In He Feng's body, the bloodline roared, and there was a faint terrifying bloodlight lingering in the air, and the devouring power became more fierce. He tried his best to control the consumption of the star power, and let the bloodline power replace the star power to emit power and slow down the consumption. Qin Wentian still killed the star power. Among the remaining 4 people, he and Huatexo had weak cultivation, but the magma beast they faced was also weak, so the consumption was relatively balanced. However, Qin Wentian's advantage of 5 yuan fu was brought into play, and he was more resistant to consumption. Time passed quickly, and the remaining 4 people challenged their limits again and again, reaching a point that others could not imagine. At this time, He Feng's whole body seemed to have turned into a dark abyss, and his bloodline roared crazily. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression was condensed. It seemed that He Feng could not hold on for long. In the illusion where Huatexo was, the illusion of the star power that he had arranged seemed to have fluctuated. On Qianai's side, the purple gold halo and the stars were bright. At this moment, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying power emanating from his body. A cold moon enveloped his body, as if he was in the cold moon. Qianai, you haven't reached your limit yet. Everyone secretly said. At this time, He Feng and Huatexo almost walked out of the illusion of the immortal king one after another. When they stood on the fairy mountain, they found that there were still 2 people who had not come out. They couldn't help but flash a strange color, especially He Feng. He came here to get the first place in every round of assessment. In the first round of guidance, he was the first to step onto the 9th mountain, but this time, he seemed to have failed. There are only 2 people left. Only Qin Wentian and Qianai were still persisting, which made countless people in the Huangji Holy Land sigh in their hearts. It was another genius who amazed the times. When he competed with the geniuses of the fairyland, he still tried to be the most dazzling. At this time, the others should be almost done, but I want them to see how long I can hold on. Qianai spoke slowly, and then saw a series of crescent moons closing, wrapping him up inside. On these crescent moons, air currents that froze everything fell, and the magma beasts roared and charged, freezing the surroundings as soon as they reached them. Qin Wentian also felt that the yuan fu in his body after the transformation was running out. He said in his heart, and then uttered a spell. A series of white rune lights were blazing and shining around him. His body seemed to be covered with dazzling runes. The white air currents flowed like wisps of white candlelight. The flames seemed very weak, but with the spells uttered by Qin Wentian, the seemingly weak flames and the power that burst out burned all the beasts that approached into nothingness. What kind of ability is this? He can utter such a powerful spell. Everyone's expression was condensed. This Qin Wentian could still hold on until now. He was really strong. The white light that looked like fire seemed to be extremely powerful. Could it be that he had activated the immortal law? What is that? Even the powerful people at the banquet were a little confused. The white flames were flowing around Qin Wentian. Was it the power of the magical spell? Qin Wentian's body did not feel the roar of blood, but was extremely calm. The whole person looked solemn and dignified. The stars and celestial phenomena disappeared, and many meteorites appeared around him, constantly absorbing them into his body. The talisman light flickered on his body. Just the fire flowing around his body actually made those magma beasts stay away and dare not move forward. One immortal king should know what that is. Someone's eyes fell on the female immortal king. It may be some powerful secret technique of immortals. It is very strong. The female immortal king said with her eyes closed. Qin Wentian was in her illusion, but she could not feel the throbbing of blood in Qin Wentian's body. At this moment, Qin Wentian was very calm inside, only the talisman light on his body was blazing, and the burst of blood power was not like this, so the one immortal king was wrong. This immortal technique seems to be extraordinary. No wonder he can continue to persist. Yan Yuan murmured, and he glanced at Qianyi again. Both of them were still persisting. Time passed by bit, and the 9 mountains were very quiet. The crowd stared at Qin Wentian and Qianyi, and they felt a little uneasy. They had persisted for a long time, much longer than others. It's time to end it. Qianyi said to himself, then he opened his eyes and said, I should be the first, senior, please let me out. The immortal kings showed a strange look, and then the one immortal king released Qianyi from the illusion. Just when Qianyi showed a proud look in his eyes, he saw Qin Wentian next to him was still in the illusion, and the smile on his face suddenly froze there. Someone persisted longer than him, although there was only one person. Qianyi's eyes flashed with a look of reluctance, but then he took a deep breath and said indifferently, it's a pity, I can still persist. I thought there was no one left, but I didn't expect someone to be able to do this. I was careless. Qin Wentian didn't know what Qianyi was thinking. Just as Bai Wuya thought, Qin Wentian's obsession was stronger than he could imagine. Quit? Unless he couldn't persist any longer, as long as he could do it, he would not give up. So, 1 day, 2 days. Time passed, and Qin Wentian had no intention of giving up. One immortal king's heart was shaken, and she had a thought in her mind, if it continued like this, would this boy continue like this, how persistent would he be? Wanhua, it's over, there's no need to continue. Yan Yuan said calmly, it's a pity that Qianyi was careless, otherwise the ending would be unknown. Win is win, lose is lose, why would Qianyi be careless, but this boy wouldn't? You said before that he lacked training, but now it seems that he has the strongest mind. How do you explain it? Bai Wuya said lightly, causing Yan Yuan's aura to fluctuate, and a terrifying destructive pressure swept through. Even though all the people sitting there were immortal kings, they still felt a strong pressure at this moment. As a capable immortal king warrior under the seat of His Majesty Dongxing, Yan Yuan was indeed powerful and murderous. Bai Wuya is right. I was wrong this time. Yan Yuan smiled and said. The destructive pressure disappeared in an instant. However, Bai Wuya did not show any fluctuation in his eyes from beginning to end. He did not even look at him. Qin Wentian finally escaped from the illusion. It was the one immortal king who took the initiative to let him out. The immortal thoughts of the one immortal king dissipated. Qin Wentian glanced around and then made up his mind, knowing that he had persisted to the end. Dong Shengting walked to Bai Wuya and said, Senior Bai, how about you, Senior Bai, help test the remaining 100 people and bring the remaining 9 people here. That's easy. Bai Wuya said lightly, and then an array of immortal thoughts rushed out and instantly descended on the 9 mountains. The immortal king in white stood proudly in the air, his terrifying pressure enveloped the 100 people who had just passed the test. He said indifferently, before, the immortal king Wanho selected 100 people, and I only have 9 in my hand. I am not as patient as the immortal king Wanho. For the 100 people, kill 91 people, and there are 9 left. If you don't want to die, quit voluntarily and don't waste my time. Otherwise, I will kill until there are only 9 people left. The immortal king in white's voice was so cold that it made people tremble. For the 100 people, kill 91 people, and there are only 9 left. This. Even Qianyi was stunned. The next moment, the immortal king in white waved his hand, an array of terrifying sound waves directly shocked and killed. Qin Wentian's head roared, and he felt that his body was about to be torn into pieces, his soul was torn apart, and his eardrums were directly bleeding. On the 9 mountains, there were hundreds of strong men who vomited blood directly, and no one was spared. I will do what I say. The white-robed immortal king waved his big hand again, as if lightning pierced through it, and the crowd felt as if their souls had been scattered, and many people even had the thought of despair. Those who had not been shortlisted before looked at the white-robed immortal king in the void with fear, one by one. He was too domineering and direct. Killing 91 people, leaving 9 people, no matter what test you have, there is no luck. See who dies first and who doesn't. Qin Wentian trembled all over. The pain of the soul being torn apart could really take his life. Not only Qin Wentian, but also Xian'ai. He looked ugly, staring at Bai Wu'ai in the void. This madman, this is not a test, it is a killing. Killing until there are only 9 people left, even if he is the descendant of the Qin immortal king. Bai Wu'ai showed no mercy. No one knows who will die first. Kill. Bai Wu'ai waved his hand again, and a scream was heard. It was particularly miserable in the silent 9 mountains, and it made the hearts of the 100 people tremble. Can't give up. Qin Wentian kept to his mind and uttered the formula. The whole body was shining with talismans. The white light was like the fire of life. Bai Wu'ai attacked again. This time, someone fell down and died miserably. Qin Wentian's will was extremely strong, but he still lay directly on the ground. His face was pale, but he still looked up and stared at the void. I quit. There was a howl. I quit. After the first voice sounded, there were more voices. There was no test that was more domineering than this direct killing test. Very good, you chose this path yourself. As long as you quit, you can survive. If you don't quit, you will give your life to me. You choose the path yourself, and you will bear the consequences. I am not responsible for your life or death. Bai Wu'ai's voice was cold. Even the immortal kings in the banquet were shocked by his methods. He was indeed a madman. Chapter 720, Eastern Saint accepts disciples. Bai Wu'ai's behavior is indeed different from others. A glimmer of light flashed in the deep and beautiful eyes of the one-who immortal king. Indeed, the person who persisted to the end in your illusion was someone Bai Wu'ai valued. He was the only one who did not rest, while everyone else got a rest. However, Bai Wu'ai attacked them all equally, which was actually disadvantageous to the person he valued, but he did not show any favoritism. An old immortal king with a celestial appearance praised. This old immortal king was the oldest at the banquet, even much older than his majesty Dongxing. People in the immortal realm forgot his name and directly called him the immortal king. If you want to become a disciple of his majesty, you must be an extraordinary person. Bai Wu'ai did this, perhaps just to see how extraordinary he is. If not, with Bai Wu'ai's character, he would rather admit that he made a mistake, but if the boy still holds on, it will add more impression points. The immortal kings laughed and talked, but they didn't care about the expression of immortal King Yunyun. Yunyun's release of a destructive pressure just now had already made them quite unhappy. Who are the people sitting here? All of them are immortal kings. Who can reach this level is not arrogant and independent. If you, Yunyun, want to compete with Bai Wu'ai, go ahead and don't affect others. What's the point of releasing pressure on everyone? They came here for the face of His Majesty the East Saint. Immortal King Yunyun is just a subordinate of His Majesty the East Saint, a capable general, and there is no need to give him too much face. It seems that many of you value this boy. The flames of destruction danced in Yunyun's abyss-like eyes, and he seemed to be smiling. What's the point of looking at or not looking at me? I'm old and have no plans to accept disciples. I'm just guessing who His Majesty Dongxing will choose. Although the immortal king is not afraid of Yang Yuan, he is a good guy and will not target anyone. He is smooth. Look. The beautiful one-who fairy king smiled with beautiful eyes, which made people's heart beat. She is a real fairy. Bai Wu'ai is still waving his hands to kill. Every attack is a real killing force that can truly destroy a person's will. Once the will can't hold up, his life will be directly destroyed and he will be killed. After several times, several people who wanted to withdraw but were hesitant were killed and their life breath dissipated. The people next to them on the 9 mountains looked at their lying bodies and felt a tremor in their hearts. They wanted to withdraw, their will was close to the edge of collapse, but they were still hesitant. How could they withstand the killing intention of the white-robed fairy king? Qin Wentian collapsed to the ground at this moment, falling on the mountain peak. Not only him, but none of the 4 people on the 9th peak could stand. They all collapsed to the ground. This was a contest of wills. Qin Wentian looked up at the figure in the void, with white runes shining all over his body, maintaining the inextinguishable fire of life. His will was inextinguishable and extremely persistent. He looked at the white-robed immortal king without a trace of hatred, and even had a trace of yearning. One day he could also achieve such a graceful demeanor. I quit. Others shouted one after another. Those who could become the first 100 were all people with extraordinary combat power, but facing this real test of killing, and no one knew whether they could survive to the last 9 people left. Few people dared to really risk their lives. Moreover, in the eyes of many people, there were already 4 people on the 9th peak. They were not as good as those on the 9th peak in 2 consecutive tests, and His Majesty the Eastern Saint only accepted 1 disciple. Their hopes were very slim, and there was no need to fight. With such thoughts, their wills were weak, and they would die if they did not quit. The immortal king in the white clothes in the void raised his hand again, and then swung it out. Killing intent descended, and a sound of puffing was heard, and another person was killed. I quit. At the same time, several people were on the verge of despair and shouted a voice. Then the immortal king in white stopped his actions, glanced at the sky, and said lightly, I originally wanted 9 people, but several people shouted to quit at the same time. Now there are only 8 people who are willing to persist. So you 8 people will go to the banquet with me. When the immortal king in white said this, the faces of those who just shouted to quit were ashen, and they felt infinite regret. They had fought for so long to get to this point. If they hadn't shouted that voice just now, they could go to the immortal palace, but they couldn't hold on, so they shouted it out. How could they blame anyone for this? They could only blame themselves for not being firm enough. Come with me. The white-robed immortal king waved his hand, and a stream of immortal power enveloped the 8 people. Then, the light shone and rushed into the sky. The next moment, 8 people disappeared directly from here. Among them, the 9th peak was empty. The 4 people who stepped onto the 9th peak all held on. The 5 most outstanding people in the last round of the female immortal king test have all held on. It seems that the probability of selecting the disciple of His Majesty Dongsheng from these 5 people is greater. Everyone thought in their hearts that since His Majesty Dongsheng would certainly accept the best disciples, the 5 people who performed outstandingly in every round naturally had the highest probability of becoming His Majesty Dongsheng. However, the 8 people who were taken to the banquet at this moment were not feeling well either. The 8 people were panting and felt weak all over. The white-robed immortal king's immortal thoughts disappeared, and they saw him sitting at a certain position in the banquet and drinking quietly, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. At this moment, the immortal king raised his hand and waved it. Suddenly, a brilliant green light shone on the 8 people. Waves of life force washed their bodies. In a brief moment, Qin Wentian and the others felt full of vitality, as if they had surging power and were refreshed. This feeling is really wonderful. Qin Wentian thought to himself. He really couldn't hold on any longer. It was like a long drought and then a sweet rain. It was so comfortable. He looked at the people at the banquet. Many of them were powerful figures, each of them unfathomable. Those eyes seemed to be able to see through them. Dong Shengting walked over. The immortal kings looked at Dong Shengting and asked with a smile, Does His Majesty Dongsheng still need us to assess him? No, you have all been assessed. Father has seen all of this. It is enough. He wants to accept a disciple, so he will naturally have his own ideas. Dong Shengting shook his head and said, and then his eyes fell on the statue of Dongsheng Immortal Emperor. He saw a ray of light shining, and the statue actually had a faint breath of life emanating from it. Then, the statue turned into a real person. Many powerful figures in the banquet stood up one after another and said to the statue that appeared, Greetings to His Majesty Dongsheng. At this moment, these arrogant immortal kings all restrained their pride and seemed very aggressive. Whether it was the particle world or the immortal realm world, they all admired the strong. Although these people were immortal kings, they were not good enough in front of Dongsheng Immortal Emperor. At their level, the gap of a small realm was undoubtedly a natural chasm. Everyone, please take a seat. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor Xian Nian sat on the main seat reserved for him at the banquet. He glanced at Qin Wentian and the other 8 people in front of him and said, Everyone, come forward. What are your names? Come one by one. Your Majesty, I am Xianai. Your Majesty, I am Hefen. Everyone reported their names one after another, including Qin Wentian, with a very respectful attitude. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor nodded slightly and glanced at everyone. His eyes seemed to be able to see through people's souls. You all performed very well, but this time I will only accept one disciple. As for the others, if you are interested, you can also accept them as my disciples." The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor said lightly. "Since your majesty is so elegant, I am also willing to accept a disciple." Yan Yuan smiled and looked at the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. "Yan Yuan, you have time to teach the disciples, right?" The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor smiled. The dangerous Yan Yuan smiled innocently at this moment and said, "Yan Yuan will definitely try his best this time. Haha, I'll wait and see." "Yan Yuan, in your opinion, which of these 8 people should I accept as my disciple?" The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor asked Yan Yuan. "How dare I interfere in your majesty's affairs?" Yan Yuan responded. "Just give me some advice if I ask you to. Don't talk nonsense." The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor said unhappily. "Then Yan Yuan is so bold. I think Xianai is good," Yan Yuan said. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Immortal King was delighted and showed a hint of gratitude to Yan Yuan. With just this one sentence, Qin Immortal King probably owed Yan Yuan a favor. Yes. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor did not express his opinion. He looked at Bai Wuaya again and said, "Bai Wuaya, you are the youngest here. I saw that you and Yan Yuan had different attitudes before. What do you think? Your Majesty naturally accepts disciples based on your Majesty's wishes and who you like. If you ask me, I still like Qin Wentian more. If you want to give a reason, he is the youngest." Bai Wuaya smiled and said. Qin Wentian was stunned. He was a little surprised. Bai Wuaya attacked him as soon as he came out of the illusion before, but he didn't give him any face. However, he didn't expect that Bai Wuaya would speak for him instead and seemed to be more optimistic about him. Sure enough, things can't be judged by appearance. That makes sense. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor glanced at Qin Wentian, then looked at the Wanhu Immortal King, and said with a smile, "Wanhu Fairy, what about you?" "I prefer Hua Take-Su, his cultivation is somewhat similar to mine." The Wanhu Immortal King smiled. "Old man, you are old, give me some advice." The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor looked at the Immortal King again. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in the eyes of the Immortal King, and he stroked his beard and smiled. "They are all good. Your Majesty must have made a decision in his heart. You old fox." The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor smiled, and then his eyes turned on the 8 people. Finally, his eyes fell on Qin Wentian, and he smiled and asked, "Qin Wentian, are you willing to become my disciple?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions froze, and many people looked at Qin Wentian with some envy. In the end, did His Majesty the Eastern Saint choose him? Qin Wentian's performance was indeed dazzling. Since His Majesty the Eastern Saint chose him, he should have been optimistic about him and liked Qin Wentian. In addition, he was also very talented. Chapter 721, Apprenticeship. Qin Wentian was a little surprised. Although he performed well in the 3 rounds of assessment, His Majesty the Eastern Saint was a powerful figure in the immortal realm after all. He was so powerful that the whole immortal realm would be excited if such a person accepted a disciple. Even if the news was just spread, countless people from the immortal realm would come to the particle world of the Holy Land of the Supreme Extreme and descend upon it. He knew very well how far he was from the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. This was definitely not something that could be described by the word talent. In the eyes of such a powerful person, there were too many people with good talents. With just one word from him, countless amazing geniuses would defect to him. No matter how talented you are, can your value be compared to any of the powerful figure present? These people were respectful to His Majesty the Eastern Saint. In his eyes, a genius was just a martial artist with greater potential. Qin Wentian had already prepared himself for a more brutal test. He thought the test later would be more difficult. After all, the other 7 people were not much worse than him. Now it seemed that this was the case at least. However, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor directly asked him by name if he was willing to become his disciple. Is it because of Kinger? Qin Wentian took a deep breath, his heart was a little moved. This was a super strong man in the fairyland. As long as he became his disciple, the Huangji Shangzong would be nothing in front of him. Qin Wentian, congratulations. The Immortal King said with a smile, nodding slightly at Qin Wentian. Congratulations, you actually have the opportunity to become your Majesty's disciple. The other fairy kings also smiled, even Yan Yuan. He did not show a cold look to Qin Wentian again. He was a little surprised, but since it was the decision of His Majesty, he could only recognize Qin Wentian. In the immortal land far away from here, the great Emperor Changqing and Kinger stood together, looking at the situation ahead. The great Emperor Changqing accompanied his woman to witness the entire test process, and they could even hear the voices of those people talking. At this time, a faint smile flashed across the angular face of the great Emperor Changqing, and he said, "Kinger, since the Eastern Saint promised, he will not break his promise, and deliberately let us witness the whole process, and will never deliberately make things difficult for him. As long as he has talent, he will be given a chance." In fact, the Eastern Saint did it. Although this boy did not open up the gap with others, the Eastern Saint still chose him directly. "Yes," Kinger responded crisply, and there seemed to be a hint of happiness in her eyes, and her cold face seemed to soften a lot. At this time, during the banquet, Qin Wentian took a deep breath and looked at the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. He knew why he came to participate in this test. Now, His Majesty the Eastern Saint has issued an invitation. Although it is a bit unexpected, the ending is still perfect. After worshipping the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, he will work hard to practice and will not let Kinger down. "Of course I am willing," Qin Wentian responded. Everyone smiled. No one was surprised. His Majesty Dongsheng wanted to accept a disciple. Even an immortal king would be tempted, let alone Qin Wentian. He had no reason to refuse. This was a great opportunity for him. "Since you are willing, why don't you become my disciple?" Dongsheng Ting stood beside His Majesty Dongsheng and said to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian nodded, then took a step forward, saluted Dongsheng Immortal Emperor, then knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Disciple Qin Wentian, I pay my respects to the master. Stand up." Dongsheng Immortal Emperor waved his hand, and a strong force supported Qin Wentian's body, allowing him to stand up. He smiled and said, "Since you have become my disciple, I naturally have the obligation to be responsible for your practice. You should be born in this particle world, right?" "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded in response. "Yes." The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor nodded slightly. "It is indeed rare for the particle world to have such a talent, but it must also lack some cruel training. Good talents also need to be polished to become successful. Whether it is my biological son or my disciple, they can't just rely on my protection. It is useless and they can only be mediocre." Disciple understands. Qin Wentian's own ideas are in line with those of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. It's best if you can understand. Don't think that you can live an easy life by becoming my disciple. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor spoke slowly, then looked at Yan Yuan and said, "Yan Yuan, you have an Abyss Legion under your command, and they often fight and conquer. I can't teach him how to practice on weekdays, so I entrust him to you. You don't need to take special care of him. Let him become a member of the Abyss Legion to hone him." The Abyss Legion. The Immortal Kings were a little surprised. They had heard of this legion. It was a conquest legion under Yan Yuan's command. It was extremely harsh, with a very high mortality rate, but the people who came out were very powerful. Some of them even became eunuchs in the Immortal Palace where His Majesty the Eastern Saint lived. His Majesty the Eastern Saint actually wanted to put this new disciple into the Abyss Legion to hone him. However, they could not guess what His Majesty was thinking. If Qin Wentian could withstand the training of the Abyss Legion, he would have a bright future. In accordance with His Majesty's order, may I ask Your Majesty how often you let him go? Yan Yuan asked. "Once 1,000 years, let him go for 3 months during the 1,000 years. If I have time, I can give him guidance once," the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor said calmly. The people of the Abyss Core are always on missions, many of which are very dangerous. Their whereabouts are restricted and they cannot leave their posts without permission. Otherwise, they will die if they disobey orders. "Yes, Your Majesty, what realm have you been trained to?" Yan Yuan asked again. "When he enters the Immortal King realm like you, come to my Immortal Palace and I will personally guide him in his practice," the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor replied. "Your Majesty is very kind. I have been in the Immortal King realm for a long time and have never had such an opportunity." Yan Yuan nodded, glanced at Qin Wentian, and said, "Qin Wentian, from now on, you will follow me and I will train you for Your Majesty." Qin Wentian had been listening to the conversation between the two quietly, revealing a strange look. "Master, the Abyss Core only has 3 months of freedom every 1,000 years. Qin Wentian asked the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. "Yes, this army is the most demanding and strict army under Yan Yuan, but those who come out alive are all very strong, all at the fairy level. Over the years, many people have even stepped into the Fairy King level, which is suitable for you to hone your skills. Dongsheng Immortal Emperor nodded. Master, 1,000 years is too long for me. Can you let your disciple choose his own way of training? Qin Wentian said respectfully. He didn't want to disobey Dongsheng Immortal Emperor right after becoming his disciple, but he has only been practicing for less than 30 years. 1,000 years is really too long. Can he throw Mo King Chang away for 1,000 years? He can't do it, and although Qin Wentian practices hard, he still yearns for freedom in his bones, so he raised objections. He became Dongsheng's disciple just to step into the fairyland and get closer to Kinger, but if he is free only once 1,000 years, wouldn't he be farther and farther away from Kinger? Immortal Emperor Dongsheng and everyone at the banquet were stunned by the objection raised by Qin Wentian, and then Dongsheng said, Qin Wentian, everyone in the immortal realm knows that I am very strict with my own descendants and disciples. Since you have taken me as your master, I will be responsible for your practice. Maybe you have not practiced for a long time, but in the immortal realm, 1,000 years is really a short time. If you want to become a powerful person in the future, you must stand the test of time. This is very important for tempering your character. The reason why the Abyss Legion is harsh is also to hone talents. Master. Qin Wentian spoke again. Disciple did not mean to contradict Master, but I have only practiced for 29 years so far. 1,000 years is really too long for disciples. Maybe in 1,000 years I will have the opportunity to step into the Immortal King level that Master mentioned. If Master really considers disciples, you can arrange other training. Qin Wentian, 1,000 years is really short in the immortal realm. The Immortal King seemed to intend to persuade Qin Wentian and spoke. Yan Yuan's deep eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and he said, Qin Wentian, it is not so easy to achieve the level of Immortal King. Among all those present, Bai Wuya took the shortest time to achieve the Immortal King, but he took 8,000 years, and you said. Besides, what His Majesty said was for your consideration. It is not appropriate for you to question His Majesty's arrangement just after you became a disciple. Do you know how rare it is to be accepted as a disciple by my father? Dong Shengting said, and Qin Wentian raised his head to look into the other's eyes. There was a hint of irony in his sharp eyes, which reminded Qin Wentian of Dong Shengting's trip to the Huangji Holy Land to pick up Kinger. Is it really a great fortune for the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor to accept a disciple? The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor just said that he would have free time only once every 1,000 years. If the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor is free, he will teach him. This means that if he is not free, his disciple may not even see the Eastern Saint, unless one day, he steps into the level of Immortal King, then he is qualified to receive the teachings of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. Qin Wentian did not really need to receive frequent teachings from the Immortal Emperor after becoming his disciple, but if the master values his disciple, such teachings would come naturally without the disciple having to say much, unless the master does not value his disciple that much. Just like at this moment, perhaps it was really because of Kinger that the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor chose to accept him as a disciple, so there was no subsequent assessment at all, but it was also because of this reason that it was not because the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor really valued him as a disciple and wanted to train him carefully. Otherwise, no matter how strict the master was, if he liked a disciple, he would not even be able to raise objections. Looking up, Qin Wentian looked at the indifferent eyes of His Majesty Dongshen, and then looked at the expressions of the Immortal Kings and the faint irony in the eyes of Dong Shengting. He personally felt the pride of being a powerful person. In their eyes, Dongsheng Immortal Emperor accepting him as a disciple was already a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him, an opportunity that defied heaven. He should obey the order respectfully and follow the instructions of his master, and not put forward other ideas. Everyone present thought that this was natural, because he was just a genius in the particle world, and the other party was Dongsheng Immortal Emperor. They all thought that when His Majesty Dongsheng extended his hand, countless geniuses like him would flock to him. He was fortunate to become a disciple, but he actually disobeyed his master's wishes for the first time, which was disrespectful. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722 He Will Regret. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor had an indifferent expression. His eyes, as deep as the stars, did not reveal any emotion at all. No one could tell what he was thinking. He looked at Qin Wentian quietly. Seeing that Qin Wentian was also looking at him, he asked again, "You are disobeying my master's order for the first time. Do you think that since I accept you as my disciple, you can sit back and relax, and as your master, I should teach you how to practice all day and give you the best resources?" "Your Majesty, Wentian has no such intention," Qin Wentian said. "What are your Majesty, you don't call me master anymore." Dongsheng's tone seemed to be slightly angry, and Dong Shengting beside him looked even colder. "If Father accepts a disciple, millions of particle worlds will flock to him and worship him. There are countless geniuses like you. In the fairyland, there has never been a master teaching a disciple who is as arrogant as you." Qin Wentian looked at Dong Shengting's cold eyes and was speechless. In short, no matter what he said, it would be wrong, just because the identities of the two parties were not equal. He was a genius in the particle world, and the other party was Dong Shengxiandi. Everyone thought that Qin Wentian was too high to marry and dared to disobey. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. The gap between their strengths was too big, and the difference in status was too far. He suddenly thought, if Dong Shengting didn't like him, he would become Dong Shengxiandi's disciple, and Dong Shengting could do whatever he wanted to him. Was it because of King that he didn't like him? It seems that it is not so easy to climb up to the immortal emperor. Qin Wentian laughed at himself in his heart. It was indeed too easy for the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor to accept a genius, so that even if a mere favored disciple became his disciple, he would not have any status to speak of. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wentian bowed to the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, still respectfully, and said, "Your Majesty, Qin Wentian is unlucky." The surrounding immortal kings were all stunned, looking at Qin Wentian standing in front of them in astonishment. Some of them even thought that Qin Wentian was crazy for being so bold. He had just become a disciple, and now he wanted to leave His Majesty the Eastern Saint. This was absolutely crazy. If this matter was spread out, what would the people in the immortal realm say? The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was abandoned by a genius from the particle world? How ridiculous it was, but it really happened before their eyes. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was silent, just looking at Qin Wentian who was bowing. After a long while, he said, "I didn't expect that I, the Eastern Saint, would want to accept a disciple with a questionable character. It's ridiculous." Qin Wentian didn't make any excuses. Here, he had no right to speak. "You have just performed the apprenticeship ceremony, and we already have a master-disciple relationship. If you are expelled from the sect, according to the rules of the immortal realm, you should be executed." When the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor said this, Qin Wentian's face turned pale. The immortal kings at the banquet looked at Qin Wentian with regret. They had the opportunity to become the disciples of His Majesty the Eastern Saint, but such a thing happened. It was really a pity. "Your Majesty." At this time, a voice came out, and the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor turned his eyes and looked at the person who spoke. It was Bai Wuya. "This boy has a bad character. How can he be qualified to be Your Majesty's disciple? Although Your Majesty wants to accept a disciple today, since you have seen through this person, it is definitely not his turn to betray the master. It will damage Your Majesty's reputation. It is better to expel him and treat him as a joke. Your Majesty will choose one of the other 7 to accept as your disciple." Bai Wuya spoke slowly and calmly. Many people looked at Bai Wuya deeply. The people here are all immortal kings. Who is not an old monster who has lived for more than 10,000 years? Although Bai Wuya is speaking for His Majesty Dongshen, he actually has the intention of helping Qin Wentian. But Bai Wuya's words are reasonable. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor glanced at him indifferently, then looked at Qin Wentian below again, and said, "Bai Wuya is right. Just treat my idea of accepting a disciple just now as a joke. I am in a good mood today, and what I said before is still valid. Today I will accept a personal disciple. If you are interested, you can also choose one from others to accept as your disciple, including Qin Wentian. Your Majesty is kind." The immortal King of Death smiled. "Your Majesty is kind." Everyone said, and the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor did not look at Qin Wentian again, but looked at the other 7 people and said, "Let me ask you first, if you become my disciple, you must obey the master's orders and not disobey. Who of you is willing to become my disciple?" Qin Wentian still stood there, a little embarrassed, but at this moment, a voice drilled into his mind, "Quietly leave." Qin Wentian's mind moved slightly, and then he walked back quietly, retreating to the back of the crowd, outside the banquet. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down. It seemed that he would have to let Kinger down this time. To enter the fairyland, He still had to rely on himself to step out step by step. Junior is willing. Qianai immediately bowed and said to the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. Junior is willing. Heifeng and others also said respectfully. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was obviously willing because of Qin Wentian's previous words. They all expressed their willingness, except for one person, Huateksu, who did not express his willingness. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor did not look at Huateksu, but looked at Qianai and said, Qianai, you are the descendant of Yu Immortal King. However, if I accept you as my disciple, I will definitely be stricter than Yu Immortal King. Can you bear it? I will never regret being able to become your disciple, even if I die 9 times. Qianai bowed and knelt. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor nodded with a smile and said, Okay, then I will accept you as my disciple today. A hint of surprise flashed in Qianai's eyes, and he said excitedly, Disciple Qianai, greets the master. Okay, get up. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor smiled. The Yu Immortal King stood up and bowed to the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. It is an honor for my Yu Immortal Palace that your majesty can accept this rebellious son as his disciple. Your majesty can discipline him as you like in the future. The stricter the better. Yes. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor nodded. After this matter, I will take him back to the Eastern Saint Immortal Palace first, and then make arrangements for him. Your majesty will make the arrangements. Yu Immortal Palace bowed and then sat down again. Qianai, congratulations. Dong Shengting said to Qianai with a smile. Qianai nodded and bowed to Dong Shengting, saying, Qianai greets senior brother. Okay, if you have any problems in the future, you can come to me. Dong Shengting said. Thank you, senior brother. Qianai showed a hint of joy. It seems that he has to get along well with Dong Shengting in the future. Congratulations to your majesty for accepting a beloved disciple. The Immortal King raised his glass and smiled. Congratulations to your majesty for accepting a beloved disciple. Everyone raised their glasses. The Immortal King has always been a man. If so, he reacted quickly. The unhappiness just now seemed to be diluted in a few words. As for Qin Wentian, no one seemed to care. Dong Shengting Emperor drank a glass with everyone, and then said, There are several geniuses here. Don't you have any ideas? Haha, your majesty is right. Since your majesty has accepted a disciple, I naturally want to accept one too. Yan Yuan laughed heartily. Hey Feng, are you willing to become my Yan Yuan's disciple? A look of surprise flashed in He Feng's eyes. Yan Yuan was a powerful general under the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, good at killing and conquering, which was just what he wanted. Although he failed to become a disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor today, it was a great thing to be able to worship the Immortal King as a teacher. Disciple He Feng, I pay my respects to the master. He Feng said respectfully. I'll join in the fun. A sharp-eyed Immortal King looked at Yi Yang and asked, Yi Yang, are you willing to become a disciple of my lone sword? This Immortal King was the lone sword Immortal King. Yi Yang's starry sky was a sword-related sky, so he wanted to accept Yi Yang as a disciple to support the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. Yi Yang pays my respects to the master. Yi Yang was willing to become a disciple of the Immortal King. In the Immortal Realm, the Immortal King was a powerful figure in their eyes. It was rare to see an Immortal King willing to accept a disciple. How could he not be willing? Probably only Qin Wentian, that guy, missed the opportunity to become a disciple of the Immortal Emperor. 3 people became disciples, and the 4 who stepped onto the 9th peak of the 9 mountains, only Qin Wentian was left. Huateksu, are you willing to become my disciple? At this time, the Immortal King Wanhua extended an olive branch to Huateksu. Huateksu looked calm. Seeing the Immortal King Wanhua smiling and beautiful, Huateksu nodded slightly and bowed down. Disciple Huateksu, meet the master. Okay. The Immortal King Wanhua nodded with a smile, and then stretched out his hand to lift Huateksu's body. Huateksu, you are so lucky. I don't know how many people in the fairyland want to become the disciple of the beautiful Immortal King Wanhua. Now many people will be jealous of you. The Immortal King Immortal said jokingly, very good at adjusting the atmosphere. Old guy so frivolous in front of the younger generation. The Immortal King Wanhua glared at the Immortal King Immortal, and his every frown and smile was full of charm. At the level of Immortal King, the temperament is extraordinary. Therefore, some women, as long as they have good talents and practice fast, will become more and more beautiful as their cultivation becomes stronger. Their temperament is so beautiful that they will be real fairies when they enter the fairyland. Haha, I'm telling the truth. the immortal king said with a smile, and everyone at the banquet laughed. The immortal king Wenhu is the only female immortal king here, and she is beautiful. Many immortal kings pursue her but cannot. After all, as an immortal king, the immortal king Wenhu must have a very high vision. She doesn't look down on ordinary immortal kings. She doesn't need to rely on men at all. In this way, 4 people became apprentices. Except for Qin Wentian, who had an accident, the 5 most promising people became apprentices of famous teachers. Xian'ai was even luckier and became apprentices of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. I don't know how many people envy him. In the fairyland, in a distant area, Kinger watched all this happen quietly, looking at Qin Wentian's somewhat lonely figure, with a slightly cold expression. Kinger, this boy is really a little ungrateful. Dongsheng intended to accept him as a disciple, but how could someone like Dongsheng not have a temper? He was contradicted just after accepting him as a disciple, so he was naturally unhappy. Being able to not blame him is already a great favor. Changqing Emperor said. He will regret it. Kinger said coldly. Chapter 723, Become a Disciple. After Bai Wuai's test, the 8 people were brought to the banquet. Now, 4 of them have been accepted as disciples by the immortal kings. Qin Wentian stood behind the crowd, watching all this quietly. It was impossible to say that there was no fluctuation in his heart. Since the arrival of the Sky Palace, the entire imperial sacred domain has been paying attention. He participated in the assessment with a pilgrimage heart and a persistent mind, competing with many immortal domain geniuses, and finally walked in front of the immortals, and was even accepted as a disciple by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. At that time, he was the focus of everyone's attention and congratulated by the immortal kings. However, in a moment, he was abandoned by the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and became a bystander and a spectator. The immortal kings didn't even look at him again. The so-called genius, if deprived of the identity of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's disciple, is insignificant. Even in front of the immortal king-level figures, they are like ants. No one will look at you more. This is Qin Wentian's first lesson in contact with the power of the immortal domain. The reverence of the immortal domain for the strong and the respect and inferiority between different levels are more obvious and more direct than those in the imperial sacred domain. In such a short period of time, Qin Wentian experienced great ups and downs, which even the immortal kings saw as ups and downs that could determine his fate. But Qin Wentian did not regret it. He had his own persistence. Even if the other party was a powerful figure, His Majesty the Eastern Saint, the overlord of the immortal domain, he still insisted on himself and followed his heart. No matter how others viewed him, his heart was firm. In the imperial holy domain, all the endless creatures could see what was happening in the immortal palace. Although they could not hear any sound, they seemed to be able to vaguely guess something just by looking at the words and deeds of those people. As soon as the powerful man appeared, he sat on the honored throne. The powerful men paid homage to him, and the Eastern Saint stood beside him. It can be seen that this person must be the protagonist of this time, His Majesty the Eastern Saint, who was rumored to be taking in a disciple. Not long ago, Qin Wentian walked up to His Majesty Dongsheng and paid homage, with a faint gesture of becoming his disciple. The powerful men at the banquet also smiled at Qin Wentian. At that moment, the people of the Imperial Holy Land were extremely shocked. Even if he was competing with the Xianjiao of the Immortal Realm, Qin Wentian was still so dazzling. In the end, did he become the disciple of His Majesty Dongsheng? But just when everyone thought so, they soon found that the expressions of His Majesty Dongsheng and Qin Wentian had changed, and the eyes of the powerful men at the banquet looking at Qin Wentian were also changing. Then, Qin Wentian retreated and stood at the edge of the crowd, as if he was completely marginalized and had no status. Then someone replaced him and stood in his place to pay homage to His Majesty Dongsheng. Such a scene made many people guess that the immortal Emperor Dongsheng might have given up Qin Wentian and chose another person. Later, several people, including Hua Taixu, were valued by the immortal king and accepted as disciples. Only Qin Wentian stood alone at the back, very lonely, as if he was forgotten by someone. What happened? Countless people in the royal sacred domain were guessing in their hearts. People from the Great Xia Palace and the Chu State were all watching. What happened to Qin Wentian in the Celestial Palace on the sky? Those who cared about Qin Wentian were all worried about him. In the Celestial Palace on the sky, another person was taken in as a disciple by an immortal king. Of the 8 people who went up, 5 became disciples, and only Qin Wentian and 3 others did not become disciples. It was not because the 5 were so outstanding, but because many people gave face to the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor this time. If the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor accepted a disciple, they would accept one, of course, provided that he looked more pleasing to the eye. No one dared to accept Qin Wentian as a disciple, contradicting His Majesty the Eastern Saint, and making the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor unhappy. Even though they knew that Qin Wentian was no less talented than others, no one dared to speak again, and even ignored Qin Wentian. The Eastern Saint Court occasionally glanced at Qin Wentian, and in his deep eyes, a hint of irony occasionally flashed across his face. Is it possible to ascend to heaven in one step? This time, his father has given face to the great Emperor Changqing. I believe that the great Emperor Changqing has also seen that this child is too disrespectful and has bad behavior. Qin Wentian's perception is very sharp. He can feel the eyes of Dong Shengting. He secretly thought in his heart that it seems that not becoming a disciple of the immortal Emperor Dongxing is not a regret. Otherwise, how can he, a disciple without status, compare with Dong Shengting, the genius young son of the immortal Emperor Dong Shengting? Once he becomes Yan Yuan's subordinate, he will be at the mercy of the other party. At this time, Qin Wentian wanted to leave this embarrassing place, but he was here and couldn't leave even if he wanted to. He couldn't go back. At this moment, a ray of will rushed directly into his mind, causing Qin Wentian to frown slightly and prepare to resist, but then he heard a voice, "Don't resist." Hearing this voice, Qin Wentian was stunned, and then gave up resistance. He saw a powerful thought that seemed to have directly entered his mind. His heart couldn't help but beat. In Qin Wentian's sea of consciousness, a figure appeared opposite him. This figure was the white-clothed immortal King Bai Wuya. Don't be surprised. This is my immortal thought. There is a big difference between our strengths. My immortal thought can directly enter your consciousness. You only need to communicate with me through your thoughts. The white-robed immortal king said to Qin Wentian, according to what I know, the East Saint's decision to accept a disciple this time is related to the Evergreen Emperor. You should know the daughter of the Evergreen Emperor. I don't know her identity, but what the senior said is very likely. Qin Wentian tried to communicate with Bai Wuya through his thoughts. Sure enough, Bai Wuya's immortal thoughts could be heard. He nodded slightly and said, "That's right. The East Saint Immortal Emperor should have agreed to his good friend the Evergreen Emperor. It is very likely that he was entrusted by your friend, but judging from the outcome of this matter, he, the East Saint, has also fulfilled his duty. After all, this is considered that you disobeyed him and refused to become his disciple, but whether this was intentional or unintentional by the East Saint, I don't know. Of course, I'm not interested in knowing. I'm just passing by here. It's a pity to see you in such a situation. Let me ask you, after you stepped into the celestial phenomena, which layer of the nine heavens galaxy did the martial star you communicated with come from?" Bai Wuya asked. "The seventh layer." Qin Wentian replied. "It's good to be able to condense the purple gold star soul in the particle world." Bai Wuya praised, but he was not too surprised. He only heard him say to Qin Wentian, "The reason why I communicate with you with immortal thoughts is to invite you. Before sending the invitation, I must first ask you clearly whether you are willing to join a certain force. This force is the force I am in now. I won't tell you the name for now. If you are willing, I will tell you. If you don't want to, forget it." If others knew what Bai Wuya said to Qin Wentian, they would be shocked. As everyone knows, in the fairyland, Bai Wuya has never joined any force, at least no one knows which force he joined. They all think he is a lone ranger, a madman with an extremely strong fighting power. Qin Wentian naturally didn't know about this. He was a little surprised. When everyone was following the lead of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, Bai Wuya, who seemed to have always been quite fond of him, actually communicated with him with his immortal thoughts and even invited him. "Senior, what kind of force is that?" Qin Wentian asked. "It won't interfere with your freedom, nor will it order you to do anything, but it won't provide you with any protection. You are still you, constantly sharpening yourself, seeking survival and self-improvement in the immortal realm. If you want to obtain the cultivation resources in it, you need to rely on your own abilities to fight for it. The only two requirements for you are that everything about this force must be kept secret, and you must not publicize that you are a member of this force, or even your closest relatives. Second, to join this force, you must worship a certain strong man. In the immortal realm, you must not worship others as your master or join other forces. Violating these two rules will be regarded as treason and will be killed, so you must consider it carefully." Bai Wuya said solemnly, which made Qin Wentian's heart tremble. What a mysterious force. The only restrictions are confidentiality and not worshipping other forces or strong men. In addition, I would like to remind you again that the entry conditions of this force are, first, outstanding talent. The 5th star soul is a purple gold star soul. Second, you must not be a member of any fairyland sect. You have already met the first condition. In addition, you come from the particle world and have no chance to meet Dongsheng just now, which also meets the second condition. After I, Bai Wuya, step into the Fairy King realm, I have the qualifications to guide, so I sent you an invitation. Bai Wuya said. Qin Wentian trembled in his heart. The 5th star soul must be a purple gold star soul to have the entry qualification. But this force attaches great importance to confidentiality and whether you are already a member of other sects. Perhaps this involves the secrecy of this force. Because of this, Bai Wuya is so cautious and will not tell him which force this is until he nods and agrees. Senior said that to enter this force, you need to worship a strong man. What does that mean? Qin Wentian asked. Everyone who joins this force becomes a disciple of this powerful man. So if you nod, from now on you will become my disciple and be considered my junior brother. But you and I only need to know it in our hearts, and we cannot recognize each other in the outside world, Bai Wuya responded. Qin Wentian was silent. He was thinking. After joining this force, he and Bai Wuya were from the same sect, and he was Bai Wuya's junior brother. The white-robed immortal king was such a figure, and he was his senior brother. It can be imagined that the strength of this mysterious force is no worse than that of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. If he became a disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, he would not get any guidance unless he could step into the realm of the Immortal King. If he joined Bai Wuya's force and entered the realm of the Immortal King, he should also be able to get in touch with the core of the force. If he became a disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, it would be impossible for him to switch to others or other forces, otherwise how could the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor spare his life? The difference is that if you become a disciple of the Eastern Saint, everyone in the world will know, but if you become a disciple of the strong man mentioned by Bai Wuya, you cannot mention it to the outside world. If you become a disciple of the Eastern Saint, you will have freedom once every 1,000 years. If you become a disciple of Bai Wuya's master, there will be no restrictions on anything. When a great man accepts a disciple, he does so based on whether he likes the person. It's the same for disciples to choose their master. This is fate. Bai Wuya has always been optimistic about me, and I also have a good impression of Senior Bai Wuya. In this case, there is nothing to worry about. Even if I can't switch to someone else's sect, the worst that can happen is that I can just rely on myself. Qin Wentian thought to himself, and then said, I am willing. Okay. Bai Wuya nodded, and his immortal thoughts looked at Qin Wentian in Qin Wentian's consciousness, and said, I, Bai Wuya, officially accept Qin Wentian as a disciple of our sect. On behalf of our master, the Lord of the Heavenly Talisman Realm, I accept Qin Wentian as his disciple. Qin Wentian, from today on, you officially become a disciple of the Lord of the Heavenly Talisman Realm and a disciple of the Heavenly Talisman Realm. Chapter 724 Ending. Master of the Heavenly Talisman Realm. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart and remembered the name. From now on, when he entered the immortal realm, he could no longer worship under any other forces. He was a disciple of the Heavenly Talisman Realm. Senior. Qin Wentian's mind moved slightly, but he heard Bai Wuya interrupted. In private, you can call me Brother Bai. Yes, okay. Qin Wentian replied, Brother Bai, when can I meet the Master, and how many disciples does the Master have? I stepped into the Immortal King realm and officially entered the door. I have the qualification to receive and guide you. That's why I accepted you as a disciple under the Master. But in fact, now you are only recognized by me as a disciple, and have not been recognized by the Master. You have to get the Master's recognition before you have the possibility of meeting the Master. Bai Wuya didn't hide anything and said to Qin Wentian carefully, in addition, you must remember that there are 2 rules that cannot be violated. Otherwise, if you know the secret, you will definitely die. I don't know how many disciples Master has, but there must be many who are stronger than me. In the past, I killed a descendant of the Immortal Emperor in the Immortal Realm and was hunted by the Immortal Emperor. At that time, another Immortal Emperor came forward for me. Everyone thought that the Immortal Emperor just liked my character, but in fact, he was also a disciple of the Lord of the Xianfu Realm, one of my senior brothers. Qin Wentian's heart trembled. Senior brother at the level of Immortal Emperor? It seems that His Majesty Dongsheng is also an immortal emperor. The Lord of the Xianfu realm has a disciple of the immortal emperor. How strong is he? What Bai Wuya told him was a secret. If the people in the immortal realm knew that the person who had come forward for Bai Wuya was actually Bai Wuya's master, it would definitely cause a huge storm. Such a master is already very powerful, but no one knows that Bai Wuya has joined this force. How terrible would that be? I understand. Thank you for your advice, senior brother. Qin Wentian nodded. I can't take you away in public, you still have to go to the fairyland alone. I will leave a wisp of telekinesis on you, and I will be able to sense it when you step into the fairyland. Then I will come to take you to the Xianfu realm, choose the entry-level fairy book, and formally join the Xianfu realm. When fellow brothers and sisters see you in the future, although they may not recognize you, they will be able to sense that you are from the same sect and can take care of each other. Bai Wuya spoke slowly. I grew up in the fairyland, and have been taken care of by many brothers and sisters. The disciples of the Xianfu realm do not belong to any other forces, and cannot join other people's sects. Many of them are lone cultivators, so when they meet people from their own sect, they will feel a sense of intimacy and unity. Qin Wentian took notes secretly, imagining in his heart what kind of power the Xianfu realm was, so powerful, yet willing to hide in the dark, so low-key and mysterious. Okay, I should go out now. The telekinesis I leave behind will be very weak and will not have independent consciousness. It just allows me to sense your location. Don't let it be destroyed by accident. Bai Wuya said with a smile, and then the powerful immortal thought slowly receded. After a moment, Qin Wentian felt that Bai Wuya's immortal thought disappeared from his consciousness, and only a weak thought was there and not there. It was indeed as Bai Wuya said, Qin Wentian could destroy it by accident. Huh? He took a deep breath. The encounters in the past few days were really wonderful. He himself could not imagine that he almost became a disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, but was expelled. All the powerful people treated him coldly and did not dare to approach him. At this time, Bai Wuya invited him to become a disciple of another powerful person, who might be stronger than the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. His mentality gradually calmed down. Qin Wentian knew that no matter who he became a disciple, the most important thing on the road of martial arts was to rely on himself. The master was just an external force that could be used, but not too dependent. Only when you are strong can you be recognized and respected. The East Saint Immortal Emperor and his companions chatted at the banquet without looking at Qin Wentian, as if he didn't exist. After a while, the East Saint Immortal Emperor said loudly, "Well, I have spent a lot of time with you today and have also accepted a disciple. It is considered a complete merit. Let's end the banquet here. Okay, let's toast to your majesty again and send your majesty off." The immortal king immediately raised his glass and said, and did not ask the East Saint Immortal Emperor to stay for a while. If he had the same status as the East Saint Immortal Emperor, he could have asked him to stay, but their status was different. If the East Saint Majesty wanted to leave, they had no right to stay. These old monsters in the fairyland knew the difference between the superior and the inferior, and they did things without any mistakes. Well, I will drink one last glass with you. The East Saint Immortal Emperor smiled and raised his glass. The immortal kings immediately stood up, but the East Saint Immortal Emperor sat still. Send your majesty off. The immortal kings said in unison, and then drank the wine in the glass. Yes. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor also drank a glass of wine. His eyes turned over the immortal kings, and then moved to Qin Wentian at the back. Looking at Qin Wentian who was standing alone at the side, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor said indifferently, "If you know your mistakes and know what a master's order is, I can introduce a subordinate of the immortal king to teach you how to practice and let you become his disciple." Qin Wentian looked up at the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. The other party's tone was more like pity, as if this was a gift to him. The other immortal kings looked at Qin Wentian and had similar feelings. Yan Yuan said bluntly, "Your majesty is generous and still treats him so well." In Qin Wentian's handsome and clear eyes, there was not much emotional fluctuation, very calm. He only bowed slightly to the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and said, "Your majesty is kind, but the junior really doesn't like to be restrained, so I can only live up to your majesty's kindness." Since everyone thought it was a gift, then Qin Wentian could only say that he had failed the grace of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. With his attitude, these people would have nothing to say. "You really don't know what's good for you, your majesty. This kid is unteachable," Yan Yuan said coldly. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor did not look at Qin Wentian again, and said to the Eastern Saint Ting next to him, "Send everyone back to the lower realm." After that, he moved his body and took his disciple Xian'ai away, disappearing in an instant. "Let's go. Everyone, goodbye." The Immortal King of Death bowed to everyone. "Beautiful one Hua, can we get together again if we have time?" Someone greeted the Immortal King of Wanhua. "No, I still have to take my disciple back." The Immortal King of Wanhua smiled lightly, and the man looked at Hua Takesu with jealousy, and said with a smile, "The little guy is really lucky to have a beautiful fairy king to teach you, haha." After that, he flashed and left directly. "Let's go." The Immortal King of Wanhua left with Hua Takesu. "Bai Wuya, why don't you accept him as your disciple?" Yan Yuan glanced at Qin Wentian, and a hint of irony flashed in his eyes like the abyss, and then he left with his disciple He Feng. Bai Wuya glanced at him lightly and ignored him, then sent a voice message to Qin Wentian, "See you in the fairyland." After that, his figure flashed and he left. In a blink of an eye, the banquet was over, leaving only Qin Wentian and a few others standing there alone, which was somewhat conspicuous. A series of guiding lights appeared, leading from the fairy palace to the lower world, passing by the 9 mountains. Dong Shengting walked towards the war drum. His eyes glanced at Qin Wentian, and a voice resounded directly in Qin Wentian's mind, "A frog at the bottom of the well does not know how high the sky is. It is a fool's dream to climb up to the sky in one step." This was obviously said to Qin Wentian alone. Qin Wentian frowned slightly and looked up at Dong Shengting on the war drum. Would he really have the chance to become a disciple of Dongsheng Immortal Emperor and be taken care of by Dongsheng Immortal Emperor? Would Dongsheng Immortal Emperor really take care of him as Bai Wuya said Kinger's father had entrusted him to do? Perhaps this was impossible from the beginning. A hint of irony appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't know whether he was ironic about himself or Dong Shengting. He wanted to climb the dragon and attach himself to the phoenix and ascend to heaven in one step? Was he referring to Kinger or Dongsheng Immortal Emperor? Or both? This time my father has finished accepting disciples, and the Immortal Kings have also accepted 4 people as disciples. Those who have not been able to get the opportunity, go back. Dong Shengting's voice resounded throughout the Huangji Holy Land. The people on the 9 mountains sighed in their hearts, and then they all walked towards the guiding light. Before, they went from bottom to top, but now, they went from top to bottom. Qin Wentian and the others also stepped into a beam of light, and then a strong spatial fluctuation force enveloped his body. The next moment, a spatial force wrapped him and headed towards the lower world. It seemed that in just a moment, his footsteps landed on the ground, on the land of the Huangji Holy Land. He raised his head and looked at the empty sky. On the 9 mountains, the figure gradually disappeared, and then the 9 mountains disappeared. The sky palace was looming, gradually fading, and finally disappeared in the sky. This time, the Eastern Saint Emperor finally came to an end to accept disciples. Qin Wentian stood on the ground. He finally came back, returned to this land, and missed the opportunity to go to the fairyland. However, he had no regrets in his heart. The fairyland of the heavens. Qin Wentian murmured, and then his figure flashed and went in a certain direction. Similarly, on the land of the Huangji Holy Land, Zhejuan landed on the ground. He looked at the fairy palace that disappeared in the sky, and there was not much loss in his eyes. Qin Wentian was finally abandoned and stood alone by the side. No one was willing to accept him as a disciple. Those visitors from the fairyland also sighed inwardly. This time, His Majesty the Eastern Saint's acceptance of disciples caused such a commotion. Although there were not many people coming from the fairyland, it was still too difficult to be accepted as a disciple by the Eastern Saint Emperor. In the end, only one person got this opportunity. Now, they had no choice but to go back. Chapter 725, 4 Starry Sky Phenomena. The matter of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor accepting disciples came to an end, but the Royal Holy Land fell into a frenzy of cultivation. After truly witnessing the ability to reach the sky, the hearts of hundreds of millions of people yearning for martial arts became even more fervent. This was especially true for the Holy Emperor City, as the core area of the Royal Holy Land. Many people even began to worship under the Medicine Emperor Valley. Now that the Medicine Emperor Valley has publicly accepted disciples, it has officially announced that it will compete with the Royal Holy Sect. The battle in the past has also spread, and the Medicine Emperor Valley is not inferior to the Royal Holy Sect. In addition, the news that Zhejuan helped the foreign visitors to kidnap girls spread, and the reputation of the Royal Holy Sect's Holy Land has long been tarnished. However, there are many rumors about Qin Wentian in the Royal Holy Land. Qin Wentian almost had the opportunity to be favored by the immortal emperor to accept him as a disciple, but the immortal emperor found that this boy had a lack of morals and bad character, so he refused to accept him as a disciple. Qin Wentian is insidious and cunning, and even the Eastern Saint immortal emperor looks down on him and abandons him because of his character. This incident caused quite a stir in the Holy Emperor city. Many people discussed it. After all, they saw everything in the Sky Palace clearly at that time, so this explanation made sense. For a time, Qin Wentian's reputation was questioned by many people. However, Qin Wentian never responded to this. Some people also said that Qin Wentian was humiliated in the banquet of the Palace of Immortals, and he might want to take revenge now. But that was a powerful person in the immortal realm, especially Qin Wentian. Could he take revenge? The spread of these news was naturally inseparable from the instigation of the Royal Extreme Holy Sect. Both Aohurong Valley and Qin Wentian himself were too lazy to pay attention. Since the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor accepted a disciple, Qin Wentian has not appeared in the outside world. In a blink of an eye, half a year has passed. In a psychedelic place in the Royal Extreme Holy Land, a vast palace loomed, as if it could disappear into nothingness, sometimes disappearing and sometimes appearing. Once, a powerful person's perception covered the Royal Extreme Holy Land and explored this place. He had found something before, but when the perception explored again, he found that there was nothing here, so they did not investigate further. After all, perception directly covers a particle world, and endless pictures are directly imprinted in the mind. There is too much information, and it is normal to have a slight mistake occasionally. But if you perceive it at a close distance, you will find that there seems to be a strange fluctuation around this fairy palace, which faintly seals the space around the fairy palace into it, making the space here seem to be non-existent. In this fairy palace, Jiutian's figure sat cross-legged on a slope, and a shining scroll was suspended above it, mysterious and obscure. Jiutian seemed to be immersed in it. In the empty scroll, a ray of rune light fell down, constantly shining around Jiutian's body, or directly entering Jiutian's body, changing unpredictably, as if it had billions of changes and was unfathomable. At this time, Jiutian waved his palm in the scroll, and in an instant, in the scroll, it seemed that a strong rune fell, turning into a mysterious power, which was extremely wonderful. It's so difficult. After so long, there is no way to fully comprehend it. It's like I just entered this vast sealed world. Emperor Tian whispered in his heart. He only had 1 year. Even if he passed the test and came here, if he couldn't comprehend it within 1 year, his memory after entering the Immortal Palace would be erased and he would be expelled from the Immortal Palace. The light flowing in this scroll is like a divine pattern, with thousands of threads, changes, and combined into a wonderful power. Emperor Tian looked at the void and continued to comprehend it. As his cultivation became stronger, his ability to comprehend the divine pattern became stronger and stronger, and the feeling he had when practicing the Refining God Atlas became stronger. The Refining God Atlas allows the star energy in the body to be constructed into divine energy. Each grain of divine energy is a divine pattern. For example, the palm print divine energy will produce a palm print when attacking, the sword divine energy will turn into a sharp sword when attacking. Such an attack is very similar to the ability of supernatural powers, as if the supernatural power is a change of the divine pattern, and then uses the power of attributes. Star souls can add attributes to martial arts practitioners, such as the attributes of strength, dreams, wind, fire, thunder and lightning. As soon as he began to practice, the memory brought to him by the little star man included the Atlas of Soul Refining, which shows the importance of this technique and guides his path of practice. Divine patterns can be used in battles or in formations. Whether it is a battle divine pattern or a formation, it has the same effect as the magical power, as if they are of the same origin, and are a kind of use of the power of heaven and earth and the power of one's own attributes. It's just that it is used in different directions. Now, the power in this mysterious and powerful scroll, the endless rune light, seems to be a kind of divine pattern. Seal is actually no different from other powers. It is also an attribute, just like wind, fire, and lightning. Now I have sealed the star soul and have the ability to seal attributes. I only need to unlock the mysteries of these rune lights to understand the secrets of this painting. Emperor Tian fell into deep thought, thinking, the reason why the seal is so powerful is that in addition to the attribute power, it also uses the stronger power of heaven and earth, just like the formation, which is extremely complicated. I will deduce it from simple to complex, and finally I can understand it thoroughly. Thinking of this, Emperor Tian began to re-examine this painting of shining rune lights, and began to think and comprehend from another perspective. Time passed unknowingly, in the fairy palace and in the outside world. In Yaohuang Valley, Qin Wentian never stopped practicing. After entering the celestial realm, he could already feel that his practice was becoming more difficult. Now, every time he wanted to make a step forward, in addition to absorbing and refining the huge star energy, he also needed to comprehend the power of the true meaning and the power of the star celestial phenomena. Only when he had a deeper understanding of the true meaning could the evolution of the star celestial phenomena gradually improve. Now, Qin Wentian himself has comprehended the third and fourth star celestial phenomena. The first star celestial phenomenon is the dream world star phenomenon, which is derived from the sleeping star soul. The dream world is boundless and is a domain-type star celestial phenomenon that can bring people into the star celestial phenomenon and cannot extricate themselves. The space in the star phenomenon is full of the destructive power of the fusion of the true meaning. The second star celestial phenomenon is the sword-killing star phenomenon, which is derived from the sword star soul and has a very strong destructive ability, which can kill everything. The third star celestial phenomenon is the summoning star phenomenon, which is derived from the Emperor Demon Star Soul and can summon super powerful monsters to fight. The fourth star phenomenon is the star phenomenon of annihilation. It is derived from the suppression of the star soul by his fifth star soul. It is the last star phenomenon he comprehended and has incredible power. After comprehending the four star phenomena, Qin Wentian only had the Skyhammer star soul left to derive the star phenomenon. It is not that he cannot, but in Qin Wentian's view, the four star phenomena are completely enough. Even if he uses the Skyhammer star soul to derive the star phenomenon, it will not have any effect on his combat effectiveness. In addition to comprehending the four star phenomena, Qin Wentian also spent a lot of time on other aspects of cultivation, without a single moment of delay. He did not think about the matter of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor accepting disciples that day, and he did not have the energy to pay attention to the gossip of the outside world. This is a world that yearns for power and advocates the strong. When he is crushed by others, everyone will spit on him. When he stands at an unprecedented height, the world will only worship him. Finally, I know how to rest. A beautiful figure walked towards Qin Wentian with a gentle smile. Stretch your muscles. Qin Wentian walked to Mo Qingchang's side, put his arms around her slender waist, and showed an expression of enjoyment. Pervert. Mo Qingchang pouted. What's wrong? Qin Wentian hugged her tighter. Mo Qingchang leaned slightly in Qin Wentian's arms and said softly, "Many people in the outside world are talking about you. Some people say that you have gone to the fairyland world. You haven't appeared for so long. Let them say it. Anyway, I was planning to go to the fairyland," Qin Wentian said indifferently. Ever since he knew that the Royal Holy Land was a particle world and an indigenous world, Qin Wentian had always wanted to go out and see how vast the real fairyland world was. A good man has ambitions in all directions, not to mention that he is carrying an unknown mission for his parents and has to find Kinger. No matter what, he has to go out. Take me with you, okay? Mo Qingchang looked up at Qin Wentian, and that look seemed to be able to melt everything. She was really worried that the fairyland world seemed too far away for her. Silly girl. Qin Wentian kissed Mo Qingchang on the forehead gently, and then said, "Let's go for a walk." Okay. Mo Qingchang nodded, and Qin Wentian took her hand and flashed away, flashing towards the outside of Yaohuang Valley without alarming anyone. Walking in the Holy Emperor City, breathing the fresh air, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang walked hand in hand on the road like ordinary people. Many people couldn't help but cast their eyes on them. The reason was that these two people were too amazing: Qin Wentian's temperament, Mo Qingchang's beauty, not to mention, how many people in the Royal Holy Land now don't know Qin Wentian? Back then in the fairy palace on the sky, everyone in the world had seen him. Many people were already whispering, thinking, this must be Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang, right? Mo Qingchang is really beautiful. I didn't expect Qin Wentian is still in the Holy Emperor City. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor abandoned him back then. I don't know if it was really because of his character or his lack of talent. Rumor has it that Qin Wentian was humiliated that day and has been in seclusion for more than half a year. It seems that he is in a good mood. Qin Wentian is also a peerless figure. There are not many people in the entire Huangji Holy Domain who can compare with him and compete with the geniuses of the Immortal Domain. The voices of many people fell into Qin Wentian's perception, making Qin Wentian smile bitterly in his heart. Being too famous is not a good thing. He can't even walk quietly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.